19. The further away we got from Gabriel Ramos's memorial, the more our collective mood improved. Naomi was a big part of that. At one point, as we were passing a drive-in movie theater showing a double feature of Mausoleum and The Hunger, both of which I'd recently read about in Fangoria, she casually asked Melody what her favorite movie was. When Mel answered Grease without even a moment's hesitation, Naomi squealed in delight and said, "Mine too!" And that's all it took. Before long, they were discussing a rapid-fire succession of seemingly random topics, ranging from favorite actors in rock bands to how much they hated straightening their hair and how old they were when they first got their ears pierced. By the time we reached Stone Ridge, I'd convinced Troy to change the radio station, and all four of us were singing along with Sister Goldenhair. We clearly had no future in the entertainment industry, but hey, at least we were smiling again. "Anyone hungry?" Troy asked as we rounded a bend in the road and a billboard reading Moe's Famous Barbecue 1 Mile greeted us on the right-hand shoulder. "Ooh, I could go for some ribs," Melody said. "I could definitely eat." Naomi nudged my leg. "How about you?" With that delicious shiver cascading throughout my body, I smiled and said, "Let's do it." Even at 3:30 in the afternoon, the gravel parking lot of Moe's Famous Barbecue was packed. Melody found an opening near the end of the last row, in between a beat-up gremlin and a panel van with Bogan's Plumbing on the side. We piled out and sat down at the only empty table beneath a leaning aluminum awning that looked like it was just waiting for a strong wind to come along and spirit it away to the next county. The warm air was redolent with the rich scent of cooking meat and exotic spices. My stomach was already grumbling. Set against the edge of the woods, a double-wide trailer had been converted into a kitchen/storage area. Out front, protected from the sun by a large canopy, two elderly black men worked the largest flat-top grill I'd ever seen. Both men had towels draped around their necks, their wizened faces dripping with sweat. I assumed that at least one of the hard-working men was named Moe. Despite the full house, our waitress, a peppy young woman with dyed red hair and a tattoo of a topless mermaid on her shoulder, arrived within minutes, introduced herself as Madeline from Virginia Beach, and asked for our drink orders. When David Bowie's Let's Dance came on the boombox, a song we'd already heard on the radio several times that day, she boogied away from our table and made her way across the dining area, pumping her fist in the air for good measure. "She was nice," Naomi said, unwrapping her plastic utensils from the napkin. I poked Troy in the shoulder. "When she comes back, try not to stare at her tattoo so much." His eyes widened. "Did you see—" He stopped in mid-sentence. "I mean, what tattoo? I didn't see any tattoo." "Now that you mention it, I didn't either." And then we were both laughing. "Incorrigible children," Melody said, looking at Naomi. "The pair of them." Naomi smiled and my heart melted a little bit. "With me along for the ride, at least they can't gang up on you now." Melody pointed at Naomi across the table. "That's a fact, sister." By the time Madeline from Virginia Beach returned with our sodas and iced teas, the song had ended and we were ready to order. When she was finished scribbling in her notepad, she looked up at us and asked, "You all local folks or away folks on your way to someplace else? 'Cause I know you ain't out here in the middle of nowhere looking for a good time." When Melody told her we were college students and explained what we were doing, the waitress perked up another notch. "Oh, in that case, there's someone here you all need to talk to. Old dude knows everything there is to know about Stone Ridge and this here part of the valley. I'll put in the good word for y'all as soon as I have a free minute." And she was gone again. "Huh," Troy said. "This could be interesting." Melody put down her iced tea. "Can I ask you a question, Naomi?" "Of course." "Where do your parents think you are right now?" She began squirming in her chair. I told them, you don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm just curious." Naomi sighed and sat up to face the music. "They think I'm blowing off some steam with my friend Patty and her family at their lake house." The night of our big argument, I called them from a payphone and told them that Jenny had dropped me off at the lake, and I'd be home in a few days. She looked at me. If they knew I was here with you... She shook her head. Oh boy, I muttered. I hadn't even thought of that. Her parents probably hated me. I just want to forget about them for a while, Naomi said, staring off at the mist-shrouded mountains. I just want to forget about everything. No one had anything to say to that. I think we could all relate to that sentiment. The food came a few minutes later, and it was every bit as delicious as it smelled. The meat so perfectly seasoned and tender it practically slid off the ribs onto our plates. The brisket melted in our mouths. The barbecue chicken a gift from the heavens. All of it swimming in Moe's secret sauce. And don't even get me started on the mac and cheese and coleslaw. I took a good look around as I was eating. Most of the other diners appeared to be working men, dressed in boots, dirt or grease-streaked jeans, and sweat-stained t-shirts. They hunched over their plates with a somber intensity. After their meal, most likely the local bar awaited many of them, an endless, blurry-eyed parade of bottles and shot glasses, until it was time to go home and sleep, wake up, and do it all over again. There were also a handful of older couples and a single table of laughing teenage boys dressed in dirty baseball uniforms. My mind immediately went to the unlucky Michael Meredith, and I did my best to push those thoughts away. Glancing over my shoulder, I noticed a woman sitting alone at a table by the roped-off entrance. Clearly out of place with her short and spiky, almost white Annie Lennox haircut, dark tailored pantsuit, and glittering diamond necklace. She appeared to be somewhere around her mid-40s. A pile of picked clean bones sat on the plate in front of her. The woman was glaring at me. Not staring, glaring. And unless I was mistaken, she wasn't focused on anyone else at our table, just me. Feeling uncomfortable, I quickly turned around and pretended to be interested in everyone else's conversation. A few moments later, when I'd finally gathered the courage to look again, the woman was gone. Vanished. The table cleared and ready for the next diner. I was halfway convinced I'd imagined the whole thing until I spotted her walking across the parking lot. She got into a white BMW, opened the sunroof, and drove away, but not before glowering one last time in my direction. What the hell was that all about? I wondered, using a wet wipe to scrub the barbecue sauce off my fingernails. As I was finishing, the waitress returned to our table with an older gentleman at her side. With his neatly trimmed salt and pepper hair and tucked-in pastel polo shirt, the two of them were a study in contrast. "This is Robert Farnsworth," she said. "He's a good egg. Robert, these are my new friends I was telling you about." "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said in a surprisingly deep voice. "Any friend of Madeline's is a friend of mine." Before we could introduce ourselves, Madeline said, "I told Robert about the school project you're working on. He knows more about this area than anyone I've ever met." "I'm afraid she exaggerates," he said, smiling. "I retired a few years ago, so I have plenty of time to read. I also belong to the local historical society." "Please have a seat," Melody said, pulling out the chair next to her. "Are you sure? I don't want to intrude." "Don't be silly," she said. "We'd love to talk to you. Actually, we sort of need to." "Well, thank you." He sat down at the table. "But first I must insist that you tell me more about this documentary project of yours. From what little Madeline shared, it sounds fascinating." "It was your idea," Melody said, looking at me. "Why don't you do the honors?" So I did. Beginning with the original inspiration for the project, I took Robert from the proposal stage and Mr. Tyree's reluctant approval all the way through our most recent stops on the road. At the mention of my parents' accident, he pursed his lips and offered a single nod, but spared me of any unnecessary condolences. I liked him even more for that. I made a point of not mentioning the strange symbol we'd found on the memorials, or the video of the man in the woods, or the balloon left on our windshield, or any of the other weirdness for that matter. I wanted him to like us and open up, not think we were a traveling band of crackpots. When I was finished talking, he looked around the table and said, "Thanks so much for sharing, and for what you're doing. I cannot emphasize enough how impressed I am. With intelligent and thoughtful individuals such as yourselves, I think our future is in very good hands indeed." For a moment, I thought Melody might burst into tears. She looked so happy. Troy sat ramrod straight in his chair, his chest puffed out. Naomi nudged my leg underneath the table and gazed at me with admiration. For the first time in a very long while, I felt a sudden surge of pride. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. "Okay, your turn now, Mr. Farnsworth," Melody said with an eagerness in her eyes that I recognized from back at school. "What's your favorite story about this area?" "Well, I wouldn't exactly say it's my favorite, but it's most definitely the strangest. And I have to admit, not at all pleasant. But it does involve a memorial of sorts, so you may find it interesting." "Absolutely," Troy said. "We'd love to hear it." "Splendid." Robert rested his elbows on the table and interlaced his fingers as though he was preparing to pray. "So, in 1974, 17-year-old Rachel Fillmore and 18-year-old Griffin Schutz."
20. Video footage. 5:04 p.m., Monday, May 9th, 1983. "We're high school sweethearts," says the man with the salt and pepper hair. After graduation, Rachel started nursing school in nearby Clarkston, and Griffin took a job running a forklift at one of his father's warehouses. By the beginning of the new year, 1975, he was promoted to assistant manager. 6 months later, Rachel announced that she was pregnant. At his family's annual 4th of July picnic, Griffin got down on his knee and proposed, and Rachel said yes. A lavish wedding was planned for that November. The man sits with his legs crossed on a wooden bench in front of a shimmering lake. His eyes are hidden behind sunglasses. With his confident speaking voice and easygoing demeanor, Robert Farnsworth could easily pass for a network anchorman or tenured college professor instead of a retired construction foreman and amateur historian. In early August, Griffin picked up Rachel from her parents' house and drove to the movie theater in downtown Clarkston. Afterward, they grabbed dinner and then headed to the lake to watch the sunset. Later that night, 11 o'clock comes around and Rachel hasn't returned home yet. Her father calls Griffin's parents and asks if she's there. His mother tells him no, we don't know where they are, and so they start to worry too. At midnight, the kids are still missing, so the Schutzes call the police. Overnight, the police begin their search, mainly through local patrols, but it isn't until late the following morning that an accurate timeline is established. This after multiple witnesses confirm they saw both Griffin and Rachel at the movie theater and the restaurant. According to the waitress, they'd paid the check, left a generous tip, and left shortly after 7:30. She also remembered Rachel saying something to Griffin as they were getting up to leave about skipping the walk and just enjoying the sunset. Watching the sun setting from the shoreline of Lady Anne Lake was a long-standing romantic tradition among local teenagers. Multiple units were immediately dispatched to the area, but before any one of them reached the lake, an emergency call came into the station house. A fisherman walking to a secret spot had discovered Griffin Schutz's naked body sprawled across one of the wooded trails. He'd been stabbed more than 30 times in the arms, legs, torso, and head. His throat had been cut so deeply that he'd almost been decapitated. He was missing nearly all of his teeth. The dirt and grass around his body was soaked with so much blood that the fisherman told police he'd initially thought it was a piece of discarded red carpet. There was no sign anywhere of Rachel Fillmore, who was 7 months pregnant. The police combed the woods surrounding the lake every day and night for 2 weeks. Divers searched the water. Helicopters circled the area, and the National Guard was called in. Newspaper and television reporters came from as far north as Boston and as far south as Charleston. Lab technicians tested the blood they found at the scene to see if any of it was a match for Rachel, but all of the results came back negative. A $10,000 reward was offered for any information leading to an arrest. Once the police tape was removed, family and friends began leaving flowers at the scene. A cross was erected and...
21. The trail was so narrow we were forced to walk single file. Farnsworth, who'd agreed to come with us even though the lake was 20 minutes out of his way, took the lead. Melody, Troy, and Naomi followed right behind him. I brought up the rear, the 35mm camera draped over one shoulder, the Polaroid dangling from the other. Worried about lugging the heavy case over unfamiliar terrain, I'd left the video camera locked inside the van. Besides, this little excursion had little to do with the documentary. Instead, it fell squarely in the category of morbid fascination. The ground beneath our feet was slippery from the recent rains. The forest around us smelled of pine needles and bark and sap. Off to our right, through a thick screen of trees, I saw flashes of sparkling blue water. From time to time, I heard the faraway thrup, thrup, thrup of motorboats on the lake. But mostly we traveled in silence. No one knows what they were doing this far out in the woods, Farnsworth finally said. He was breathing heavily from the long hike. We all were. In those days, before the county trucked in a couple tons of sand and built the beach, most folks watched the sunset from the hill overlooking the parking lot. Could Griffin have been killed somewhere else and his body brought here to the trail? Troy asked. The vast amount of blood discovered at the scene pretty much confirmed that he'd been killed where he was found. He stopped walking and turned around to face the group. It was right around here that the police found a torn scrap of cloth that matched the yellow maternity blouse Rachel had been wearing the night she disappeared. He gestured to the side of the path. It was hanging from one of these branches. Naomi shuddered and clutched my arm. The trail widened here, maybe 4 feet across, and sloped slightly downhill. The trees grew closer to the path, crowding us and blocking out the sunlight. I could no longer see or hear the lake. The cloth was analyzed, of course, but no blood or other usable evidence was detected. In all that time, with all those people working the case, that was the only physical piece of evidence they came up with. That single scrap. He started walking again. They never found any clues about the girl? Melody asked. Nothing at all? Gone without a trace. He stepped over an uprooted tree that had fallen across the path and then turned and offered his hand to Melody. For a while, there were rumors that she'd run away. Stories with no basis in fact that she'd been seen as far away as Pittsburgh and Baltimore. One of her former classmates while on a family vacation in Bethany Beach swore up and down that she saw Rachel in the grocery store. He shook his head. But none of those sightings were ever confirmed. I didn't notice the second trail up ahead, this one branching sharply to the left, until Farnsworth slowed and pointed it out. Hardly anyone uses it anymore, mainly just kids and fishermen. It's been, 9 years now, and a lot of people are still seriously spooked. Some even claim these woods are haunted. What remained of the path was overgrown with a knee-deep tangle of grass, ferns, thorn bushes, and poison ivy. I was glad to be wearing jeans and boots today. When Robert waded into the thicket of creeping vegetation and signaled for us to stop after only a dozen or so yards, I found myself both surprised and relieved. Like I said, no one really comes here anymore. He pointed to our left, maybe 10 or 12 feet off the side of the trail, where a cross was sticking out of the ground. Most of the white paint had peeled away or flaked off, littering the ground below like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. It's rather disheartening. The forest floor surrounding the base of the cross was covered with hundreds of stones arranged in a roughly circular pattern. The largest stones had been placed along the outside. The closer to the cross one got, the smaller the stones became. Weeds sprouted from between the rocks, and some type of leafy vine had begun to wend its way up the cross. A huge bouquet of blackened flowers lay a short distance away. All around it were empty beer bottles, more than a few of them shattered into pieces. I lifted the 35mm, made the necessary adjustments for lighting, and began snapping pictures. Both of the families eventually moved away, Farnsworth continued. The Schutzes lasted 3 years before packing up and heading south to Charleston. As far as I know, they've never been back. Rachel's family stuck around quite a bit longer, almost 7 years, as if they were holding out hope that she might one day return, and they wanted to make sure they were here to greet her. I eased around Naomi and Troy to get a better angle of the stones on the ground, and froze in my tracks. Near the top of the cross, carved into the wood, faded and discolored with age, but definitely still there, was the symbol from my notebook. Heart pounding, I lowered the camera and turned to look at the others. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, bodies rigid, eyes locked on the cross, an expression of dread etched upon their faces. Troy elbowed me hard in the ribs. "I see it," I whispered. The only one who didn't look upset was Farnsworth. He'd wandered farther down the trail, staring off into the trees, lost in his own little world. I quickly snapped another 6 or so photos of the cross, and once I was sure that our tour guide wasn't paying attention, I glanced back at the others and lifted a finger to my lips. "Shh." Melody gave me a nod. "Hey, Robert, do you happen to know what this is?" He turned around, smiling. "Pardon me? I was just wondering if you knew what this symbol was." I moved aside and pointed at the top of the cross. He stepped closer, his smile fading. "Huh. I'm not really sure." And then he bent down for a better look. "I know I've noticed it before, but I always just figured it was graffiti of some sort. Local kids mucking around." "No biggie," I said, doing my best to appear nonchalant. "I was just curious." And then, in an attempt to steer away from the subject, I asked, "What do you think happened to Rachel Fillmore?" He glanced over his shoulder at me, and for a terrifying moment I was certain, absolutely certain, that he'd read my mind about the symbol. Something in his eyes flickered, something not so friendly, and then it was gone, and he said, "I think that poor girl's somewhere in the lake." 22. We watched as Farnsworth drove out of the parking lot. Melody looked at me in the rearview mirror. "Did you believe him?" I shook my head. Guy like him stumbles upon a mysterious symbol in the woods. It only makes sense that he'd spend day and night trying to figure out what it means. Instead, he dismissed it like it was nothing. "You going to take him up on his offer?" Troy asked. Before he got in his car, Farnsworth had mentioned that he had an author friend he planned to consult about the symbol. He'd scribbled his own phone number on the back of a napkin and told me I was welcome to give him a call in a day or two. Maybe he'd have some information by then. "Why not?" I said. "Maybe his writer buddy will turn out to be Larson Rutherford. Wouldn't that be a hell of a coincidence?" Mel looked at me in the mirror. Or fate. 23. By now, day 4 of our trip, I had learned one indisputable truth about campgrounds. The bathroom and shower facilities could make or break your experience. So far, we'd been lucky. You could even say we'd been spoiled. But that all ended this evening. The Heavenly Waters Men's Bath and Shower House, denoted by the rusty metal sign on the side of the building, was nothing short of disgusting. Nearly half of the dozen shower stalls were missing privacy curtains. The remaining sheets of hanging plastic were old and torn and covered in mildew. The shower heads, several of which dangled loosely from crumbling sockets in the wall, leaked non-stop dribbles of sour-smelling brown water onto the cracked and uneven concrete floor, forming puddles that were difficult to avoid thanks to a host of overhead lights that were no longer functioning. Scattered along the wall in one dark corner of the room was a litter of fast food wrappers, a pair of ripped and shit-stained Fruit of the Looms, a waterlogged Archie comic book missing its cover, and a lonely flip-flop of indeterminate color. The bathroom was separated from the showers by a dimly lit changing room. There wasn't much to it. A couple of plastic benches surrounded by 3 narrow rows of coin-operated lockers. They looked about as secure as a child's plaything. Next door, in the bathroom, the buzzing of flies was maddeningly loud. Fluorescent lights continuously flickered. The stagnant air was unbearably hot and humid, and carried the stench of rotten meat. My immediate thought upon entering was that there had to be a dead person or animal hidden inside one of the stalls. With visions of an elderly camper imitating Elvis's unfortunate exit strategy, I took the time to check each and every stall, and found them empty, except for what had to be an all-time campground record for mold, garbage, and unflushed human excrement. The rancid smell, however, was coming from what was left of a partially eaten cheeseburger crawling with maggots. For reasons unknown, someone had taken several bites and then abandoned the leftovers on one of the toilet seats. I didn't even want to consider the possible scenarios that may have led to that decision. And yet, with all that said, and in such painstaking and gruesome detail, that age-old proverb held true. When you have to go, you have to go. Which, unfortunately, I did, and with a near panic-inducing urgency. Grim-faced and gagging, my Snoopy t-shirt drenched in sweat, standing in front of a column of grime-stained sinks and fogged-over mirrors, I surveyed my scant choices. 3 of the toilets were out of order. Of the remaining 5, 2 were missing doors, and 1 contained the aforementioned maggot burger, not to mention about 1 million flies. That only left 2. And it went without saying that neither one was equipped with a shred of toilet paper. Luckily, I'd planned ahead and brought my own. Gritting my teeth while holding my breath, not an easy thing to do, by the way, I layered the seat with toilet paper, dropped my jeans, and got down to business. If all went according to plan, I'd set my own personal campground record and be up and out in just under 3.5 minutes. Every available inch of the stall door was covered in graffiti. To help pass the time, I gave it a thorough examination, and came to the immediate conclusion that "Sucka my greasy balls" was my favorite missive, followed closely by "Bigfoot blows." If only Troy were here to offer a rebuttal. Without even meaning to, I found myself searching the stall for the mysterious symbol, and experiencing a wave of relief when I confirmed it wasn't there. I was about to reach for the roll of toilet paper I'd balanced on top of the empty dispenser when I noticed the hideous creature staring back at me. Nearly lost amid the sea of misshapen boobs and penises and vaginas was a pen and ink illustration of a ghoul in man's clothing. Its head, slyly peeking out from beneath the upturned collar of a dark suit jacket, was shaped like a watermelon that had lain in the sun for too long. Its mouth was wrong. It yawned open like a fleshy zipper from the point of its chin to the base of its solitary eye. The thing possessed distinct upper and lower lips, but they ran vertically in a nasty sneer. An uneven row of jagged teeth protruded from the left side. A lolling tongue lingered on the right. A single neatly plucked eyebrow framed the creature's hungry gaze. Perched atop his wrinkled oval head was a snazzy dress hat, like the one Winston Churchill always wore in photographs. The black cat was tilted at a jaunty angle, daring you to touch it. But perhaps most disturbing of all, centered beneath this grotesque caricature was the thing's name. Mr. Purple. What the hell does... I heard footsteps coming from the showers. Not possible. I'm imagining it. Those damn flies are so damn loud I can't hear a damn thing. Lifting my ass from the nest of toilet paper, I leaned forward and listened. There it was again. Not really footsteps, but the shuffling of shoes on concrete. Hello? My voice sounded very loud in the moisture-laden air. Hello, that you, Troy? Nothing but the incessant buzzing of flies. I grabbed the roll of toilet paper and did what I had to do as quickly as I could. When I was finished, I flushed. The toilet actually worked, zipped up my pants, and stood perfectly still, leaning as close to the stall door as I could without actually touching it. One of the overhead lights flickered and went dark, and suddenly I was too scared to unlatch the door. Bending to a knee, grimacing as my jeans made contact with the piss-soaked floor, I peeked under the stall door and scanned from left to right and back again. The bathroom was deserted. I slowly stood. The muscles in my lower back knotted with cramps. The lights flickered. Outside, in the campground, someone blew a car horn. I reached for the latch with one hand, got ready to push open the door with the other, and the floor tilted beneath my feet. I leaned against the side of the stall, shivering as the sweat on my arms and neck turned icy cold. Invisible smoke billowed into my eyes, clogged my throat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see. Feeling on the verge of passing out, my fingers blindly scrambled for the latch. Slamming open the stall door, I collapsed to my knees on the filthy bathroom floor, gasping for air, waving my arms at smoke that didn't. And then all of a sudden it was over, and I could breathe again, see again. I took a moment to compose myself and then slowly rose to my feet. Directly in front of me, on the wall above the sink, carefully drawn in the thin layer of condensation covering the mirror, the symbol stared down at me. 24. I swear this feels like the longest day of my life. I plopped into one of the lawn chairs we'd set up outside the tent and kicked off my shoes. Naomi took a seat beside me. As she did, I caught a whiff of her perfume on the evening breeze. It made me a little dizzy, but in a good way. I'm sure it doesn't help that you didn't get any sleep last night. She gave a shiver. Every time I think about someone hiding in the woods watching you guys, it gives me goosebumps. If you'd seen what I just saw in that mirror, you'd be feeling a whole lot more than just goosebumps. At least we won't have that problem tonight, I said. The campsite we'd been assigned was located on the shoreline of a slow-moving creek. From where I was sitting, I could see another half-dozen sites, all of them occupied, and very few trees in between for someone to hide behind. Not an ideal scenario if a camper was looking for privacy, but after what we'd been through, it was the perfect spot to spend the night. Today was interesting, Naomi said, stretching her arms above her head. I tried my best not to stare. Not what you expected, huh? I honestly didn't know what to expect. I wasn't even sure you'd let me come with you. When I didn't say anything right away, she asked, So, why did you? I must have been in shock after that scare at the library. I'm serious, Billy. Why did you? I took a deep breath and decided to tell her the truth. Seeing you at the diner, it made me happy. Only I'm not sure I realized it until we were miles down the road. Then, when you showed up at the library, it kind of felt like a second chance. And I wasn't ready to drive away from you again. The smile that appeared on her face was more beautiful than any lakeside sunset. Are you going to be ready when it's time to drop me off? Now that was the question, wasn't it? I placed my hand on her knee, the first time I'd been the one to initiate contact. My fingertips felt like they were on fire. I don't want to think about that yet. Hey, lover boy! If you're done flirting over there, maybe you can give us a hand? We spun around in our chairs. Troy and Melody were crossing the dirt road behind our campsite, each of them lugging bags of ice they'd bought from the campground store. Troy was wearing a big shit-eating grin on his face. Naomi and I rushed over to help. I'm fine, Melody said, laughing, when Naomi tried to take one of the bags from her. Troy's just being a nuisance. Troy, a nuisance? I said, grabbing both bags of ice from him. Never. That's right, he said. And don't you forget it. He glanced around the campsite. No fire tonight? I was actually thinking about catching dinner in the creek and showing you how to clean and cook a fish. But I'm too damn tired. You think we need a fire? I don't, Melody said. It's hot enough out here. Troy grunted and sat down. At least you finished setting up the tent. After dumping the ice into the coolers, I grabbed the video camera and my notebook from the van and joined the others. Troy and Melody were arguing about Gilligan's Island and who was prettier, Ginger or Mary Ann. Troy insisted it was starlit Ginger. Mel was adamant it was girl next door Mary Ann. Naomi steadfastly refused to break the tie, proclaiming, I'm Switzerland, I'm Switzerland. Smiling, I sat down and opened my notebook. A Polaroid photograph fell from between the pages and landed on my lap. I picked it up and stared at it. A close-up of the symbol carved into the cross at Lady Ann Lake. I thought we were taking a break for the rest of the night, Troy said, frowning. Earlier, while driving away from the lake, the group's mood once again darkening, Melody had suggested that for the rest of the evening we shelve any further talk of the mysterious symbol, our stalker in the woods, and roadside memorials in general. The proposal was unanimously approved. We are, I said, suddenly feeling like a kid who'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Doesn't look like it to me. I'm just double-checking today's footage. Won't take long. Then why do you need your notebook? Timestamps. Well, I guess as long as you don't. A young girl emerged from the lengthening shadows bordering the creek bed. With her curly blonde hair, red and white polka dot bikini, and deeply bronzed skin, she could have been an extra in a Coppertone commercial. She looked to be around Naomi's age and appeared upset. Hello? I'm really sorry to disturb you. Is everything okay? Melody asked, standing. My boyfriend cut his foot. The girl pointed down the creek a ways. We were jumping off the tire swing and he must have stepped on some broken glass or a rock. It's bleeding pretty bad. I'm wondering if you might have a bandage? Yeah, hang on, Melody said, already moving. There's a first aid kit in the back of the van. The girl hurried to catch up with her. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Naomi nudged my arm. Put your eyes back in your head, mister. Laughing, I nodded at Troy. He's the one you should be talking to. Not my type, he said, barely able to suppress a lecherous grin. Ow! Slow down! Turning around, I watched Bikini Girl's boyfriend limp into camp on the arm of another teenage boy. They were both tan, muscular, and shirtless. The boyfriend's mullet-styled hair was still dripping from the river. His left foot was splattered with mud and blood. His friend was wearing a backward Red Sox hat and a red bandana around his neck. I wondered if Troy might be jealous. I'd have to ask him later. I told you dummies to wait for me, the girlfriend said, returning with Melody and the first aid kit. He wouldn't listen, Hat Guy told her. Here, sit down, Naomi said, getting up. The injured boyfriend eased into her chair. Melody and Bikini Girl immediately went to work on him. First, cleaning the wound with water and peroxide. Boyfriend, ow, that stings. Girlfriend, oh, stop complaining, you big baby. Then applying a thin layer of gauze and finally attaching a large adhesive bandage. As they were finishing up, Hat Guy scowled and said, So, you all a bunch of devil worshippers or what? As one, the four of us turned and stared at him. No one said anything right away. I think we were all in shock. Jesus, Charlie, the girl hissed. Don't be an asshole. These people are helping us. Charlie leaned down and picked up my notebook from the chair, held it up for the others to see. It was open to my sketch of the symbol. We're working on a documentary for school. I walked over and took the notebook from him. We've noticed this symbol in a few different places, so I wanted to make a record of it. I was suddenly glad that the Polaroid of the cross was tucked away in my pocket. Where'd you see it? He asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. Earlier today, we saw it at Lady Ann Lake, Troy said. On the cross at Griffin Schutz's memorial, Melody added. That seemed to relax him a bit. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any idea what it means or where it came from? Closing the notebook, I started to put it down on the chair, but then decided to hold on to it. And what was that comment about devil worshippers all about? That's who uses the symbol, Charlie said. You guys aren't from around here, the boyfriend said. How'd you know about Griffin Schuts? Melody glanced at me and said, Some old guy we met at a gas station told us about him, so we went out there to see for ourselves. Did he tell you how Schuts died? Charlie asked. Melody nodded. Horrible. And he told you about the cult? When Melody shook her head, Charlie looked at me. No, nothing about a... Wonder why he left out the best part. What kind of cult are we talking about? Troy asked. Satanic. Bullshit. Before I could check myself, it was already out of my mouth. You calling me a liar? Charlie said, a hard edge creeping into his voice. No, I'm not. I could see the muscles in his arms tense. For the second time in as many days, I felt the buzz of potential violence in the air. All I meant is that it sounds like just another one of those crazy local legends. Well, it's not, he snapped. My aunt answers the phone at the sheriff's office in Stone Ridge. She told me and my mom all about it. That's amazing, Melody said with an alluring tilt of her head. Hey, you might be able to help us.
25. Video footage, 7:37 p.m., Monday, May 9th, 1983. The young man in the Boston Red Sox cap sits in a lawn chair with the creek behind him. Squinting in the glare of the bright lights, he picks his nose. What do you want me to say? Melody's voice from off-screen. Just pretend like the camera isn't there and tell us what you know about Griffin Schuts' murder and his fiancée's disappearance. Maybe mention the stories and rumors that went around town. It was more than just rumors. Okay, then tell us about that. The teenager clears his throat, sits up straight, and puffs out his chest. He's shirtless, and we can see a fishhook-shaped scar on his right shoulder. Well, like I said before, my Aunt Yvonne works at the sheriff's office in Stone Ridge. She hears about all the good stuff and is always gossiping with my mom. When Parker Jennings crashed his Trans Am into a telephone pole last fall after homecoming, she's the one who told us about the stolen car stereos he had in his trunk. He didn't get charged for it, and it never made the news on account of Parker's dad being the mayor, but we all knew. A second boy's voice scolds him from off-camera. They don't even know who Parker Jennings is, dumbass. I know that, Peckerwood. I'm just saying. That's how I know things. It wasn't no rumor. The cameraman's voice. Please, go on. So anyway, my aunt said it was in the police report and everything. Satanic cult activity suspected. That's exactly how she said it, too. And you were how old when Griffin Schuts was murdered? The man behind the camera asks. Hat guy thinks about it for a moment before answering. I was 10. No, wait, 9. How old are you now? 18. And do you remember all this from back then? He appears irritated. Back then, and now, are you kidding? People still talk about it. It's the biggest thing that ever happened around here. My aunt told me the investigation is still active, but she doesn't think anything will come of it. Keep going, the cameraman says. I was just trying to clarify the timeline. Hat guy stares into the camera like he has no idea what that means. He turns and spits into the dirt and resumes talking. At first, it was just graffiti, like upside-down crosses, pentagrams, Amityville horror, that sort of shit. No one thought much of it. But then the police started getting calls about missing animals. Cats and dogs, even a couple of cows. Can you imagine? Who the hell steals a cow? Then the animals started turning up dead around town. My next-door neighbor's beagle disappeared one night. The next morning, someone found it hanging on the gate to the cemetery. Its stomach was cut open and all of its insides were gone. A little later, some kids on motorcycles found what the cops called a ritual site in the woods behind Layton's Hardware. A bunch of cats had been strung up in trees and bled dry. He slouches in the lawn chair and plucks something out of his belly button. After holding it up and examining it for a moment, he flicks whatever it is into the shadows. Anyway, my aunt overheard one of the detectives telling a cop that there were so many stab wounds on Griffin Schutz's body that it was impossible to get an accurate count, and that a lot of them looked like they'd been made by different kinds of knives. They thought it might be like what happened to the animals, like, I don't know, an initiation or some shit like that. Did they say anything about Griffin's fiancée, Rachel Fillmore? Melody again. It was really the baby they were mostly focused on. How so? The cops were convinced that cult members kidnapped Rachel Fillmore so they could cut out her baby and then use it in one of their rituals.
26. So much for taking the night off, Troy said. Melody grunted in agreement. Tell me about it. I now regretted not making a campfire. Except for a smattering of fireflies and a handful of lanterns glowing at distant sights, the world around us was lost in darkness. Even the moon was hiding behind clouds. After all that talk of mutilated animals and bloodthirsty Satanists, I felt eerily exposed. Someone could be watching us from any one of a dozen nearby hiding places, and there was nothing we could do about it. Our surprise visitors had left a few minutes earlier. Once the interview was finished and the video camera put away, Troy had offered them some beers to keep them talking, but that gesture proved largely wasted. Charlie and the boyfriend had readily accepted the beers and then immediately proceeded to guzzle them down. Troy fished out 2 more cold ones from the bottom of the cooler, and it was the same thing all over again. Both cans drained dry in a matter of seconds. After serenading us with a succession of chunky burps, each one more disgusting than the last, the guys muttered their thanks and followed the blonde girl in the bikini into the shadows alongside the creek bank. Did anyone else think about the dead rabbit Mel found when he started talking about animal sacrifices? Troy asked. Naomi looked at me. What dead rabbit? Tell you later, I said. It's not important. It could be, Troy said. My professor talked about animal sacrifices in our Appalachian culture class last semester, Naomi said. But I had no idea it was still going on. Troy's eyes widened. Did he mention anything about... I lifted a hand to cut off the inevitable barrage of questions. Okay, wait. What do you say we save all that for tomorrow? It's getting late and we've got a long day ahead of us. Agreed. I don't know about the rest of you, Melody said. But I'm ready for bed. We'll have plenty of time in the morning to figure this all out. And with that, she gave us a tired wave and disappeared inside the van. I'm right behind you, Troy said, pulling the passenger door closed and clambering his way into the back. Somewhere, in the darkness on the opposite side of the creek, a night bird called out. High above us in the trees, something stirred in the branches. A shiver tickled the back of my neck. I'm not sure I can sleep right now, Naomi said. Not after listening to all of that. You want to take a walk or something? She thought about it for a moment. Maybe something? I nudged open the tent flap. We can play cards or just talk. Whatever you want to do. Sure, she said with a coy smile that made me forget all about dead rabbits and what had happened earlier in the campground bathroom. We can just talk. And then she crawled inside the tent. 27. At first, I thought she was having a seizure. Then I realized it was a nightmare. Naomi! I shook her harder. Naomi, wake up! She squirmed in my arms in the dark, eyelids twitching, hands flailing, teeth bared. The interior light in the van flashed on, and Melody poked her head inside the tent. Is everything okay? She's dreaming. I can't wake her up. Melody swung her legs out of the van and rushed to my side, and then both of us were shaking her. Naomi, hey! Melody shouted. You're having a bad dream! Hey, wake up! Naomi began turning her head violently from side to side. No, stop! Stop! Terrified that she was going to hurt herself, I placed my hands on the sides of her face and stopped her from thrashing. And she opened her eyes. When she saw us huddled above her, she broke down sobbing. I sat in the corner of the tent, rocking her in my arms like a frightened child. Finally, she calmed down enough to start making sense and told us about the nightmare. She's standing on the shoreline of Lady Anne Lake, the cool water lapping at her bare ankles. It's late at night and she's alone. There's a full moon overhead in the sky. Bubbles begin to appear on the water in front of her, more and more of them, until finally a tangle of wet hair breaks the surface, followed by dead pink eyes and pale sunken cheeks, and a puckered black mouth with too many teeth. Terrified, she backs away from the water's edge and tumbles backward onto the sand as Rachel Fillmore, naked and decaying, emerges from the water, shambling toward her in the moonlight. As Naomi scrambles to her feet, something else crawls out of the lake. Rachel's unborn baby. An umbilical cord floats beside it like a misshapen water moccasin. The symbol from the memorials has been carved into the center of the baby's forehead. Rachel staggers closer, arms limp at her sides, grinning at Naomi. A ragged wound in her stomach yawns open, revealing an empty gray cavern where her internal organs and unborn child once lived. Not far behind her, still joined by the mottled, fish-chewed umbilical cord, the baby clambers closer, its tiny fingers clawing for purchase in the sand. The baby slowly lifts its head and looks up at Naomi, and then opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of tiny razors for teeth. They glitter in the silver moonlight. Turning to flee, Naomi hears herself scream, and that's when she wakes up. 28. Melody and I remained by Naomi's side for the rest of the night while an oblivious Troy snored away in the back of the van. Eventually, Naomi drifted off to sleep again, and this time there were no more dreams. Shortly before the sun rose, Melody stirred in the dark. Yawning, she returned to her bunk, leaving us alone in the tent. And my exhausted brain finally slowed down enough to ask the question that had been haunting me all throughout the night. How is it possible that Naomi and I just had the exact same fucking dream? Day 5, Tuesday, May 10th. 1. You swear to God you're not teasing me, Billy. I shook my head and glanced at the door to Waffle House. We'd just finished eating and were waiting in the parking lot. Melody and Troy were still inside, standing in line to use the restrooms. This was my first chance all morning to be alone with Naomi, and I knew the clock was ticking. I swear, I wouldn't do that. I had the same dream last night. The bubbles in the water, Rachel's teeth, the symbol on the baby's forehead, everything. It was the exact same dream. Why didn't you tell me? I think I was in shock, and you were so upset. I didn't want to make things worse. Did you tell the others? I gazed over her shoulder at the door again. No, and I don't think I'm going to. Not yet, anyway. Why not? I'm not really sure. But for now, let's just keep it to ourselves, okay? She looked confused. If you say so. I didn't blame her. I was pretty damn confused myself. I trusted Melody and Troy, so why didn't I want to tell them? Maybe it had something to do with the fact that I'd barely slept the past few nights. Everything around me looked and felt fuzzy around the edges, like the rest of the world was moving in slow motion. Something very strange was going on, and the less noise there was surrounding us, the better chance I had of figuring out what the hell it was. Naomi gets shotgun today, Melody announced, striding toward us. So much for trying to be watchful. I hadn't even noticed them coming out of the restaurant. Hey, it's my turn, Troy whined, the Waffle House sailor's hat he'd been gifted by our waitress perched jauntily atop his afro. Tough cookies. Naomi deserves it after last night. Surprisingly, he offered no further rebuttal. Melody unlocked the van, and Troy and I climbed into the back seat. Right away, he poked me in the shoulder. You want to play travel bingo? No, I do not want to play travel bingo. You want to play I Spy? Nope. How about we try to find license plates from all 50 states? Not gonna happen. He pouted and stared out the window. Melody started the van and steered out of the parking lot. Traffic on RR-19 was light. Ahead of us, bloated gray clouds crowded the horizon. The weather lady on the Waffle House television had called for afternoon showers. Based on what I could see, I predicted an early arrival. Naomi looked back at me and smiled. I stuck my tongue out, and she giggled and turned around again. My read on the exchange was, I wish I was sitting back there with you, handsome. Of course, I could have been wrong. Either way, it was a nice gesture from Melody to insist that Naomi ride shotgun. Mel seemed to genuinely like her. I liked her too. Damn, maybe even more than that, and was still wrestling with the reality of what had happened last night. Not the fact that Naomi and I had experienced identical nightmares, but before all that. After we'd said goodnight to the others and crawled inside the tent, we'd talked in the dark for a while, whispering and giggling and eventually cuddling like it was 3 years ago when we were stretched out on my basement sofa. And then Naomi and I had kissed, for what felt like forever, before drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. Hey, when did you guys go to Fortunato's Pizza? We didn't, I said. She held up the menu I'd found on the van's windshield in front of Aunt Helen's house. As we'd driven away that morning, I'd stuffed it inside the map compartment on the passenger side door and honestly forgotten all about it. Someone left that on the van when we were in Sudbury. Fortunato's was your first real job, she said. Indeed it was, waiting tables and washing dishes in the back. God, I hated that place. I wanted to quit so bad, but my father wouldn't let me. I'm telling you right now, whenever I buy a house, my first big purchase is going to be a dishwasher. I used to go there with my friends just to see him, she told Melody, but I was too chicken to say anything. Even just hi. That's so cute, Melody said with a smile as Naomi opened the menu. It's not like Jenny would have let you get a word in anyway, I said. Naomi laughed. That's probably true. No probably about it. Naomi went quiet for a moment. She wasn't the only one who'd been too shy to say hello. It wasn't until months later, at Ricky Henderson's Halloween bonfire, that we'd finally actually spoken. And even then my courage had been boosted by 3 or 4 cups of vodka-spiked punch. Billy, when did you find the menu on the van? Her voice sounded funny. When we were saying goodbye to Aunt Helen, Saturday morning. And you never opened it or looked inside? I glanced at Troy and then at Melody in the rearview mirror. No, I guess not. She held up the menu for all of us to see. This time it was unfolded. Right next to cold subs, someone had printed in all capital letters, "Go home, or you'll be sorry." 2. Anyone driving by the mile marker 14 gravel pull-off on RR-19 that morning would have seen 2 couples, deeply engaged in conversation, standing outside a bright orange camper van. If they'd given the scene any passing thought at all, they most likely would have guessed that the 4 of us were stretching our legs after a lengthy stint on the road, or perhaps waiting on additional passengers to return from relieving themselves in the nearby woods. It's extremely doubtful that any one of those passers-by would have hit on the truth, that we were simply too frightened to continue driving. "Stop telling me to calm down," Troy said, glaring at me. "This isn't like back at school. This is real shit, buddy." "Maybe Troy's right," Melody said, "and it's time to call the police." "And tell them what?" I said, knowing I sounded like a broken record. "That someone's been following us for days, watching, taunting, and now threatening us. And that we have no fucking idea what they're going to do next." The hysterical edge was back in Troy's voice. I wanted to hug the guy, but he probably would have slugged me if I tried. "I understand all of that," I said. "But have they actually broken any laws or—" "For fuck's sake, Billy!" he exclaimed. "I don't understand why you're being so stubborn." Was this really me being stubborn, or something else? Naomi cleared her throat. "I have a question. Did anything weird happen before you arrived in Sudbury? Not that I know of. I looked at the others. Same, Melody said. We're only talking about that first day, right? Troy said. We got to Sudbury Friday night? Right, I said. We got in late, camped at the park, woke up, and went to Aunt Helen's for breakfast. When we were done, we drove straight to my parents' memorial site. Not exactly, Troy said. We drove by your old house on our way. Correct, I said, pointing at him. So, Naomi continued, if there really was someone spying on you from the woods by your parents' memorial, how did he know you would be there? No one answered her. What exactly are you saying? Melody asked. She'd started twirling her hair with her finger, a sign that she was anxious. I'd seen it many times before while she was studying for exams. I guess what I'm saying is, what if the guy in the woods is the reason all this is happening, but he wasn't even there because of you? If that's the case, then why was he hiding? Troy asked. Why didn't he just say something? She shrugged. Maybe he got scared. Maybe he heard the van coming and ran off into the trees. There were no other cars parked there, Troy said. Not even at the turnoff by the bridge. He could have walked, Naomi replied. Did you go in the woods at all? There could be a shortcut or a path. Maybe he even lives there. There are homeless camps down by the river. Troy looked at me. I've seen old tents and trash in the woods down there, I said. But it was always on the other side of the bridge. Well, times are changing, Naomi said. It's been a while since you've lived there. Ignoring the dig, I said, so you think it was just a coincidence that we ran into the guy? And for whatever reason, he decided to follow us? I'm just not sure it's some deep-seated conspiracy like Troy's making it out to be. She reached over and touched his arm. No offense, of course. Troy rolled his magnified eyes at her, and even in the tension of the moment, I almost laughed. You think he knew I caught him on video? Or in a photo? I don't know. Maybe. Or it could have nothing to do with that, she said. Whoever it is, there's a good chance he heard and saw everything you guys did that day at the memorial. Something could have ticked him off, or even got him excited, and he's been following you ever since. Melody looked at Naomi. You've been to the memorial a number of times and you never noticed the symbol before. She nodded. That's right. I know it's kind of a long shot, but what if the guy went there that day to draw the symbol? He sees us taking photos, shooting video, overhears us talking about the documentary. Then he worries that we might have captured him in one of those photos or on video. So he decides to follow us and, for whatever reason, discourage us from continuing. I imagined a little cartoon light bulb turning on inside each of our heads. Troy must have too. He snapped his fingers. That actually makes a lot of sense. Leave it to the girls to figure it out, I said. I wouldn't exactly say it's figured out, Melody said. It still feels like a long shot. And hang on, if all this started with the guy in the woods, then why did someone leave a warning note on the van before we crossed paths with him? A damn good question. While my head was still spinning, Melody started walking back to the van. Hey, where are you going? Troy asked. We're all going back to Sudbury, Melody said over her shoulder. One way or another, it all started there. If there are any answers to this mess, that's where we'll find them. 3. I'd experienced that look and tone from Melody before. During group meetings in the library or cafeteria, Troy and I weren't always the easiest partners to keep in check. Troy was brilliant and often didn't feel the need to pay close attention. I was scatterbrained and at times a bad influence. Together, we were a handful, and Melody had, on more than one occasion, been forced to take control. Like right now. We can stay at your aunt's house. She said we were welcome any time. Looking at Naomi, she added, I know that's not what you want to hear, but maybe you can lay low and stick around with us. Just because you're back in town, it doesn't mean you have to go home to your parents just yet. Naomi nodded gratefully. If we see any memorials on our way, we'll stop and take a look. Grab some footage if Billy thinks it'll be usable. But either way, we'll keep moving. She paused to see if there was any dissent among the group. When no one said anything, she continued. When we get to Sudbury, we'll regroup. See what else we can find out about the symbol and whoever might have left the note. Billy, you can call Robert Farnsworth and see what he has to say. Keeping in mind, I think we should take whatever that man tells us with a grain of salt. She held me with her gaze. It's entirely up to you how much you want to tell your aunt about all this. Maybe she'll have some idea who left us the warning, Troy said. I shrugged. I doubt it. Either way, Melody said, we can't just keep doing what we're doing. Eventually, whoever's following us is going to get tired of playing games. And then what? 4. It was nearly an hour before we ran across a Texaco station. While Troy paid the cashier and topped off the gas tank, I gave my aunt a call. The payphone was attached to the wall between a wide-open garage bay door and a soda machine that was out of stock of everything except grape Fanta. 2 men inside were working on a red truck up on a lift. Dressed in grease-stained overalls unzipped to his ample waist, the younger of the 2 mechanics put down a wrench and drifted over to the doorway to keep an eye on me. I gave him a polite nod, but he just stared right through me. Aunt Helen answered after the first ring. Hello? Hey, sweet lady, it's your favorite nephew. A pause. Jim Bob? That's right, I said in an exaggerated drawl. She giggled. How's it going, Billy? Is everything okay? We're tired and smelly and hungry, so naturally I thought of you. Gee, thanks. Can I ask you for another favor? Go right ahead. Would you mind some house guests for a night or two? Oh my gosh, are you serious? I'd love that. When? Tonight, if it's okay. It's more than okay. All 3 of you? Will you make it in time for dinner? I cleared my throat, even though I didn't have to, and said, Well, it's 4 of us, actually. She paused for a moment. Naomi found you. It wasn't a question. She sure did. We can talk about that later. Or we could nod and just say we did. I smiled. It was good to hear her voice. I'm not sure about dinner yet. Depends on if we drive straight through or stop. I'll call again when we get down the road some. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Drive safe, Billy. I love you. Love you more. See you soon. Looking forward to it. I hung up the phone, checked the coin slot out of habit, and headed back to the van. As I did, I took a glance over my shoulder. Standing by the open bay door, both of the workers were now watching me. 5. So you didn't tell her anything? Troy was sitting in the passenger seat again as we pulled away from the Texaco station. When I'd returned from making my call, Naomi asked him to switch places with her. Of course, he'd been more than happy to comply. Not yet, I said. If I do, I'd rather it be in person. She'll worry less that way. She's dating a cop now, right? Troy asked. Maybe he can help us. I was thinking the same thing, Melody said. Naomi said he's actually the sheriff, and that's not a bad idea. I glanced at Naomi to see what she thought, but she was staring out the window and not paying any attention to our conversation. I guess we'll just see how it goes. Melody tapped the brake pedal and blew the horn at a squirrel in the road. It spun around in a tight circle before scampering away into the weeds. You sound hesitant. I don't trust most cops as far as I can throw them, Troy said. But this might be the exception. I'm not necessarily hesitant. I just don't know him, and it's a small town. Up ahead, on the shoulder, a woman walking alone stuck out her thumb. Melody saw her and slowed the van. Here.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Is here. A new day's lies here. Shimmering in the moonlight.
we go again, Troy said. I'm not going to stop, scaredy cat, but I don't want to run her over either, for God's sake. As we drew closer, the hitchhiker turned and began walking backward, allowing us a good look at her. She appeared to be in her late 20s, but may have been considerably younger. The drugs had taken a harsh toll. There were dark circles beneath her sunken eyes, and the skin on her face was mottled and sagging. She was wearing a filthy, sleeveless sundress. Her bony arms were covered in scabs and bruises. "Oh, God," Naomi murmured. Melody glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Our professor mentioned there's a real epidemic spreading throughout this entire region. Heroin, mostly." Naomi watched until the girl was gone. "That's so sad." "I saw a couple of teenagers at the gas station yesterday," Melody said. "They were in even worse shape." "Anyway," Troy said, getting right back to business, "give some thought to talking to your aunt's boyfriend, Billy. He could probably make some calls and save us a lot of time and energy. He might even know something about the symbol." "I'll think about it." Like Troy, I wasn't exactly the biggest fan of law enforcement. Unlike Troy, who'd grown up on some of the most violent and corrupt streets in the country, I didn't really have a good reason for my disenchantment. At the end of my freshman year, I'd had a run-in with the York Police Department, but the entire thing had been my fault. I'd gotten into a fight outside one of the campus bars. I couldn't even remember what had started it. Both I and the upperclassmen I was tussling with ended up being charged with drunken disorderly. I was also cited for underage drinking. It was the most humiliating moment of my life, and one of the major reasons I'd decided to cut back on my alcohol consumption. Eager to change the subject, I said, "There is something I want to tell you guys." I'd made the decision shortly after hanging up the phone with my aunt. "What's up?" Melody said. I glanced at Naomi to make sure she was still okay with it. She nodded. "So, last night, before all the commotion, I had the same dream that Naomi had. The exact same dream." Troy spun around. "No shit." "No shit. Every detail was the same, all of it. Only I woke up shortly before her." "Why didn't you say something?" Melody asked. "I was right there with you. I didn't want to freak everyone out. It was terrifying enough as it was. Were the two of you talking about Rachel Fillmore right before you fell asleep?" Naomi shivered. "No, not a word." "And even if we had, that wouldn't explain the dreams being carbon copies of each other. I mean, we're talking identical, shared, right down to that fucking symbol on the baby's forehead." "You think someone put a curse on you?" Troy asked, his face dead serious. "Or a spell of some sort? Maybe the guy in the woods is one of those Appalachian witches we were reading about?" "Aren't witches always female?" Melody said. "Good point. How about Appalachian warlock, then?" "This is exactly why we can't call the police," I said. "We start talking about curses and witches and warlocks, and they'll laugh us out of..." A siren blared behind us. Melody's eyes shot to the rearview mirror. "Oh, shit." The rest of us turned around and looked out the back window. A yellow Pennsylvania State Police cruiser, closing fast, bar lights flashing. "I'm barely speeding," Melody said, glancing at the speedometer. Troy turned around in his seat. "Relax. He's probably on his way to a call somewhere." "Deep breath," I said, leaning forward and placing a hand on her shoulder. "It'll be okay." "It's not okay. My sister's going to kill me." "No, she's not. You haven't done anything wrong. Just pull over. Nice and easy." Her eyes darting back and forth between the rearview mirror and the road, she switched on the turn signal and eased onto the shoulder. The state police cruiser did the same, slowing right behind us. My stomach sank. Once we came to a complete stop, Melody put the van in park. "Why is he doing this, Billy?" The siren abruptly cut off, but the red and blue lights continued flashing. "I don't know, but we're about to find out. Just take another breath. I'm right here with you." The trooper who exited the car was extraordinarily tall, at least 6'5", if not bigger. He tilted his chin toward the ground and slipped on his wide-brimmed hat with practiced ease, casting most of his broad face in shadow. His square jaw looked larger than my fist. With a hand resting atop his leather holster, he slowly approached the van. Troy, quick, Melody said. Get my driver's license and registration. They're both in the glove compartment. Troy scrambled to find the cards and passed them over to Melody. Her window was already down when the trooper got there. Morning, miss, he said in a gravelly voice that perfectly suited the rest of him. May I see your driver's license and registration, please? Bending over with his hands on his hips, he glanced at the rest of us with steely gray eyes that never once blinked. He was older than I'd first thought. His face looked like it had been chiseled out of stone. Hands shaking, Melody handed over the cards. I'm sorry for whatever I've done wrong, officer. Is this your van? He asked, studying her driver's license. For the first time, I realized how desolate this section of road was. Bordered by a boulder-strewn bluff and surrounded by miles of untamed forest and river, we were the very definition of all alone in the middle of nowhere. I could hear my aunt's worried voice inside my head. They're not real keen on outsiders. I glanced at Mel's door to make sure it was locked. No, sir, it's my sister's. That's her name and address on the registration form. We're just borrowing it. And then getting excited as she remembered. We actually have a loan agreement we both signed, if you'd like to see it. My eyes immediately went to the ashtray where I'd stashed the crumpled-up loan paperwork on day one. Hopefully it was still there. That won't be necessary, miss. The officer pulled out a notepad from the back pocket of his striped uniform pants. The reason I stopped you is because you have a broken taillight. He flipped open the notebook and scribbled something inside. I see you're from out of town, so I'm not going to bother writing you a repair order. But you do need to get that taillight replaced as soon as possible, okay? Yes, sir, Melody said. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was broken. I'll be sure to take care of it right away. Filled with relief, she glanced at me in the mirror. Her eyes were steady now, but her face remained deathly pale. You all headed out camping? The officer asked. We're students from York College, working on a documentary for our American Studies class. The officer handed back Melody's license and registration. As he extended his arm into the open window, I noticed a small tattoo of an angel on the inside of his bulging left bicep. What is it with all these fucking angels, I thought. Well, good luck with your project. He bent over again and peered into the window with those same unblinking eyes. Only now they looked blue instead of gray. You folks are a long way from home. Be careful. These back roads can be dangerous. Thank you, officer. The color was beginning to return to Melody's face. We sure will. As the trooper sauntered back to his cruiser, Troy returned Melody's license and registration to the glove compartment and said, When did we get a broken taillight? Maybe at Waffle House, she replied. Although I probably wouldn't have noticed if I walked right past it. For all I know, it could have been days ago. Same, I said. Troy shifted in his seat. Should we get out and take a look? No, I don't think so. Melody glanced at the rearview mirror. He's just sitting there in his car, watching us. I leaned in between the seats. I say we take off before he finds an excuse to come back and talk to us again. So that's what we did. 6. The temperature outside had dropped by at least 10 degrees since we'd left the Waffle House parking lot earlier that morning, and the wind had picked up. The trees on the side of the road swayed lazily back and forth, and the cows in the fields we passed were stretched out on their bellies. Overhead, the clouds had melted together and deepened to a dingy slate gray. With the van windows rolled halfway down, we could hear long rumbles of thunder in the distance. A storm was on its way. So far today, we'd backtracked on our initial route into Appalachian country, so there'd been little reason to keep an eye out for roadside memorials. Unless we'd missed something important on our way in, we figured there wouldn't be much to see on our way out. At least, not until we picked up Route 9 and started moving southeast again. The radio played at low volume, and by some miracle it wasn't tuned to 103.7, Pennsylvania's home of country music. An obnoxiously peppy Radio Shack commercial came to a merciful end. High-performance car stereos, $149. Cordless telephones, as low as $99. and the Bee Gees started getting their groove on. None of us were in the mood for singing along, or for that matter, discussing the mysterious symbol and what we hoped to accomplish at Aunt Helen's house when we finally got there. Mostly, we just stared out the windows at the darkening countryside and discussed our plans for when we finally got back to campus. We'd been gone for less than a week, but it felt like forever. "First thing I'm gonna do is get a big-ass cheesesteak from Dino's," Troy said. "Extra cheese and onions. Then I'm gonna buckle down and hit the books for about 48 straight hours." "Dare to dream," I said, rolling my eyes. "Hey, go ahead and bomb your finals," Troy said. "See if I care." Melody smiled. "I'm going to crawl in bed and enjoy fresh sheets and pillowcases and a room that doesn't smell like dirty laundry, and then I'll start studying." "How about you, Billy?" Naomi asked after a moment, and it occurred to me how left out she must be feeling. The three of us would soon be heading back to our shared campus life, an existence she had clearly romanticized in her head. Naomi, on the other hand, would be returning to her bedroom in her parents' house, community college, and a part-time shift at Walmart. "I'm going to camp out in the photo lab 24/7 until I'm finished editing the footage for this documentary." I coughed into my hand, buying time to think about what I was going to say next. You should come down and visit when you can." Naomi's face lit up. "Oh, I would love that. You could give me a tour of all your favorite places." She scooted closer and rested her head against my shoulder. The sweet scent of her strawberry lip gloss mixed with her perfume was intoxicating. I drank it all in. As I gazed at the road again, I couldn't help but notice in the mirror the amused look on Melody's face. The same one I'd almost kissed a couple days earlier in a moment of emotional weakness. Next to her, in the passenger seat, I heard Troy making those same kissy face sounds from before. And you know what? I didn't even care. Let them make fun of me. God knows I would be doing the same thing if I were in their shoes. With last night's bad dream feeling very far away, I snuggled closer to Naomi. In front of us, Melody began humming along with the radio. The song, "Come On Eileen" by Dexy's Midnight Runners was one of Troy's favorites, a rare exhibition of good taste. He turned up the volume and rolled down his window the rest of the way. Cool air swept into the van, caressing my face. I smelled rain in the breeze. It reminded me of being a kid with not a care in the world, playing with my army men in the backyard as the skies opened up, Mom calling me inside, "Before you get soaked, silly!" And then the song was over and Troy was begging Naomi to tell the story again about how she'd scared me in the library and made me scream. And before long we were all laughing. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Lightning stabbed the clouds and lit up the horizon. The miles passed. After a while, Naomi dozed. Minutes later, Troy belched, startling her awake. "A Flock of Seagulls" song came on the radio. When it finished playing, a disc jockey with a questionable British accent announced, "Back in a jumpin' jack flash with smash hits from David Bowie and Michael Jackson. But first, this Samantha James news break." A woman's velvety smooth voice trying too hard to sound solemn. Smithtown police officials report that there are no new leads in the disappearance of 24-year-old Brianna Kelliger, whose abandoned car was discovered last month in the parking lot of the Super Saver grocery store on Thadmont Avenue. At the time of her disappearance, Kelliger was 7 months pregnant. If you have any information at all related to this case, Smithtown police ask that you contact them immediately at... When we went looking for you guys, Jenny and I saw a bunch of signs with that poor woman's face on them. Naomi stared out the window at 2 little girls playing hopscotch in front of a dilapidated cabin. A section of its roof was leaning to one side and covered in a faded blue tarp weighted down by cinder blocks. She looked so young and happy. I remembered sitting on a bench in the park, waiting for Melody and Troy to return with Mr. Ramos so we could interview him. Missing posters had been plastered on just about every tree and light post. My first impression of Brianna Kelliger had been a little different from Naomi's. I'd thought she'd looked young and pretty, sure, but there was also something naive about her. like she had no idea the world had teeth and liked to use them. "We saw them too," Troy said. "All over town." Naomi looked at him. "Do you think they'll ever find her?" "Doubtful. It's been over a month." And then in a quieter voice, "Not alive, anyway." The thought of Rachel Fillmore entered my head, and I pushed it away. Just outside of Smithtown, we rounded a bend and glimpsed ahead of us the Gabriel Ramos Memorial on the shoulder of the road. Everyone grew quiet. Melody slowed the van. I leaned across Naomi's lap to peer out the window. She put a steadying hand on my chest, her thumb rubbing ever so softly, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. And then we were past it and speeding toward town. Exhaling, I sat back in my seat. Wait, turn around," Troy shouted. "We agreed we weren't going to stop," Melody stated matter-of-factly. "Something's wrong," he said. "Go back, you need to go back." Melody eased onto the shoulder. I turned and stared out the window, but the memorial was too far away. "What did you see?" I asked. "It's what I didn't see. The guitar. I think it's gone." 7. The four of us stood outside the van, staring at the section of fence where Gabriel Ramos's guitar had once been chained. There was no evidence it had ever existed. The fence hadn't been cut. There were no discarded links of silver chain, no destroyed lock, no tatters of plastic wrapping scattered on the ground. The guitar was just gone. I raised the Polaroid camera and snapped a photo. "I feel like we've stepped into the Twilight Zone," Melody said. Lightning split the sky above us, the shutter flash of illumination adding to the eeriness of the scene. Thunder growled, closer now, and the first drops of rain began to fall. I tucked the camera underneath my shirt to keep it dry. "I can't believe I didn't notice when we drove by." Turning to look at me, Melody said, "I can't believe you didn't notice." I didn't want to tell her that Naomi had put her hand on my chest when I leaned across her to look out the window, or how wonderful Naomi's hair had smelled, or I was distracted. I finally mumbled. And that's when the sky opened up, and we all took off running for the van. 8. After stopping for lunch, gas station chili dogs for me and Troy, chicken salad sandwiches for the girls, we decided to make a detour to Lady Anne Lake. The idea was to check to see if the cross was still there, or if it had been altered in any way. Perhaps the missing guitar was just a bizarre coincidence, a case of random vandalism and theft. Maybe it wasn't connected to the mysterious symbol at all. But I wasn't convinced of any of that, hence our little side trip. If I'd read the map correctly, the change of plans wouldn't delay our arrival in Sudbury by more than an hour or two. Hopefully it would be worth it. It was noon when we arrived at the lake. The rain, which had slowed to a steady drizzle for most of our drive, had begun to pick up again. Melody pulled the van as close to the edge of the woods as possible, and we all got out. Troy was jumpy from the start. "What if we get lost?" he said, staring nervously at the gloomy expanse of trees. "Then we'll find the lake and follow the shoreline back to the parking lot," I replied. There were several other vehicles parked nearby, all of them empty from what I could tell, and a pickup truck idling by the water's edge. A man and woman dressed in matching yellow slickers were lifting a canoe into the bed of the truck. I could hear their muffled voices but was too far away to understand what they were saying. "It looks awfully dark in there," Troy said as we approached the mouth of the trail. "Maybe I should run back and grab a flashlight from the van?" "No time for that," I said. "We need to hurry up and do this and get back on the road. My aunt is waiting for us." The return trip to the lake had been my idea, so I took the lead. Naomi, Troy, and Melody followed close behind me in a staggered line. The trees surrounding Lady Anne Lake grew close together in this section of forest, providing a natural canopy that screened us from most of the rain. But it also acted as a trap of sorts. The air around us thick and cloying and cloaked with humidity. It was a lot like hiking inside a greenhouse, filled with hungry mosquitoes. Before long, I was having a hard time catching my breath, and Troy's glasses began fogging up. Every few minutes, we were forced to slow down so he could wipe the thick lenses with his shirt. "This seriously sucks," he complained after pausing to clean them for the third time. "My shirt's so sweaty, all I'm doing now is smearing them." "Hey, look on the bright side," Melody said. "At least you're burning off those chili dogs." Troy gave her a dirty look and kept on walking. "It shouldn't be much longer," I said with no real confidence. I knew we were on the right trail, but without Robert Farnsworth walking point, I had no idea how far it was to Griffin Schutz's memorial site. I picked up the pace, hoping that the others wouldn't notice and complain. The trail soon began to slope downward. Mud sucked at our shoes as we made our way deeper into the woods. "This entire trip is starting to feel cursed," Troy said, swatting at a mosquito on his neck. His fingers came away smeared with blood. He grimaced and wiped them on his shirt. "Deep breath," Melody told him. "We'll be back in Sudbury before you know it, eating Aunt Helen's home cooking and—" "What if someone actually did put a curse on you?" Naomi said. It was the first time she'd spoken since we'd set off from the van. "Or what if all this is part of some old-fashioned ritual?" "A ritual?" Troy groaned again. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I was thinking about something my professor said, but never mind. It's nothing, really." She shrugged, and I could tell she regretted speaking up. No, don't stop now," I said. "Go on, please." Thunder crashed overhead, shaking the tree branches and the ground beneath our feet. All four of us jumped like frightened rabbits, which at that moment we pretty much were. "That class I mentioned, on Appalachian culture," Naomi continued. "It was all about the old ways. Most of what the hill people around here practice is what they call granny magic. Harmless spells and potions, mainly designed to help people." Her voice dropped lower, like she was revealing a secret. "But there's also supposed to be things of a darker nature, witchcraft and the like. Our teacher said it's still being practiced today and probably always would be. You know, handed down from one generation to the next." "So, what were you saying?" Troy tripped over a tree root snaking across the path and almost lost his balance. "About a ritual?" "There are all kinds of rituals," she said, shooing away a cloud of gnats from in front of her face. "We learned about those, too. There are good ones and bad ones. The bad ones are called, surprise, dark rituals, and the hill people usually performed them to get back at their enemies." "And how do you perform a dark ritual?" I asked. "Lots of ways. Sometimes they used a clump of their enemy's hair or a drop of their blood. Other times, all they needed was a piece of clothing or even a photograph." Something in my stomach did a somersault. Naomi went on. "There was this one lecture about how some of the rituals involved ancient spells that were recited. There were rumors that animals were sometimes sacrificed." Troy gave me a look that even in the murkiness of the forest was easy enough to read. "What in the hell have you gotten us into?" Imagine telling a class that the locals across the river had rituals to do everything from killing a farmer's crops and making someone's hair fall out to giving someone insomnia and causing a person to go blind. Melody shook her head. "Like I said, the Twilight Zone." "Serious question," Troy said. "Is the idea of pissed-off witches and psychotic locals supposed to make me feel better or worse about everything that's happening?" Melody poked him in the shoulder. "Not everything's about you, Troy." "Sounds like a pretty fascinating class," I said. "It beats a snooze fest like Philosophy 101, let me tell you. All kinds of wild things around these parts, and right under Sudbury's nose." I'd never really thought of it that way, and I was momentarily taken aback. It was as if Sudbury was like one of those walled cities of old, keeping out any threats lurking in the surrounding countryside. "There were apparently a lot of hill people that were so isolated they had no knowledge of modern religion," Naomi said. "For centuries, they worshipped their own deities and gods, and there were these extravagant ceremonies designed to summon them." Troy raised his voice dramatically. "And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born?" "What in the hell does that mean?" I asked, pushing some branches out of the way. My arms were slicked with sweat. It's from The Second Coming by Yeats, he said. That's a poem, by the way. I know who Yeats is, Mr. Know-It-All. He plays right field for the Milwaukee Brewers. Melody giggled. Don't laugh, Troy said. It only encourages... Hey, there's the trail, I said, pointing up ahead. The path had been much easier to spot than the first time we'd been here. The grass and brush trampled down by at least 5 recent pairs of shoes. From where I was standing, I could see where the heavy foliage resumed, thick and tangled and undisturbed. Just short of that, Griffin Schutz's memorial, still hidden from view, awaited. I stopped and looked at the others. You all can wait here. I'll check it out by myself. I'll go with you, Naomi said, taking my arm. Troy emphatically shook his head and didn't stop until he was finished talking. Nope, we are not splitting up, especially after everything Naomi just dropped on us. It's right there, I said. You'll be able to see me the entire time. Doesn't matter, we're all going. Let's just get it over with, Melody said. Maintaining the same order, we entered the path, walking slow, eyes searching. I saw it first. The spiraling floor of stones, the broken wine bottles, the black flowers, and finally, right where we'd left it, the peeling white cross, the symbol etched into the vertical slat. And right below it, a brand new addition to the memorial, a black and white photograph, its glossy surface spotted with raindrops. My stomach churning, I hunched down to take a closer look. A smiling Troy standing outside the van in his matching khaki shorts and shirt. Melody and I sitting on coolers in the background, beers in our hands. I recognized the campsite right away, Sunny Valley. The photo had been taken with a telescopic lens sometime during our second evening on the road. The unknown photographer had used a ballpoint pen to scratch out Troy's eyes. 9. When we emerged from the woods, our hearts lodged firmly in our throats and drenched in perspiration from head to toe, the van was the only vehicle in the parking lot. That bothered me for some reason, especially after what we'd discovered at the memorial site. As I changed into dry shorts and a t-shirt, I reminded myself that this little side trip to Lady Anne Lake had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and other than the 4 of us, no one else had known about it. Unless you were followed. Ever thought of that? The annoying little voice inside my head taunted me. That's right, unless we'd been followed. It was hard to argue with that simple logic, no matter how much I wanted to. While the girls changed their clothes in the privacy of the van, Troy got undressed right next to me in the parking lot. Unfailingly shy about his body ever since I'd met him, he'd once refused to remove his shirt to play on a Skins pickup basketball team at the campus rec center. He now peeled off his wet clothes without hesitation. I noticed that he was shivering and began to worry that maybe he was in shock. That would certainly explain his nearly mute response to the discovery of the photograph on the cross. I'd expected terror and drama and maybe even some tears, at the very least an extended soliloquy of, "Why me?" But so far there'd been little of that. After initially letting loose with a minute or two of the foulest, filthiest, and most profane language I'd ever heard come from Troy's mouth, he'd trudged back to the parking lot in stunned silence. Other than the cussing, the closest he'd come to losing it had occurred when I'd tried to examine the photograph up close. No way, though. He hadn't wanted anyone to get near it, much less touch it. "Fucking thing is probably cursed," he'd hissed, "just like Naomi said." And I hadn't liked the way his eyes had looked when he'd said her name and glanced over at her. Not wanting to further upset him, I'd kept my distance from the cross and snapped just a handful of shots before returning the camera to my shoulder. But then, just before I'd walked away, I'd seen an opportunity and taken it. After first making sure that Troy had already started up the trail and wasn't looking back at me, I'd reached out and yanked the photograph off the cross and stuffed it into my pocket, which was where it currently remained, tucked away in my soaking wet jeans in the back of the van. 10. I needed to use a payphone, so Melody stopped at a bait-and-tackle shop, a converted double-wide trailer perched on the side of a twisting road overlooking a stretch of Whitewater River. The blinking neon sign out front reading, Jimmy the Creek's Fishing Supplies, couldn't have looked more out of place had it been located on the surface of the moon. The phone out front was working, so I called Aunt Helen and gave her the update I'd promised earlier this afternoon. Once I'd brought her up to speed on our progress, I went inside to buy a couple of candy bars and a bag of ice for the cooler. Just inside the door, I spotted a cork bulletin board. A couple of flyers advertising fishing guides and an oversized postcard listing a lakeside cabin for rent took up most of the space. In between, a scattering of business cards for boat insurance, home computer sales, and income tax services. Tacked to the very bottom of the board was a wrinkled leaflet with a color photograph of a young girl. "Have you seen this woman?" was printed across the top in bold letters. Beneath the photo, in smaller type, the woman's age, height, weight, and last known location. And her name, of course, Annie Lohman. A part of me had expected it to be Rachel Fillmore. Ms. Lohman had been missing since February. The man behind the cash register bore a remarkable resemblance to Barney Fife from the Andy Griffith Show. He kept his eyes on me the entire time. As I paid for the snacks and ice, I found myself wondering if he knew anything about our surprise in the woods. Who knew? Maybe he was even responsible for what we'd found there. At this point, nothing would surprise me. The decision to circle back to Lady Anne Lake would end up costing us nearly 3.5 hours, which meant there was no way in hell we were reaching Sudbury in time for dinner. So much for my map-reading skills. Still, the detour had been worth it. At least I thought so. Troy would most likely disagree. After changing into dry clothes, Troy had climbed into the passenger seat of the van without a word, fastened his seatbelt, laid his head back on the seat rest, and closed his eyes. There was no panicked, "Now can we call the police?" or insistent, "Take me back to campus right now." Nothing. That's when I'd realized how truly frightened he was. Like a child in bed with his blankets pulled up over his eyes, terrified to face the monster lurking in his closet. And who could blame him? By the time I returned to the van and emptied the 10-pound bag of ice into one of the coolers, Troy had come back to the land of the living. He was sitting up in the passenger seat, deep in conversation with the girls. Melody's face had gone pale, causing the dark circles beneath her eyes to stand out in contrast. "Tell him what you just told us," she said. Troy looked up at me, and it was like he was a different person than the one I'd last laid eyes on. "Something happened to me when we were at Griffin Schutz's memorial, even before I saw the photograph. I was standing behind all of you, and it felt like something crawled inside of me. Something bad. I experienced something similar at the Ramos Memorial when we went back to photograph the guitar," Melody interrupted. "But I never said anything because I wasn't actually sure what had happened. I thought maybe I'd just been having a moment, like my mom used to have when she was overwhelmed with stress and work." "Did either of you taste smoke?" I asked, almost like you were choking on it. Their mouths dropped open. "It happened to you too," Melody nearly shouted. I nodded, twice. Both Melody and Troy looked over at Naomi but didn't say anything. Neither did she. "Naomi?" She shook her head. "No, never. You haven't felt anything at all out of the ordinary? Besides that awful nightmare, and being majorly freaked out ever since you told me what was happening, no, nothing like that." I stared at her for a moment. Did she hesitate? Did her voice sound funny? And then quickly looked away. It was my turn to take charge. "From here we go straight to Aunt Helen's house. No more stops for anything other than gas or food. And to pee," Melody added. "If we make good time, we can still get there before dark." 11. Once we reached Trenton and hopped on the bypass, the miles started flying by. Instead of endless stretches of woods and hills and farmland, the scenery now consisted of sprawling warehouses and office parks, strip malls surrounded by fast food joints, and long stretches of faceless commercial buildings under various stages of construction. It felt like we had entered a different state altogether. Even before we'd taken the entry ramp onto the interstate, Naomi had fallen asleep with her head in my lap. It reminded me of the day trips we used to take in my truck to Rehoboth Beach or Ocean City. On the way there, even in the chill, dark hours of pre-dawn, she'd be bouncing around her seat with excitement. "I want to ride the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster and go to the haunted house on the boardwalk and play the arcade and get a snow cone and, oh my God, will you win me one of those big stuffed dolphins?" And then one of her favorite songs would come on the radio, and she'd turn up the volume and sing along as loud as she could, the sunrise streaming in through the windshield, making her blue eyes sparkle like diamonds. Her long hair tousled from the wind gusting in through the open window, and I'd watch as she'd brush it out of her eyes with pink-painted fingernails. And then once the song had finished, she'd go right back to planning our day. "After we swim and lay out in the sun all morning, let's grab lunch at Sunny's and eat on the balcony. They have the best view of the pier and the inlet. And after we're done, I want to stop at that little jewelry store next door and buy a seashell pendant for Kimmy's birthday and..." The way home was always a different story. We'd be an hour or so into our 4-hour drive, and she'd nestle her head against my shoulder. Her hair would smell like sunshine and salt water. Dressed in shorts and one of my old hoodies, her face blushed by the sun, she'd eventually curl up across the seat with her head in my lap and her toes pressing against the passenger door. She'd ramble for a bit, mostly about how much fun she'd had and how she couldn't wait to go back again, her voice growing more hushed with each passing mile. And then at some point the talking would cease altogether, and I'd feel the steady exhalations of her warm breath on my leg. I'd drive the rest of the way home with the radio and my thoughts to keep me company. Every once in a while, I'd reach down and touch her arm or her shoulder just to make sure she was real. I was a kid then and didn't know much, but I knew that I loved her. What I didn't know was that the world had teeth and was forever hungry. Up ahead, on the shoulder of the highway, a pair of police cars had a tractor-trailer boxed in. Neither of the cruiser's lights were flashing. Melody signaled to move over into the left lane, and we were quickly past them. I looked down at Naomi again. She had more freckles on her nose than I remembered. For some reason, I counted them. 14. I reached to move the hair out of her eyes and froze. What was going to happen when we got back to Sudbury, and when I returned to school? So much time had passed. The world had changed. We'd changed. Everything I was feeling, and it was a lot, there was no questioning that. Was it real? Or just an instinctive emotional response to seeing her after all this time? Both, maybe? Too many questions and not enough answers. The story of my life. All of a sudden, I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about during my next session with Dr. Meraki. Careful not to wake her, and with a hollow ache settling deep in my heart, I picked up the video camera and my notebook from the seat beside me and went to work. 12. 2 hours later, out of necessity, we abandoned the bypass in favor of yet another network of back roads. Once it skirted past Burwell, the interstate swung sharply to the south, and unless we wanted to take a major side trip to Gettysburg or Hanover before banging a U-turn back to Sudbury, we had no other choice but to take the exit ramp. I found myself making excuses to look over my shoulder or retrieve things from the back of the van. First, it was a bag of pretzels. A little later, sodas for Naomi and me. Finally, a ballpoint pen, even though I had several rattling around inside the knapsack at my feet. But what I was really doing was checking to make sure that no one was following us. Twice now, I'd suspected that we'd picked up a tail. Listen to me, a tail. Who did I think I was, Thomas Magnum zipping around the streets of Hawaii in his red Ferrari? And twice now, the vehicles in question had turned off after only a few miles. Clearly, my imagination was running in overdrive. But with everything that was happening, who the hell could blame me? Our first order of business in Hastings was stopping for gas. While I went inside to pay, the others kept watch to make sure no strangers approached the van. Once I returned and began filling the tank with Troy standing guard at my side, the girls left to use the restroom. A couple days ago, I would have thought our behavior was overkill, but not anymore. Not after finding that awful photo. I've been thinking, Troy said as the numbers on the ancient gas pump made that clickety sound. Whoever nailed that photo to the cross had no idea we were coming back to the lake. Right. I didn't tell him that I'd already thought of that. So almost assuredly, it wasn't left there to frighten us or act as any kind of warning. Almost assuredly. Who talks like that? The old Troy was definitely back. I guess not. So maybe Naomi was right, and someone did put a curse on us. Or maybe the photo was part of some fucked up ritual. Before I could respond, the girls were back. Let's get out of here, now, Melody said, glancing at the side of the building where the restrooms were located. Leaning against the station wall was a pile of old pallets and a bicycle missing its front tire. The image of the speeding cyclist with blood all over his face flashed through my mind. What's wrong? I asked. Did something happen? Not exactly, but this place is giving me the serious creeps. No lie, it felt like someone was watching us, Naomi said, the whole time we were in there. Melody shivered. The pump clicked off. I quickly hung up the nozzle while Troy screwed on the gas cap, and then we were all hurrying back inside the van. The entire operation had taken a little more than 9 minutes, and we were back on the road again without further incident. A few miles later, I picked up my notebook and announced my most recent findings. Okay, I rechecked the footage, and the best that I can tell, the symbol appears at 9 of the memorials we stopped at. That's out of 19 total. I flipped the page. The 9 include the bald biker and Chase Harper from day 1, Michael Meredith, the Carsons, the one from the Parkton Cemetery, the painted rock memorial behind the billboard, Gabriel Ramos, Griffin Schutz. I looked up at them. And my parents. So now we just need to find out what those 9 have in common, Troy said. Might be a whole lot easier said than done, Melody chimed in. For starters, we have a 9-year-old accident victim, an 18-year-old murder victim, a Hells Angel-type biker, a young father. I know. And a middle-aged couple who went to church every Sunday and whose idea of an exciting weekend was going out to Cracker Barrel and playing Scrabble. Melody looked at me in the mirror. They all seem so different. They are, I said. Mostly male, but with a wide range of ages. At least 2 had children. One had a pregnant fiancé. Who disappeared without a trace, Troy added. Oh no. Melody pressed the brake pedal. Up ahead in the distance, a man wearing a bright orange helmet and vest stood in the center of the lane, blocking traffic. A long line of cars waited behind him. We slowed to a stop and joined them. Probably another tree down from the storm, I said. This much rain and wind, they'll be falling for weeks. 5 minutes passed and no one budged. Then 10 minutes. I counted 11 cars in front of us. Several of the other drivers had turned off their engines to preserve fuel. 2 men, one of them an older gentleman driving a Buick Skylark in much better condition than Penny Meredith's, got out of their vehicles and approached the worker on foot, presumably to ask what the problem was or how much longer we'd be stuck here. Another driver, less patient, swung into the other lane and performed a hasty 3-point turn before speeding off in the opposite direction. I turned in my seat and watched him go. I could no longer see the end of the parade of cars waiting behind us. Can I see your notes for a second? Troy asked. Sure. I handed him the notebook. Outside, a second orange-clad worker appeared beside the man blocking the road. They spoke for a minute, and then the new arrival began walking down the center line, peering into each of the cars as he passed them. He was carrying a dark object in his hand. For a stomach-turning couple of seconds, I thought it was a gun. I opened my mouth to alert the others, and then quickly closed it as the object swam into clear view. It was a walkie-talkie. My entire body sagged in relief. It would be interesting to compare the dates of death, Troy said. See if there's any kind of pattern. Uh-oh, Melody said, watching the workers approach. Guys, I don't like this. For the 3rd or 4th time since we'd stopped, she made sure the van doors were locked. Nope, Troy said. Me either. The man was slight and not the least bit imposing, at least not physically. If not for his scraggly red beard, I might have guessed he was a teenager. 21 at the oldest. He walked with a limp, and his left cheek bulged with an enormous wad of chewing tobacco. Every now and then, he'd spit a dark splotch onto the asphalt at his feet. When the worker reached a yellow VW Bug parked a couple of cars ahead of us, a young girl poked her head out the window and said something. The worker nodded, turned to the side and spit, and then continued on his way. As he approached the van, he looked us over with slitted, reptilian eyes, and for a moment I felt like one of those poor dead insects pinned to a corkboard in high school biology class. "Just keep going," Melody willed him under her breath. Naomi gritted her teeth and squeezed my thigh so tightly it left a mark. Those lizard eyes of his still studying us, the man strolled past without a word. I swung around and watched as he lifted the walkie-talkie to his mouth. "He's telling someone about us on the radio," Melody said, staring at the side mirror. "We don't know that. Maybe..." And then just like that, the cars ahead of us began to move. Stop and start at first, a few yards at a time, but soon after we began inching ahead without pause. "Hallelujah," Melody said, letting out a deep breath. A short distance in front of us, a state police car with its lights flashing was parked on the right shoulder. A pair of uniformed troopers leaned against the hood with their backs to us. Across from them, a group of orange hats and vests huddled in the opposite lane, their heads pressed together in conversation, none of them paying the least bit of attention to the crawling line of traffic just a few feet away. "Ah, man," Troy said. "Now that's gross." For no real reason, I lifted the video camera and began filming. Not far from where the workers were standing, there was a huge dark red stain in the middle of the road. Bits of gristle and jagged splinters of bone floated in the grisly puddle, like tiny islands scattered in a crimson lagoon. Long, wavering rivulets of what must have been some kind of animal's blood drained into the weeds littering the far shoulder. "What do you think happened?" Melody asked. Naomi hid her eyes against my shoulder. "Fuck a duck," Troy made a gagging sound. "I think I'm gonna puke." To be honest, I wasn't feeling so great myself. I'd never seen that much blood before, and it was fucking with my head. After my parents died, I would often imagine what the accident scene had looked like when the paramedics first arrived. It wasn't something I wanted to do, far from it, but I found that I couldn't stop myself. Before long, I was driving out there to the shoulder of the road where it happened and searching for splotches of blood or bits of leftover debris from my parents' car. Eventually, talking to Dr. Meraki and starting the meds had put an end to those fits of madness. In fact, today was the first I'd thought about it in a long time. Anxious to unsee the slaughterhouse mess, and with my stomach performing a series of cartwheels, I swung the camera around and focused on the workers. They had stopped talking, and every single one of them was staring directly at us. It was like a scene out of Race with the Devil, one of my all-time pulpy favorites starring perennial cool-as-a-cucumber Peter Fonda. I could feel the skin on my scalp crawling with that frightening realization. "You seeing what I'm seeing?" Melody asked, forcing herself to look straight ahead at the road. One of the workers, an overweight woman with white splotches of sunscreen smeared all over her face, looked directly at me and grinned. Her gold front teeth glinted in the sunlight. "Just keep going," I said. "If anyone tries to stop you, go around them and floor it." "Okay." No one tried to stop us, and 30 seconds later we were rolling along at a steady 40 miles per hour. There were a lot of cars on the road ahead of us, and even more behind us, but that was all right, as long as we were moving again. "Okay, we didn't just imagine that, right?" Melody asked. "Hell no," Troy said. "It was like the pizza joint all over again." "What pizza joint?" Naomi asked. Before I could answer, Troy said, "The pizza joint from hell."
13. Video footage, 3:22 p.m., Tuesday, May 10th, 1983. The image is shaky at first, and then as it steadies and begins to swim in and out of focus, we see the back of a young blonde girl's head as she stares at something outside the van. The camera moves past her, pressing close to the glass of the window. A group of road workers wearing orange helmets and vests stand together talking. As the van slowly draws closer to them, the camera tilts lower, revealing a large puddle of blood on the road at the workers' feet. Chunks of what appear to be flesh and bone litter the scene. "Aw, man, now that's gross." Close by but off screen. Troy. "What do you think happened?" Melody. "Fuck a duck." And then prolonged gagging followed by, "I think I'm gonna puke." Slowly, the camera tilts upward, leaving behind the gory roadway and focusing on the workers. All of them are staring straight at the camera, their faces like stone. "You seeing what I'm seeing?" Melody sounding like she's speaking through clenched teeth. Except for a woman standing behind the main group of workers. She grins, and her gold front tooth winks in the sunlight at the camera, the grin of a hungry crocodile. Two of her coworkers step closer to the camera, and then they're no longer in frame as the van rolls slowly past them. "Just keep going," the camera operator's voice, low, filled with tension. "If anyone tries to stop you, go around them and floor it." And then the camera angle abruptly shifts, and we're looking out of a different window at the opposite side of the road where two state troopers lean against the hood of their car. One of the troopers is slight and wears glasses. He's smiling at something his partner just said. The second trooper is tall, very tall. His chest broad, his neck thick. Because of his hat, most of his face is hidden in shadow. The image zooms in and freezes on those shadows, and the trooper's square jaw.
14. Troy passed the video camera to me. "You're right," he said. "That's the same cop that pulled us over. Holy shit. This time he's the one that's a long way from home." "What does it mean?" Melody asked. "Him being all the way out here?" "Maybe nothing," I said. "I have no idea how wide of an area troopers are expected to cover. Still, it's a pretty odd coincidence." Once we hit the county line, the steady flow of traffic caused by the roadblock finally began to thin. At least half of the drivers ahead of us took the long, sweeping left onto Route 43, welcoming the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit while heading due north. Another half dozen or so turned onto various side streets in and around town, no doubt returning to their homes and businesses. The rest of us kept heading east. If there were no further delays, we would arrive at Aunt Helen's house in another 4.5 hours. "The whole thing was so strange," Naomi said. "It's like they were leering at us or something." "Now I know how animals in the zoo feel," Melody said. This was different. Troy turned in his seat so he could see all three of us. "The zoo thing, I grew up with that. White folks, sorry, present company excluded, of course, would drive through my neighborhood very slowly, windows up, doors locked, faces pressed up against the glass, staring at us. No, more like studying us, with a kind of rapt fascination, like we were part of a newly discovered tribe inhabiting an island that didn't appear on any maps. Some of them even took pictures of us." He shook his head. "Today and that day at the restaurant were different. I felt genuine hatred beneath those fake smiles and blank stares. Not even a hint of fascination, just distaste and a fucked up dose of cruel amusement." "Wow," Naomi said, staring at him with admiration. "Sometimes I legit forget that you're so much smarter than me," I said. "Isn't that a little like forgetting to put your clothes on in the morning?" "Ha ha." "I'm so sorry you had to experience that," Melody said, "especially as a child." Troy shrugged. "It comes with the territory. I go home for summer break in a couple of weeks, and like clockwork, it'll happen all over again." No one said anything for a while, the weight of Troy's words settling over us like a suffocating storm cloud. I thought back to what he and Mel had told me at the Silver Moon Diner about my hometown of Sudbury. He'd even joked and called it Honkyville. I was still trying to reconcile myself with the naivety I'd demonstrated and doubted it would come anytime soon. Melody slowed the van and gestured to the side of the road. "We're not stopping, right?" I glanced out the window and saw what was easily the largest roadside memorial we'd encountered thus far on the trip. My heartbeat quickened. About 12 feet off the shoulder, nestled against the side of an old aluminum farming shed, stood a single white cross, a foot or two taller than me, surrounded by an obnoxious number of wreaths, many on wire stands, blown-up photographs, posters, flowers, flags, balloons, and ceramic angels. The entire display was ringed by multiple strings of glowing, multicolored Christmas bulbs, most likely powered by a portable generator hidden somewhere in the brush. Before anyone could answer, we were rolling past it. I stammered, leaning forward in my seat. "We might as well." "God, I knew it," Melody said and steered onto the shoulder. Troy stared at me. "You never fucking learn, do you?" "What? You guys can wait inside the van," I said, grabbing the camera. "I'll get 2 or 3 minutes of video and we're out of here." I slid open the side door. Naomi touched my arm. "Billy, I'll be fine, back in a flash." I jumped out, and the stench hit me like a hammer blow. Something dead close by, rotting in the heat. "It smells like ass out there," Troy shouted. "Jesus, shut the door!" I reached for the handle, but Naomi beat me to it, pulling it closed in my face. So much for her being worried about me. Walking toward the memorial, holding my breath, I realized how quiet it was. The only sound was the breeze sifting among the tree branches. I immediately reconsidered my earlier assumption that there was a generator hiding somewhere in the grass. Generators were noisy contraptions. A few more steps, and I discovered the source of the rancid odor. What was left of a groundhog sprawled in the dirt just off the gravel shoulder, its head smashed to a flattened pulp, its neck clearly broken. The rest of its body was swollen like a giant tick and concealed beneath an undulating blanket of bottleneck flies. I didn't want to be anywhere near here when it finally burst. I stopped in front of the memorial. The deceased was a young woman. In the photographs people had left, she looked like a middle school teacher or maybe a daycare worker. Big brown eyes, eager to help. A wide, contagious smile, sensible haircut, blouses and slacks from Macy's or Hecht's. Behind me, a car whizzed by on the road, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Raising the camera, I hit record and repeated out loud what I'd promised Naomi before exiting the van. Back in a flash. I slowly panned from left to right and then back again. Tilting the camera toward the ground, I repeated the process, making sure I captured the entire garish display in frame. At a glance, I didn't see the mysterious symbol anywhere. To be sure, I zoomed in on each of the posters, adjusting the focus as the individual shots called for it. That way I could study the videotape later. The stench had grown worse, and for a terrifying moment I was certain that the disfigured groundhog had come back to life and was right behind me. I'd lower the camera and turn around, and it would be dragging itself along the side of the road, milky eyes glowering, teeth bared. I heard another car approaching in the distance but didn't think anything of it. I was too busy filming the string of Christmas lights and picturing in my head a zombie groundhog with razor-sharp teeth and an undying hunger for human flesh. Okay, now I had definitely overstayed my welcome. I hit the stop button and lowered the camera. Scanning the memorial with my naked eye, I still didn't see any sign of the mysterious symbol. I actually felt relieved. What happened next took only a fraction of a second, yet for the remainder of my life, whenever the moment replayed itself during my nightmares, it always occurred in 2 distinctive acts. Act 1, holding my breath to avoid inhaling the cloying stench of dead groundhog, I start to turn around to return to the van. But before I can, I'm tackled by a blur of brown flesh and towering afro. Act 2. On my way to the ground, a missile on wheels hurtles past me, chipped red paint flashing in front of my eyes, close enough that I can feel the heat of its engine on my face and taste its sore exhaust on my tongue and smell its burning rubber deep in my nostrils, close enough for its yawning steel mouth to lunge and sink its teeth into my hip and shoulder, tearing away bits of tender skin and flesh. Epilogue. The ground is hard and it hurts. In addition to the wounds on my hip and shoulder, I'm almost positive I've bruised a rib or two. It's difficult to breathe, but at least I'm alive. Melody and Naomi swarmed us as we untangled ourselves. "Are you okay? Did it hit you? Billy, you're bleeding!" I groaned and sat up. I'm okay. I'm fine." I looked around at the others. The world was still tottering. I think. "You're not fine, Billy." Melody leaned over and tugged at my t-shirt. "Your shoulder's bleeding." Beside me in the dirt, Troy pushed himself up to his knees. There was gravel in his hair. A cut above his left eye was bleeding. He looked dazed. "I got out to tell you to hurry up. Saw the truck. It swerved. That motherfucker tried to run you down." Sudden tears leaked from his eyes, cutting clear tracks through the grime on his cheeks. I stared at him, dumbfounded. "You saved my life." "He really did," Naomi said. "He got to you just in time." I tried to get to my feet, but the ground shifted violently beneath me. At least that's what it felt like. Groaning, I sat down again. Troy pushed to his knees beside me. "You're stubborn as hell and you never listen to anyone and you have shitty taste in movies," he said. "But I wasn't going to let anything happen to you." And then his skinny arms were wrapped around me, holding on for dear life, and he was sobbing against my shoulder. And as his chest heaved and his tears washed away my blood, I knew exactly who he was thinking of. 15. Moments of visceral pain and shock often give birth to bizarre and inappropriate thoughts. Unfortunately, I'd learned that hard truth from scads of personal experience, much of it horribly embarrassing, and while I wasn't certain if it applied to the rest of the world, I had a sneaking suspicion that it did. There'd been a moment, while the priest was delivering his sermon during my parents' funeral, when I'd looked over and saw one of the neighborhood moms sitting next to her husband. She was crying. At some point, she pulled out a tissue and used it to wipe her eyes, and then she blew her nose into it. When she pulled the tissue away, there was a huge booger dangling out of her left nostril, green and yellow and disgustingly moist. I remember thinking that maybe she had a cold or a virus. For the next several minutes, I heard nothing the priest said. I couldn't take my eyes off the woman's nose. The booger had begun to peek in and out of her nostril with every breath she took, a snot-inspired game of peekaboo. I was appalled. I was fascinated. I was delighted. More than anything, I wanted to see the booger shake loose from its mooring and tumble onto her lip, and, in a moment of distress and panic, her accidentally swallow it. When her husband finally noticed and quickly wiped it away with his handkerchief, I felt the sudden urge to leap over the pew and punch him in the face for ruining my special moment. 10 minutes later, the booger forgotten, I stood at the lectern reciting my parents' eulogy. After that, the rest of the day was a blur. As I limped toward the van, after coming within inches of being turned into roadkill by the speeding red pickup, "Sorry, Mr. Groundhog, no company for you today, you're on your own," with Naomi and Troy each holding onto an arm, my brain betrayed me yet again, flashing back to my final high school football game. We were trailing Belleville by a touchdown late in the fourth quarter, but our offense had possession of the ball and was driving. It was 3rd and 9 on our own 19-yard line. The play called for a 10-yard down and out of bounds to stop the clock. Their linebackers blitzed and our quarterback was forced to get rid of the ball early to avoid the sack. I caught it over my shoulder and immediately headed for the sideline. Spinning through one tackle, I lowered my head through another. And then just as I gained the first down yardage, someone dove and grabbed my ankle from behind, and I felt something pop. I rolled around on the ground, screaming in pain. And just like that, my football career was over. No final home game in front of my cheerleader girlfriend, no playoff run, no championship trophy. As my mother and father watched in tears from the bleachers, an assistant coach and our trainer, one under each arm, helped me off the field. The x-rays the next morning showed that I'd torn the ligaments in my ankle. I never put on the gear again, and to this day my ankle still aches when it's about to snow. No one commented on the dead groundhog as we shuffled past it, not even when its fly-shrouded torso rippled and heaved like a black flag flapping in the breeze. Up ahead, Melody was waiting at the rear of the van, standing perfectly still with her back to us. At first I thought it was odd, but then I figured she was probably just keeping watch in case the driver of the pickup decided to return. But I was wrong. When we reached her side, she turned and looked at us with blank, staring eyes. It was like she was in a daze. I need to call my sister and make sure she's okay. Why? Troy sounded exhausted and in pain. We were all at the end of our ropes. What now? Melody slowly lifted her hand and pointed. Once, twice. In the shade of the surrounding trees, both of the van's taillights were flashing red, and neither one of them was broken. The cop lied to us. He saw the van's registration. They know where she lives. 16. We drove the next few hours mostly in silence. For the first time since the road trip had started, it felt like there was nothing left to say. Discovering that the cop was one of them and now had Melody's personal information, maybe all of ours for that matter, was the tipping point. Throw in the photo from Griffin Schutz's memorial site and my near miss with the red pickup, and it felt like we were shell-shocked. More than anything, we just needed to hurry up and get to Aunt Helen's house and let our brains rest for the night. In the morning, we could regroup. In the meantime, we stared out the van windows and did our best to remain calm. We still had 2 hours until we reached Sudbury. The interior of the van was strewn with fast food wrappers and half-eaten packages of convenience store donuts. I was already working on my second pack of sweet tarts. I could feel the cavities forming inside my teeth with every passing mile. If it was true that some folks ate their way out of misery instead of drinking their way out, we were living proof of that theory. We may have been caught right smack dab in the middle of an inexplicable nightmare, but at least our bellies were full. My ribs were bruised and sore to the touch, but I was pretty sure nothing was broken. My saliva was clear of blood, and it didn't bother me at all to swallow. My shoulder, on the other hand, had a pretty nasty gash on it. Melody had asked if we should look for a local hospital in case I needed stitches, but I'd shut down that idea right away. There would be no more stops until Sudbury. Instead, Naomi cleaned the wound with water and napkins and patched it up with bandages we'd picked up at the convenience store. I'd whined pretty much the entire time. While Melody called her sister Tamara from the payphone outside a truck stop McDonald's, Troy stood in line and peeled off another wad of Mickey D's gift certificates. Naomi used the restroom, and I hung around by the van. Shortly after we'd left the memorial, Melody had become convinced that we were being followed by a gray sedan with dark windows. Standing in the parking lot, I kept my eyes peeled. But there was no sign of a sedan lurking about or the jacked-up red pickup that had almost ended my life. Just rows and rows of huge tractor trailers, their running lights glowing like the prowling nocturnal eyes of prehistoric creatures, and the occasional wandering lot lizard dressed in a miniskirt and ill-fitting high heels. Tamara's fine, Melody told us after we reconvened inside the van. Just hearing her sister's voice had worked wonders on her demeanor. Her eyes appeared brighter, and she'd even gotten her appetite back. She accepted the unwrapped quarter-pounder from Troy and dug in. I didn't tell her what was going on. I just said I wanted to check in and let her know the van was okay. Then I called Rosalita. I knew she'd also been worried about her roommate back in York. The cop had gotten a good look at Melody's driver's license. We all remembered him pausing to jot something down in his notepad. Most likely her home address. Just the thought of him knowing where Melody lived made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't even imagine how she was feeling. Other than the entire apartment complex losing power last night, Thanks to a passing thunderstorm, Rosie seems perfectly okay. She's even planning a celebratory dinner for us when we get back. But you guys have to pretend to be surprised." "Not a peep from me," Troy said, zipping his lips. "Especially if she makes her shrimp burritos." Once we started driving, every few miles I heard the distinctive click-click as Melody anxiously pressed the button on the side of her door, making sure that it was locked. No one said anything. We all understood. Whoever was playing this twisted game had just raised the stakes. And right or wrong, it felt like Melody was a whole lot more at risk than the rest of us. The cop had lied to her face about the broken taillight. Why? To get his hands on Melody's personal information? To demonstrate that the game they were playing had even fewer rules than we'd imagined? To amuse himself and scare the living hell out of us? I had a feeling the answer was that multiple-choice favorite. All of the above. "If the guy really is a member of the Pennsylvania State Police," Troy said, "he should have been able to find out Tamara's details by simply running the license plate on the van." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Melody snapped around a mouthful of chicken nugget. Troy put his hands up to placate her. "All I'm saying is that I'd bet my last dollar he did exactly that before turning on his siren and pulling us over." "So then what? Based on the information that his dispatcher provided, had he somehow known that the woman driving was someone other than the van's registered owner, Tamara Wise? Or did that even matter to him? Melody Wise or Tamara Wise? What difference does it make to these people?" None at all, I thought, staring out the window. The names don't fucking matter. They just want whoever stuck their noses where they didn't belong. They want us. 17. It was after 8 and going on dark when we crossed over the Albert Linden Bridge, swung a hard right into the tunnel of trees, and stopped on the shoulder of the road across from my parents' memorial. The four of us exited the van with stiff legs and sleepy eyes. After turning on the hazard lights, Melody left the engine running and the headlights on, a reminder that we wouldn't be staying very long. Somewhere high above us, perched in the shadowy treetops, an owl called out. Not too far away, a second owl answered with a mournful cry of its own. Wonderful, I thought, looking around. Now all we need is the headless fucking horseman galloping down the middle of the road. Switching on the flashlight we'd brought along with our camping gear, I suddenly felt like Luke Skywalker wielding a lightsaber. The flashlight's narrow shine cut through the murky darkness like a laser beam. Only problem was, if a monster or a madman or a stormtrooper came charging out of the trees at us, the flashlight wouldn't do a damn thing to stop them. It didn't take long to locate the symbol. Thanks to the photos I'd taken, we knew exactly where to look. I steadied the light on the lower right corner of the poster, or at least I tried to. My hand was shaking. Seeing it up close and in person felt very different from studying it on the static surface of a glossy 5x7. Sandwiched between a drawing of a lopsided pink heart and a scribbled note from one of our neighbors, the symbol somehow felt alive in the fluttering flashlight beam, almost as if it were breathing and watching us. "It's still here," Troy whispered right behind me, and I nearly screamed. "Jesus, don't do that," I said, shining the light on his face. He raised an arm in front of his eyes. "Do what?" "Never mind." I lowered the flashlight and redirected the beam back onto the poster. Neither one of us said anything for a while. An owl cried out again, a little farther away this time. Behind us, next to the van, I heard Naomi yawn. "Are you as creeped out as I am?" Troy finally said. "Yes, I am." I wanted to say more, but I couldn't. "And you have no idea when it might have been left here?" I shook my head. "None at all." "It might help if we can look at old photographs." "That's a good idea," I said. "We'll stop by the newspaper office tomorrow." Something rustled in the brush behind the memorial. Troy immediately scooted closer to my side, stepping on my foot in the process. "Sorry." "Whatever that was, it was small," I said. "Probably a raccoon or a rabbit." Us city folks don't like the woods at night, especially when there's a witch running around in them. Warlock. "Oh yeah, thanks." I laughed in spite of myself. Then you're really not going to like this. And I tugged at his shirt for him to follow me. What? Wait, where are we going? I want to try to find where the man was hiding in the photo. This is so not cool. Stepping into the trees, I let go of Troy's t-shirt and focused the flashlight on the ground in front of us. There was no discernible path, but the brush was sparse enough in spots to allow our passage. Wouldn't this be easier in the daylight? Troy whispered. And a whole lot safer? Maybe, but we're here now. It should only take a minute. I shifted the light to the right and followed the bouncing beam. Based on the angle of the photograph, he should have been standing right about here. I stopped and redirected the light toward the back of the memorial and took 2 big steps to my left. Or maybe here. With a screen of chest-high thorn bushes obscuring most of our bodies from the road and a cluster of close-growing pines creating an even deeper pool of shadows, this felt like the right place. If not, we were very close. I lowered the flashlight and shined it on the ground at our feet. It was mostly rocks and roots and pine needles. Not a chance in hell of finding a shoe print. Can we go now? Troy asked. Almost. I raised the flashlight and began turning in a slow circle, inspecting the trees around us. Wait, Troy said. Go back a second. I pivoted to my left, a little higher. I lifted the flashlight. There. What is that? He whispered. A small figure, made out of a lashed-together framework of sticks, had been propped up on the branch of an oak tree. It was no more than 4 or 5 inches high, and undeniably human-like. Is it some kind of totem? Troy asked. That looks like one of the symbols Melody showed us at the library, I said. I have a photocopy back in the van. Troy winced. It's repulsive. I stepped closer, reaching out my hand. Don't touch it, he shouted. I jerked my hand back like a snake had dropped down from the branch, fangs bared and ready to strike. Is everything okay? Melody called out in a muffled voice from the roadside. Billy? Naomi this time. We're fine, I yelled. We're coming out now. Thank God, Troy said, nudging me toward the road. And then we're coming right back in with the camera. Troy groaned and followed me out of the woods. 18. You poor kids look like you've been put through the ringer. It was 9:15 p.m. We'd parked in the street in front of Aunt Helen's house 10 minutes earlier, and were already washed up and seated at the dining room table. Despite our protests, she'd insisted on serving us a late dinner. We're not helpless, I told her, passing a plate of corn on the cob. And you're not a waitress. I used to be a long time ago. Must have been a very long time ago. Watch it, mister. She handed a platter of crab cakes to Troy, who'd practically pushed me out of the way to take the seat next to her. I'd already decided that if he started flirting again, I was going to kick him in the shin under the table. It was before your time, silly Billy. A couple of summers during high school. Your mother worked there, too. I vaguely remembered my father talking about it at the dinner table one evening. Something about how cute my mother's uniform had been. And then he'd commented on her legs, and she'd gotten embarrassed and shushed him. I glanced across the table at Naomi. The thought of my mom and my aunt at Naomi's age was enough to make my heart ache. I hope you'll let us clear the table and wash the dishes, Melody said. It's the least we can do. Nope, not going to happen. Smiling, she filled her glass with iced tea. I left clean towels in both of the upstairs bathrooms. When you're finished eating, you can head right up and draw straws to see who showers first. I see where Billy gets his stubborn streak, Troy said with a dreamy smile. A half hour ago, he was standing in the middle of the woods, his eyes the size of silver dollars. Now he looked like a schoolboy with a crush on his teacher. I gazed across the table at him and began scratching the tip of my nose with my middle finger. He pretended not to notice. The guest rooms are all set, and there are fresh linens on the bed. She looked at Naomi. So, Billy mentioned you're staying with us? Yes, ma'am, as long as that's okay. You're always welcome here, you know that. She arched her eyebrows. But you're going to have to call your parents first thing in the morning. Let them know you're safe and back in town. I will. she said, lowering her eyes. Okay, then. I'll leave the sleeping arrangements up to the four of you. We're all big girls and boys here. No judgment on my part. And with that out of the way, we got down to eating. 19. After dinner, I walked outside to the van carrying an empty laundry basket. My stomach was full of home cooking, and more than ever, I just wanted to lay my head down on a pillow and go to sleep for about a day or two. A car slowly drove by, its headlights washing over my aunt's mailbox in the front of the van. The car's window was rolled down, and although I couldn't make out the driver's face, I could see the glowing red tip of the cigarette they were smoking. Without even thinking about it, I began to whistle, and then remembered the story I'd told Troy about whistling at night and immediately stopped. As I unlocked the back doors and leaned inside the van to retrieve the wet clothes from our excursion at the lake, something stirred in the trees behind me. I spun and faced the woods across the street and stood perfectly still, searching the murk. All of a sudden, I wished I'd brought along a flashlight. The dome bulb on the ceiling of the van was on, but its weak glow barely touched the darkness. After a moment of seeing and hearing nothing, I turned around and quickly resumed collecting our foul-smelling laundry. As I tossed each piece into the basket, cold, dirty water drained between my fingers and leaked into a puddle on the road. Earlier, while clearing the dishes from the table, I'd struck a deal with Melody. I'd go outside and get the clothes if she'd take care of washing and drying them. It not only seemed like a fair trade, it more importantly provided me with the opportunity to grab the photograph of Troy with his eyes scratched out from the pocket of my jeans. My 32 waist straight-leg Levi's were rolled up into a ball, soaked and dripping and remarkably heavy. There was little chance that the photo inside the pocket wasn't ruined, but that didn't really matter to me. It wasn't like we were going to turn it in as evidence to the police. For some reason, I just hadn't wanted to leave it there in the woods. Like maybe removing it from the cross and disposing of it would take away its power. I unrolled the jeans. One of the legs was turned inside out from the rush to shuck them off in the parking lot at the lake. I straightened the leg and gave the pants a good squeeze. Rainwater cascaded onto my shoes. Oh, shit. Dancing backward, I held the jeans out in front of me. When the dripping slowed to a trickle, I began checking the pockets. I couldn't remember where I had put it, only that I'd snatched the photograph in an impulsive flurry, worried that Troy might see me. The back pockets were empty. Front right, then. It had to be. But I was wrong again. Okay, then definitely front left, the pocket facing away from where Troy was walking down the trail. It, too, was empty. No longer tired, I carefully searched the other pieces of clothing inside the basket. With the exception of a half-eaten roll of soggy breath mints in Troy's khakis and a pair of quarters in Naomi's jean shorts, they were all empty. Next, I looked in the rear of the van, but it wasn't there either. Finally, I turned in a slow circle, scanning the road at my feet in case it had fallen unnoticed. The photograph was gone. Someone had taken it. 20. Instead of drawing straws, did people even do that anymore? Troy and I decided to act like gentlemen and insisted that the girls shower first. From where I was sitting in the living room, I could hear the hot water rushing noisily through the pipes above my head. From the year I'd spent living here, I knew that the furnace was even louder during the wintertime. It was an old house and it spoke in a multitude of voices. Fortunately, for me at least, Troy's stomach was acting up. For the past 20 minutes, he'd been locked away in the downstairs bathroom with the ceiling fan going, allowing me some much-needed alone time with my aunt. I'd already shown her some of the footage I'd taken, as well as a handful of photographs, including a close-up of the poster with the symbol clearly visible in the foreground. I'd wanted to see if she might notice and say something, but she'd flipped right past it without comment. I still couldn't get the photo from Griffin Schutz's memorial out of my head. Who in the hell had taken it, and why? I asked Jason to join us for breakfast tomorrow. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. I could tell she still felt sheepish talking about the new man in her life. I wasn't used to seeing that side of her. She was usually so open and self-assured. You didn't tell me he was the sheriff. That's kind of a big deal. Not really. She gave me a funny look. You checked up on him? You run one of those background checks like you're doing for the accident victims? Not at all, I said, amused by her defensiveness. Naomi mentioned it. Oh. She tucked her legs beneath her on the sofa. So, I saw you two holding hands when you first came in. Does that mean what I think it means? The question caught me by surprise. It shouldn't have, but it did. I'm honestly not sure what it means. She narrowed her gaze at me. You broke her heart once, Billy. Just maybe you shouldn't be holding hands or doing other things until you are sure. Of course, she was absolutely 100% correct. And it pissed me off. My jaw tightened. Why'd you send her chasing after me in the first place, then? I didn't send her chasing after you. She asked if I knew where you were going. I told her I did not. She asked if I knew the route you were traveling. I told her about the note you gave me before you left. And what made you think that was a good idea? I didn't know if it was a good idea or not, she said, lowering her voice. What I did know was that she wasn't going to let go of the idea of finding you. She was going, with or without my help. Really? I asked, sounding like a lovesick teenager. I could hear it in her voice, Billy. It was like she'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. I let out a deep breath, and all of my anger went with it. All of a sudden, it felt like I was 14 years old again instead of 19. I was shocked to realize that I was on the verge of tears. Me and Naomi, I'm still getting used to the idea. She scooted closer to me on the sofa, rested her head on my shoulder. I wondered if she knew that my mom used to do the same thing. Just please be careful, that's all I'm asking. Take care of that beautiful heart of yours, and be mindful of hers. I swallowed about 1,000,000 jumbled thoughts, cleared my throat, and said, I promise. In the next room, the toilet flushed. Hopefully, Troy was feeling better. Aunt Helen heard it too and got to her feet, yawning. I think it's time for this old girl to turn in. You're not old, I said, standing. You're awesome. Thanks again for everything. Are you kidding? Twice in 1 week. This is a gift. Halfway across the room, she stopped and looked back at me. Are you okay, Billy? You and your friends, the trip. Is everything all right? Everything's fine, I said. You sounded kind of out of it on the phone. I'm just really tired. We all are. And then I felt my shoulders sag, and once again I was fighting back tears. It's been hard. Harder than I thought. You want to talk about it? I shook my head. Not right now. In the morning? Maybe. Well, I'm here if you need me. She started up the stairs. Night, Billy. Dream good things. God, I hoped so. 21. I watched Naomi slip on one of my old t-shirts, and all I could hear was my aunt's scolding voice rattling around inside my head. Just maybe you shouldn't be holding hands or doing other things until... I still couldn't believe I was sitting in my old bedroom with Naomi Flynn. When we were dating and my parents were still alive, it was never allowed. Not just the two of us, and especially with the door closed. If it hadn't been for the events of the past couple days and the tantalizing smell of her freshly washed hair, I might have thought I was hallucinating. I'll be waiting for you when you get out of the shower, she said, crawling under the sheet, which was exactly what I was afraid of. Taking no chances, I delayed my return as long as I could. I shaved twice. I shampooed my hair twice. I stood under the steady stream of water until it turned freezing cold and I could no longer stand it. After toweling off and getting dressed, shivering the entire time, I replaced the bandage on my shoulder. Then I closed the toilet lid and sat in the quiet, contemplating the mysteries of the universe and the fate of the American League East. God, I missed baseball. Then, and only then, did I finally unlock the bathroom door and make my way back to the bedroom. Naomi was curled up on the far side of the bed, facing the wall. She never stirred when I turned off the light and climbed in next to her. 22. I woke from a dream I couldn't remember, rubbed my eyes and looked over at the nightstand. Glowing red digits stared back at me. 2:14 a.m. Rolling onto my side, I untangled my arms from the sheet and reached for Naomi in the dark, just to make sure she was real and this whole wacky week wasn't a dream. She wasn't there. Her side of the bed cooled to the touch. I sat up, squinting into the shadows, and whispered her name. Naomi? No response. Slipping out of bed, I crept toward the hallway, the floor groaning beneath my bare feet. Visitors often fawned over the house's original hardwood flooring, over 120 years old, Uncle Frank used to boast, but Aunt Helen hated it. She constantly complained that the floor was uneven and noisy. She swore that one day she was going to crash right through it and end up in the cellar with a broken back. And yet I hadn't heard a single sound when Naomi got up and left the bedroom. That's because you were sleeping, dummy. Holding my hands out in front of me, I navigated the room by memory. Desk to my left by the window, watch out for the chair, dresser by the door, careful, don't kick the trash can and wake the entire house. My fingers brushed the wall and found the outer edge of the doorframe. Halting at the entrance to the hallway, I tilted my head and listened. The house was dead silent. Naomi? I whispered again, and waited for a response. Still nothing. Starting to feel the first stirrings of unease, I poked my head into the hall. To my immediate left was the guest room, where Melody and Troy were sleeping in separate queen-sized beds. A little farther down, the bathroom. That was where I'd expected to find Naomi, but the light was off. If Naomi was peeing, she was doing it in the dark. Across from the bathroom was Aunt Helen's bedroom. I was pretty sure her door was closed, but I couldn't be certain. First thing tomorrow, I was driving to Kmart and buying a couple of night lights. Unsure of what to do next, I eased into the hallway and tiptoed to the head of the stairs. To my surprise, I saw a light coming from the living room, dim and flickering, wavering shadows dancing on the wall at the bottom of the stairway. Is someone using the fireplace? In May? Grabbing hold of the railing, I started down, and quickly froze with my foot dangling over the second step. In the living room, someone was humming. No, now I could hear bits and pieces of whispered words. Not humming, chanting. My spine turned to ice. They'd found us, and they had Naomi. Letting go of the railing, I hurtled downstairs and skidded around the corner into the living room. The furniture had been moved. The antique rug rolled back against the wall behind the sofa. Dozens of candles burned in a circle on the floor, illuminating a gigantic version of the memorial symbol, which had been carved into the wood at the center. Sitting outside the circle, legs crossed in front of him, was the tall state trooper who'd pulled us over. His muscular, bare chest was smeared with blood, as was his hateful, grinning mouth. A naked Naomi sat directly across from him, tan, taut flesh glistening in the firelight. In her hand, she held a curved dagger with a shiny turquoise handle. I watched her lips move as she recited the same unintelligible incantation. A sudden rush of footsteps on the stairs behind me. What the fuck? Oh my God! Melody and Troy, hair mussed, eyes wide. The chanting grew louder. Holding it with both hands now, Naomi lifted the dagger above her head, angling it toward her chest. I lunged to save her, but my legs stopped working, and I dropped to my knees on the hardwood floor. My arms fell limp to my sides, my mouth opened and closed, but I found that I could no longer speak. Something else had control of me now. Naomi slowly turned her head and looked at me. Her eyes were bottomless pools of darkness. In a dreamy voice dripping with lust, she said, I've been waiting for you, darling. 23. In the still darkness on the second floor of my aunt's old farmhouse, tucked away in our separate bedrooms, Melody, Troy, Naomi, and I woke up screaming at the exact same moment. Day 6, Wednesday, May 11th. 1. At 7:35 a.m., Aunt Helen's backyard patio was untouched by sunlight. Surrounded by the house on one side and a U-shaped column of crabapple trees on the other 3 sides, the gray concrete pavers remained cool throughout the most sweltering of summer mornings, providing an ideal hideaway for my aunt to drink coffee and catch up on her reading. Dressed only in shorts and a Rolling Stones t-shirt, I blew into my hands and rubbed the goosebumps on my arms as I listened to the others talk about the nightmare we'd all shared. Your poor aunt probably thinks we're crazy, Melody said, peering over my shoulder to make sure we were still alone. Either that or on some killer drugs. I'm pretty sure she thinks it was just me. She said her door was closed and didn't mention hearing anyone else. I sat down at the picnic table and tucked my bare feet underneath the bench. That dream last night was no granny magic, Troy said. Or whatever it was you called it before. He was looking at Naomi. No, it wasn't. I mean, that was some hardcore occult mindfuck. The only thing missing was a pentagram. I still can't believe we all dreamed it, Melody said. And at the same time. I know a few things about shared dreams from psych class last semester, Troy said. Melody managed a tired smile. Of course you do. They're rare, as you probably guessed. As few as 10% of the population ever experiences them. What causes them? I asked. They're usually indicative of an emotional closeness and occur between people with shared existences and common experiences. The Broken Hearts Club, Melody said. Troy waved a finger at her. Yes, that. I was thinking the exact same thing. What's the Broken Hearts Club? Naomi asked. She'd mostly been quiet since we'd awakened from the nightmare. Unlike the rest of us, who'd assumed the roles of helpless observers, she'd been an active participant in the dream. I think that was the part really bothering her. Something Melody brought up before you joined us, Troy said, looking at Melody to finish answering. I'd suggested that because we'd all lost someone important in our lives, the 3 of us should start our own club. But I wasn't really serious. I was mainly just pointing out that it felt like we'd been brought together for a reason. She looked at me. Billy wasn't so keen on that idea. Why not? She asked. It's not that I wasn't keen on the idea. A part of me was irritated that Melody and Troy had brought up the subject again, especially in front of Naomi. I just wasn't looking at this trip as some master plan from above to help us heal from our losses. Billy's a little too meat and potatoes to believe in Peter Pan philosophies like fate, Troy said. Not true at all. I could feel my face growing red. I'm squarely on the fence when it comes to fate and destiny and Bigfoot, Troy added. I gave him a look. Okay, I admit I'm not so sure about that one. Say what you want, but one day soon you'll have indisputable proof for yourself. Troy once swore that after we graduated, the 2 of us were hopping on a plane to the wilderness of the Pacific Northwest and participating in a Sasquatch expedition. He'd even mailed away for an information packet from one of the more popular guide outfits. What about the presence we felt at the memorials? Melody asked. Isn't that at least some... The back door swung open. My aunt, her hair still wet from the shower, poked her head outside. Her eyes moved over us with a healthy trace of suspicion. And what's so doggone important that you have to hide out here to discuss? We're not hiding, I said, speaking too fast. Just making plans for the day. Well, she clearly didn't believe me. Breakfast will be ready in 10. She started to close the door but hesitated. Jason had a call this morning, so unfortunately he won't be joining us. Everything okay? I asked. Oh, sure, she said. Some kids broke into the elementary school and spray-painted graffiti on the walls in one of the classrooms. She looked at me. Good thing I know where you were last night, and winked. Or I might have to turn you in. 2. This time we refused to take no for an answer. While Naomi and I washed and dried the dishes at the counter, Melody and Troy cleared the dining room table and wiped it clean. Aunt Helen sat at the breakfast nook in the corner of the kitchen, lecturing me on the proper way to towel-dry plates and ignoring the newspaper spread out in front of her. "There you go, Billy. That's better," she said, talking to me like I was 10 years old. I rolled my eyes and stacked the clean plate on top of the others. "Gee, thanks." I stopped myself before a sarcastic "Mom" could slip out of my mouth. Back when my parents were still around, it had been a frequent retort to my aunt's good-natured nagging. After the accident, it was no longer funny. "So," she said, recognizing what had almost just happened, "can you share your plans for the rest of the day, or are they top secret?" "Nothing secret about them," I lied. "We have a list of names from the memorials we stopped at. Now we need to dig up as much background information as possible. Melody and Troy are going to start at the newspaper office. Naomi and I are headed to the library. I can come along with you if you want." I was pretty sure that was the last thing we wanted. "No need. Stay here and enjoy your morning off. Besides, it wouldn't be right accepting your help for a class project. Troy would probably consider it a direct violation of the honor code." Aunt Helen laughed, but I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced I was telling the truth, or at the very least giving her the complete story. "Well, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. There is actually one favor I need to ask." "What's that?" "Would it be okay if we used your phone to make a few long-distance calls? We're happy to pay whatever it—" "Stop it! Don't be silly," she said, waving a hand at me. "You're welcome to use it as much as you'd like." "Are you sure?" "Of course." She looked at Naomi, who'd just turned off the faucet at the sink. "And that reminds me, young lady, it's time for you to call your parents." Naomi glanced at me for support. When I didn't say anything, she mumbled under her breath, "Fine," and marched into the living room to use the phone in private. 3. "Can you hear what she's saying?" Aunt Helen got up from the table and pressed her ear against the wall. "No, and I don't want to." "Chicken." "You're damn right I am. Her parents probably hate me." "Oh, no, they don't, Billy. They feel terrible about everything that happened." "Pity's even worse than hate. At least you know where you stand with folks that dislike you." I walked over to the counter and picked up my notebook from where I'd left it after breakfast. Melody and Troy had gone upstairs to get ready, leaving us alone for a few minutes. It was now or never. "Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever seen this before?" I said, flipping to the page with the sketch of the symbol. She took the notebook from my hand, eyes narrowing. "No, I don't think so." She began tracing the outer lines of the drawing with the tip of her finger, just as I'd done earlier. "What is it?" "We're not really sure." "Where did you see it?" "A bunch of places. It was left at a couple of the memorials." She looked up at me. "What do you mean, left?" "Someone drew it." "That's odd." "Yeah, we thought so too. Anyway, I was just curious if—" "Well, that was fun," Naomi said, barging into the kitchen. She plopped into a chair at the table. Aunt Helen sat down across from her. "What did they say?" "My mom wants me home right away, but I negotiated for a few more hours of freedom." She looked over at me. "I have to be back in time for—" Using 2 fingers from each hand, she made emphatic air quotes. "Dinner and a long talk. They probably called Father Paul to come to the house and perform an exorcism." Aunt Helen laughed. "Naomi Flynn, you're terrible." "You are, for making me call them." "I beg your pardon, young lady." I know. Just let me pout for a little while longer." "No time for that," I said. "If you have to be home for dinner," I imitated her air quotes, "and a long talk, then we need to get moving." "Okay with me," she said, getting up from the table. "Let's go before Mom comes looking for me." Smiling, I followed Naomi out of the kitchen and glimpsed something unsettling from the corner of my eye. As she rose to her feet, Aunt Helen deliberately nudged my spiral notebook underneath the newspaper, which was still spread out across the table. Then, shoving her hands into her pockets, she trailed us into the living room. 4. While Melody phoned her sister in Richmond and her roommate Rosalita back home in York, Troy, Naomi, and I waited outside on the front porch. Aunt Helen had excused herself a few minutes earlier and gone upstairs to take a shower. As soon as I heard the water turn on, I'd snuck back into the kitchen and retrieved my notebook from underneath the newspaper. Now, I sat in a rocking chair at the end of the porch, thinking about what I'd seen. Why the hell would she do that? No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with a single reasonable explanation. It had happened in a flash. Was I mistaken? After the terror of last night's dream, had my exhausted eyes been playing tricks on me? "You sure you want to ride bikes into town?" Troy asked. "We can drop you off at the library and swing back later to pick you up." "It's not far," Naomi said. "And it's a beautiful day. It'll be fun. Right, Billy?" I heard my name, but not much else. When I looked over at them, both Naomi and Troy were staring at me. "Yeah, sure." Troy laughed. "That sounded convincing. Sorry, I'm dragging ass after last night." His smile faded. "Remember the nightmare I told you about? The one where I'm being chased?" I nodded. "Last night was way worse. I can't get it out of my head." Naomi turned away, watching a butterfly flutter in circles before landing on the porch railing. I could tell by the pinched look on her face that she was uncomfortable listening to us talk about the dream. I didn't blame her. I'm trying my best to pretend it never happened. I glanced at the door. What's taking Melody so long? "Probably Rosie. She can talk." "It feels like we're never getting out of here," Naomi said, surveying the street. I could tell she was still worried that her mother might show up. "We can leave right now," I said, getting up from the rocking chair. "I'll touch base with Farnsworth later this afternoon." I looked over at Troy. "Tell Melody we got—" The front door swung open. Melody stepped out onto the porch. "Speak of the devil," Troy remarked. Melody's eyes flashed wide. "Don't say that," and she swatted him on the shoulder. 5. "So everything was okay with your sister?" I asked Melody, walking my old BMX trail bike into the street. "I think so," Melody said, although something in her tone suggested otherwise. Troy leaned against the side of the van. For some reason, he was wearing the Waffle House hat again. "You guys blabbed forever." "That's the thing," Melody replied. "Rosalita never picked up. I called twice and it just rang and rang. I was on the phone the entire time with Tamara, and that's not like her. She hates talking on the telephone. Always has." Melody began twirling her hair with her fingers. "She said all the right things and swore that she was fine, but..." "But what?" I asked. "It was like she didn't want to get off the phone with me, almost as if she was stalling." "Call her back later today," I said. "Make sure." She nodded. "I think I'll do that. I'll try Rosie again as well." She unlocked the van and opened the driver's door. "So, meet you in the park at 1? "In front of the bandstand." I checked my watch. It was almost 9:30. We were off to a late start. Naomi straddled my aunt's 10-speed, flashing a glimpse of long, tan legs, and began riding in circles in the middle of the street. Troy gave me a weird little salute, straightened his Waffle House hat, and climbed into the van's passenger seat. I mounted my bike, adjusted my butt on the narrow seat, and was about to push off when Melody put her hand on my arm. "Listen," she said in a quiet voice. "This isn't easy to say because I really like her. I think you know that by now." Melody was staring directly at Naomi as she spoke. "But please be careful. The dream we had last night, it feels like a warning for the three of us. And there's something else." "Come on, slowpoke!" Naomi breezed by us on the bicycle. "Let's go!" "In a minute," I said with a wave of my hand. But by the time I looked back at Melody, she'd gotten into the van and slammed the door. 6. In the movie version of my life, if anyone managed to stay awake past the opening credits, this would be the montage scene. The only thing missing was the music. As Naomi and I rode our bicycles toward downtown Sudbury, it felt as though I were watching a slideshow of my youth. Ralph Tipton, one of my father's oldest friends, was mowing grass in his side yard, his liver-spotted arms, legs, and nose smeared with sunscreen. I gave him a wave as we sped past, and he reciprocated, even though I could tell by the confused look on his face that he didn't recognize me. Further down the street, on the corner of Vista and Park, the driveway was empty in front of the split-level house where my old friend Todd Richardson had grown up. As far as I knew, Todd was wrapping up his spring semester at Gettysburg College, where he was on the lacrosse team. Another couple of weeks, and his metallic blue Camaro with the glass pack muffler would once again be parked at the curb, drawing complaints from the neighbors. Leaving the maze of houses and streets behind us, we merged onto the long downhill straightaway of Franklin Avenue, and the world opened up. On our left, there was Potter's Cornfield, where one memorable Halloween night we'd hid from the cops after decorating our freshman year math teacher's car with streamers of toilet paper and gobs of shaving cream. When we were kids, we'd nicknamed the straw-stuffed scarecrow that stood guard at the center of the field Mr. Boogeyman, on account of the creepy burlap mask that concealed its pumpkin-shaped head. Through watering eyes, I spotted his dark silhouette poking out of the stalks and gave an involuntary shudder. A little farther down, on the opposite side of the road, we passed the bottleneck entrance to Jensen's junkyard. Located at the end of a narrow gravel drive, the gate stood open 7 days a week, from 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. Jensen's was the largest privately owned dump in the county, and ever since the previous owner was arrested for selling weed and stolen car parts, the source of considerable controversy. Editorials had been written in the Sudbury Sun. A local women's group had picketed the entrance. There'd even been talk of possible FBI raids. As far as I knew, those raids never materialized, and the new ownership was on the straight and narrow. Really moving now, hair whipping wildly in the wind, Naomi squealing in delight as she negotiated a sweeping bend in the road, hands high in the air like she was riding a roller coaster instead of a 10-speed bike, we blasted over the old stone bridge, startling a squirrel searching for a late breakfast. Directly below, no, already behind us now, the swimming hole. Every town has one. Ours was about 12 feet deep, depending on the rains, and safe enough for diving or doing flips off the tire swing. Years ago, when I was in middle school, an older girl, Sue Wilson, almost drowned when she developed a bad cramp and no one noticed until it was nearly too late. Jeff Pruitt, a senior on the basketball team, pulled her out and gave her CPR right there on the shoreline. I heard they're married now and living in Hanover. The half-mile stretch of woods that came next had once upon a time served as our own private playground. Within its shadowed confines, my friends and I had built treehouses and forts, played hide-and-seek and flashlight tag, shot BB guns and slingshots. We'd waged imaginary wars against imaginary enemies and used packs of matches we'd swiped from cigarette machines to make fires to keep us warm in the snow. In dreams still occasionally visited, it was here that I transformed into Robin Hood roaming free in Sherwood Forest. And in the weeks that followed my parents' accident, I often found myself sneaking off to deep within these woods, to escape all the noise and confusion, the pity and the stares. And then we were speeding past it, the trees thinning, giving way to rolling green meadows sprinkled with goldenrod, the bittersweet memories whisking away in the soon-to-be summer breeze behind us. And suddenly downtown Sudbury was stretched out before us like a village in a fairy tale, basking in the morning sunlight, a welcoming golden glaze reflecting off store windows and car windshields, twin church spires rising high into the air, marking the horizon line, the sound of a train running fast alongside the river, and an ice cream truck's jangling bell even at this dawn-lit hour, because in Sudbury it was never too early to eat ice cream. And for the first time since the day of the accident, it actually felt like home again. 7. As we rounded the final bend into town, our legs burning and eyes watering, the iron-gated cemetery that stretched from the rear parking lot of St. Ignatius to the edge of the woods beyond swam slowly into view. In the blazing morning sunlight, the polished stone grave markers appeared to be made of glass. "Do you want to stop?" Naomi shouted above the rush of the wind, and when I didn't answer, "I think we should." As I stared at the grassy hillside where my parents were buried, the tires of my bike drifted dangerously close to the crumbling dirt edge of the drainage ditch that ran alongside the road. Beneath the muddy water, cattails grew and bullfrogs croaked. "Billy, watch out!" Jerking the handlebar hard to the left, I crow-hopped to the center of the gravel-lined shoulder, and then, grinning like a lunatic, lifted both of my hands into the air as if signaling a touchdown. It was a move I had performed hundreds of times during my childhood, but the 19-year-old me had not even the slightest idea how I'd managed it. Heart pounding, I followed Naomi into the St. Ignatius parking lot and pulled up beside her. "You're crazy, you know that?" Her long blonde hair had blown free from the pink scrunchie holding it in place. She swiped a tangle of curls out of her eyes and spit the leftover strands from her mouth. With her sun-dazzled eyes and flushed red cheeks, she looked like the high school girl I'd once fallen in love with. "I had it all the way," I said, wiping the sweat from my brow. "Uh-huh, whatever you say." She stared across the parking lot at the cemetery. "I hope it's okay that I stopped. It just didn't feel right to keep going." I could tell by the sheepish look on her face that she was worried she'd overstepped her bounds. "It's fine." I leaned over and kissed the tip of her nose. "I'm overdue for a visit." And I was. The last time I'd been there was October. The woods bordering the cemetery had looked like they were on fire that day, trees bursting with autumn reds and yellows and oranges, wind-swept leaves dancing in the breeze, the tang of wood smoke filling the air. And yet, I still hadn't wanted to be here. I felt much closer to my mom and dad at the Church Street Memorial than I did at the cemetery. Don't ask me why. It had always been like that. Maybe because, in some strange way, the shoulder of the road where they had died that afternoon felt like it belonged to them, and only them, while the cemetery belonged to everyone. I'd talked about these feelings with Dr. Meraki, and the last time it came up, we'd conducted an interesting exercise. She'd asked me to close my eyes and picture myself standing at my parents' memorial. After about a minute, she'd said, "Okay, Billy, with your eyes still closed, tell me the first word that comes to mind that best describes how you felt." My immediate answer, "Calm." After a short break, we tried the exact same visualization, except this time with me imagining that I was at the cemetery. My just as quick answer, "Alone." And that right there pretty much summed it up for me. Dr. Meraki had a way of doing that. There were only a handful of cars parked in front of St. Ignatius. The church itself as intimidating as ever, with its rough stone walls, stained glass windows, and sky-piercing steeple, including Father Paul's boat of a white Cadillac. As Naomi and I made our way to the back of the lot, I listened for the once familiar strains of Mrs. Crabtree practicing her hymns on the organ, but the building remained silent, dozing in the morning sun. After cruising past the small metal shed where parishioners dropped off clothes and shoes and canned goods for the poor, we stopped our bikes just short of the grass. Naomi looked at me and said, "I'll wait for you here." "You sure?" She straddled the 10-speed, stretching her arms above her head. It felt especially sinful to admire her legs in such close proximity to a church, so I purposely looked away. "Yeah, you go ahead." She gazed at the sea of gravestones. "I come here a lot." I didn't know how to answer that, so I said nothing and started walking. The grass in the cemetery was longer than I remembered, and my shoes made a swishing sound as I wound my way between the gravestones. Probably all those thunderstorms making it grow faster. The poor groundskeeper can't keep up. I detoured around a narrow rectangle of recently turned earth. The lawn around it was trampled and faded. Someone had been buried there recently. I wondered who it was and if perhaps I might have known them. As I walked, my eyes were drawn to the names and numbers on the headstones. Many of them dated hundreds of years apart. Lucinda Radford, 1891 to 1947. Thomas Archer, 1784 to 1809. Richard Evergreen, 1903 to 1911. Charles Beaumont, 1949 to 1977. Dozens of engraved angels stared back at me, tracking my progress with unblinking eyes. Until I stopped beside a wooden bench adorned with a silver plaque bearing my parents' names. A gift from my father's former boss. Directly in front of the bench, matching bouquets of fresh flowers rested atop my parents' gravestone. Probably Aunt Helen or Naomi had left them there. I sat down. Thomas William Anderson, 1938 to 1980. Lori Marie Anderson, 1939 to 1980. In loving memory. Hey, Mama. Hey, Pops. I'm sorry it's been so long. School's been really busy, and I'm trying to focus a little more on the present these days, and not so much on the past. That doesn't mean I don't think about you, though, because I do. All the time. Despite the fact that I was alone in the cemetery and Naomi was standing too far away to hear, I found myself whispering. A few months ago, I started seeing a counselor. You'd both really like her. She's smart and nice and sees right through my bullshit. She's helped me a lot. My voice was beginning to waver, which meant it was time to wrap it up. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello and tell you that I really miss you. Aunt Helen and I are taking good care of each other. She's pretty amazing, but you already know that. Well, I guess that's all for now. I stood up from the bench. Oh yeah, I'm back to doing photography again, and I've made some new friends at school. Really good people. I thought that would make you happy. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and turned to go. Father Paul was standing right behind me. Jesus, I stumbled backward. Christ! And then remembered where I was and who I was talking to. Sorry, Father. He lifted a hand. No, entirely my fault. I apologize. I should have kept my distance. He grinned that cherub grin. I just got excited. Seeing you twice now within a week. Glancing behind him, I noticed that the parking lot was empty. The 10-speed left abandoned in the grass. A finger of unease tickled the back of my throat. Did you see Naomi? He gestured to the church. She went inside to use the ladies' room. She told me to tell you she'll be right back. Oh, okay. Thanks. We started walking. All finished with your documentary? I wish. We're headed to the library to do more research. And then tomorrow it's back to school to begin editing. It was nice of you to stop by and visit your mom and dad. He glanced over his shoulder. You say hello to your uncle? I didn't want to lie to a priest, but the truth of it was that I hadn't even thought of stopping by Uncle Frank's grave. I was a terrible person. Not today. Saving that for when we have a little more time. He waved a meaty hand in the air. Aw, he'd just tell you the same thing he tells me every time I wander over and pay a visit. Stop your damn moping and get back to living your life before I crawl out of here and haunt your house. The priest's booming laughter echoed across the grounds. A squadron of startled birds took flight from the roof of the church. I ran across a box of his poker chips the other day at Aunt Helen's. I wish I'd been old enough to play with you guys, even just once. We still play. Not every week like we used to, but once a month or thereabouts. Son, you are hereby officially invited to the next game. Just don't tell your aunt. I smiled. It'll probably have to be this summer, but count me in. Of course, it's not the same without Frank. A wistful expression came over his face. But we have a good enough time, all right. Teddy Farkins still remembers the good old days like they were last week and can tell a heck of a story. Same with Lars Beaumont. He's from across the river." The priest's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "But none of them, sorry to say, hold a candle to your uncle. That old rascal could spin a tall tale with the best of 'em." "Tall tale?" He looked at me. "Oh, Billy. With a bunch of stubborn old skinflints like us sitting round the table, you didn't really think poker was our main source of entertainment, did you?" I honestly had no flipping idea what he was talking about. But now he had me curious, so I played along. "I guess not." "You guess not." That booming laughter again. "Listen, those Saturday night card games lasted past midnight for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. 1, we ate like kings. The host each week was responsible for putting out a spread, and let me tell you," he patted his ample belly, "anything less than a veritable feast was severely frowned upon." "And the second reason?" I looked up and saw Naomi strolling toward us across the parking lot. "We swapped stories, son. Shot the breeze. Most nights, the dealing was done by 11 or so, sometimes even earlier. We'd get tired of paying attention to the cards and just toss them aside and get down to talking." "What kind of stories?" "Oh, a little bit of everything. Happenings around town, rumors making the rounds. The more mysterious and scandalous, the better. Local myths, legends, tales from the olden days." There was no booming laugh this time, just a dry-mouthed chuckle under his breath. "Would you be willing to do another interview for our film?" Before he could respond, I went on, and not about the memorials or my parents, just to add some local flavor, maybe tell a few of those interesting stories about the area. And then, scared that he was going to turn me down, "I promise it won't take long." "What won't take long?" Naomi asked as she joined us. Her hair was once again swept back in a ponytail, her cheeks still rosy. "I'd like to interview Father Paul again," I told her. "Later this afternoon, if he lets us." Her face brightened even more. "That's a great idea." I looked at the priest with my best puppy dog eyes. "What do you say, Father? Do us this favor, please?" "Tell you what," he said. "Let me invite Teddy Farkins to tag along, and you got yourself a deal." Grinning, I stuck out my hand. "Done," and we shook on it. 8. There's a quiet efficiency to small-town mornings. Delivery trucks prowl the pre-dawn streets like prehistoric creatures on the hunt. Groggy teenagers on bicycles toss newspapers onto stoops and driveways, and the occasional porch roof. A lonely patch of light marks the cracked sidewalk in front of the bakery. Inside, bright-eyed workers covered in flour are already hard at work. Just on the street, early birds and commuters, perched elbow to elbow on worn stools, down cups of black coffee and boost their cholesterol counts, while stifling a succession of yawns. A television mounted on the wall plays the morning news. No one says much, not even when the busty weather girl takes her turn, until Old Man Potter and Chuck Tanner show up. Then it's baseball and politics and the exorbitant price of feed, and the diner really starts to wake up. Most of the town waits for the sun before opening its eyes. The corner grocery store, how's that for a clever name, and Freddie Kavanaugh's Gas and Save. The trio of banks and the post office and schools, Drayton's daycare and the old folks' home. Doc Tillman and both dentists, Freddie Lepp, who's been around for decades, and Jim Shaw, fresh out of college in Philadelphia. The shopkeepers along Main Street show up next, refilling their cash drawers, wiping down their windows, and flipping closed signs to open. Soon enough, the sidewalks are bustling. Young mothers and children, most of them in a hurry. Strolling couples window shopping. Joggers and fast walkers, you know the type. Arms pumping, hips swiveling, human roosters in motion. Weaving around the others, looking to burn calories from last night's dessert and earning the occasional dirty look from folks with no place to be. When Naomi and I pulled up in front of the squat brick building that housed the Sudbury Library at 10:05 a.m., the town was humming with activity. Some outsiders may have thought that impossible for a small Pennsylvania town on a quiet Wednesday morning in mid-May, but they would be wrong. We locked the bikes in the rack out front and were halfway to the door when Jenny Caldwell swung to the curb in her brother's souped-up Toyota Supra and blew the horn. Def Leppard's Pyromania blasted from the speakers, earning her the stink eye and a waggling finger from an old lady waiting to cross the street. "Go ahead," Naomi said, already turning around. "I'll catch up." I gave her a nod and kept walking, but didn't go inside. Instead, I eased behind one of the circular concrete pillars that marked the library's main entrance and stood there catching my breath. Translation: I hid in the shadows like a rat and did my best to eavesdrop. The only problem was, with the radio blaring, I couldn't hear a damn thing. I was about to give up when the conversation came to an abrupt halt, with Naomi spinning on her heels and storming away. Then, clear as day, I heard Jenny shout, "So fucking stupid! I never thought you'd fall for his bullshit all over again!" Before Naomi could spot me, I ducked into the library. 9. The woman at the front counter recognized me immediately. "Hey there, Billy Anderson," she said with a smile. "Your aunt mentioned you'd be stopping by." She put down the stack of paperwork she was holding. "Where are your friends?" She what? Aunt Helen and her loose lips strike again. Why would she do that? I thought again of her hiding my notebook under the newspaper. No telling what else she blabbed. "They're around. We split up so we could—" I heard the door swing open behind me. "Well, there's one of them. Good morning, Naomi." "Morning, Mrs. Brighton." Naomi took hold of my arm, and once again I felt that joyful jolt of electricity throughout my body. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, and I was doing my best not to pull away from her. Mrs. Brighton was staring at Naomi's hand. The longtime librarian and substitute teacher lived on the same street as Naomi. She played bridge every weekend with a group of neighborhood women, including Naomi's mom. "Your aunt tells me you're working on a project for college." Her eyes remained glued on Naomi's hand, which was now caressing my arm. "If I can be of any help, just let me know." "I sure will," I said, taking that as my cue to get out of there. "Thanks." With Naomi still hanging on to me and Aunt Helen's meddling swimming around in my head, I hurried toward the rows of narrow cabinets that housed the library's card catalog. Behind us, Mrs. Brighton said, "It's nice to see you in Sudbury again, Billy. It's been far too long." Without looking back, I flipped her a wave over my shoulder and continued walking to the far side of the room. "You were kind of rude, don't you think?" Naomi said, finally letting go of me. "Did you see the way she was looking at your hand on my arm?" "So what? So what if she tells your mother? So what if she does?" "I'm thinking that won't be good. I can't imagine she'd be thrilled to hear about us." She frowned. "You think too much." "Everything okay with Jenny?" I asked, eager to change the subject. You know her. Always drama." "Sorry." "Don't be. I'm used to it." "So," I said, stopping in front of the cabinet that housed indexes for books whose titles began with the letters R to T. "Your job is to look up newspaper articles on microfiche. See if you can find any information that ties together our list of victims." Just running my fingers across the polished dark oak brought back a flood of bittersweet memories from my childhood. All the times my mother had driven me here, patiently waiting while I agonized over which books I wanted to check out. I felt a lump forming in the back of my throat. "While I, see if I can find out anything else about the symbol." She clicked the heels of her sneakers together. "Encyclopedia Brown reporting for duty." "Wouldn't you rather be Nancy Drew?" "Nope," she said, pirouetting and walking away. "Encyclopedia Brown is way cooler." Smiling, I watched as she disappeared around the corner. I glanced at the front desk. Mrs. Brighton was studying her paperwork again, or at least doing a good job of pretending she was. For some reason, I didn't trust her. At all. Librarians were nosy by nature. Just look at Aunt Helen. Turning back to the cabinet, I opened a drawer in the bottom row and began flipping through the throng of index cards. After a moment, I found the one I was looking for. Across the top of the small cream-colored card, a single word had been typed. Satanism. 10. Excerpt from The Devil is in the Details by Matthew Cavanaugh, Limestone Publishing, 1980, page 114. Unfortunately, there still exists a widespread misinterpretation of what Satanism actually involves. William Scales explained shortly after his June 1977 arrest. The general public, thanks largely to backyard rumor-mongering and irresponsible journalism, continues to believe that Satanism is a cesspool of evil and violence and debauchery. They hear the word, and it immediately conjures up images of crazy-eyed disciples dancing naked around a roaring fire while performing deadly rituals and human sacrifice. William Scales and his wife Barbara, both residents of Oak Hill, California, were arrested by local law enforcement officials after a month-long investigation stemming from accusations that Mr. and Mrs. Scales were providing underage youth with illegal drugs and alcohol, as well as desecrating local monuments. Upon searching the suspect's residence, police discovered a cache of unregistered firearms, as well as numerous items that had been reported stolen from the garages and sheds of nearby neighbors. In addition, a wealth of printed material related to the Church of Satan was found on the premises. Excerpt from The Church of Satan, Dark Religion and Its Origins by Peter McDermott, Zebra Books, 1977, pages 23 to 24. The Church of Satan employs a specific set of guiding principles known as the 9 Satanic Statements. They were written by Church of Satan founder Anton Szandor LaVey and published in 1969 via the Satanic Bible. LaVey, a writer, occultist, musician, and actor, viewed Satan not as a literal entity, but as a historic and literary figure symbolic of earthly values. Excerpt from Satanism, Fact and Fiction by Sandra R. Warren, Stonehenge Books, 1981, pages 272 to 273. In addition to the more widely publicized symbols utilized by many practitioners of Satanism, inverted crosses, pentagrams, all-seeing eyes, etc., there exists a plethora of other lesser-known ciphers representing a variety of obscure meanings. Some of these symbols pictured below are used to denote sacred ground, extend invitations to secret ceremonies, and summon the presence of various demons. Others are used to solicit good fortune, provide protection, or even publicly communicate with other church members who wish to remain anonymous. Excerpt from The Fall of the Catholic Church by Stephen Spinetti, Simon & Schuster Books, 1983, pages 89 to 90. And then there's the story of 17-year-old Alan Jacobs from Gaithersburg, Maryland, explained Tom Nugent, a veteran reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer and the author of the December 21, 1981 article entitled Satanic Panic and Epidemic. His parents first noticed a difference in their son during the summer of 1981. He began wearing dark clothing and letting his hair grow long. He painted his fingernails black and began listening to heavy metal music. When he stopped hanging around his friends from the football team and began associating with an entirely different group of teens from a nearby school, his parents sat him down and talked to him. Alan insisted that everything was okay. He'd simply grown apart from many of his old friends, who, according to him, were obsessed with drinking beer and smoking weed. His new friend group wasn't like that. They played card games and Dungeons and Dragons, held all-night movie marathons, and listened to music. His parents came away from the conversation convinced that Alan was telling the truth. Everything was okay. But they were wrong. Nothing was okay. Alan Jacobs had fallen in with a group of 18 to 30-year-old men and women who called themselves the Dark Lords. Numbering anywhere from 12 to 12.5 members, the group actively worshipped the ultimate Dark Lord, Satan, whom they most often referred to as Beelzebub. The group was responsible for the violent deaths of numerous local animals, including dogs, cats, cows, and sheep that were used in ritual sacrifices. On the evening of September 4th, 1981, days before he was to begin his final year of high school, Alan Jacobs, acting on his own, something he would later admit to local police, used a fist-sized rock he'd found in the park to knock 12-year-old Timothy Poole unconscious. He then dragged the young boy to where his car was parked, heaved him into the back seat, and drove to one of the Dark Lord's ceremonial sites in a nearby wooded area. When Timothy Poole regained consciousness a short time later, he was tied with his arms behind his back to a wooden stake that had been pounded into the ground. A shirtless Alan Jacobs was standing in front of him with a knife in his hand. In the police report, Alan described what happened next in his own words. As soon as he opened his eyes, I began the incantation, just like I'd practiced. I used the knife to cut myself across the chest, and then I sliced off Timothy's t-shirt. He immediately started crying. When I drew the knife across his chest, he began flailing and screaming. He was so loud I became worried that someone might hear, so I used what was left of his shirt to gag him. When that was done, I continued with the invocation, first wetting my fingers with my blood and wiping it onto his chest, and then repeating it with his blood and my own chest. Then I bent down and began drinking a mixture of our blood from his breast. As I did, something moved high in the trees above me. I heard branches shift and break, and then a voice calling out my name. A few seconds later, I felt his warm breath on the back of my neck. I don't remember anything else after that. Alan Jacobs' father called the police and reported him missing just before midnight that same evening. Alan had skipped a family dinner at 7 p.m., and none of his friends, new or old, knew where he was. At 1:37 a.m., Alan's car was located in a parking lot alongside a popular basketball court. It was empty and there was no apparent signs of foul play. At 2:14 a.m., a patrol officer discovered Alan wandering down the middle of nearby Pinecrest Street. His chest, arms, and face were smeared with blood. He was holding a gore-streaked hunting knife, later identified as having belonged to his father. Alan was non-communicative, his pupils were fully dilated, and he appeared to be in a deep stupor. The officer immediately suspected drugs, but later that day, Alan's blood screen came back negative. At 4:02 a.m., Timothy Poole's body was discovered in the woods. He had been disemboweled and his neck had been sliced so deeply that the coroner suspected that Alan Jacobs had attempted to decapitate him. The boy's eyes were missing. 11. I looked up from the book I was reading, and Naomi was standing there watching me. "Jesus," I said, pushing my chair away from the table. "You've got to stop sneaking up on me." "I didn't sneak, I walked." "Then why didn't you say something, instead of just standing there spying on me?" "Easy, Billy, watch your tone." I'd been thinking about what Melody had said to me earlier by the van, about last night's dream being a warning for the three of us. What she obviously hadn't had a chance to say was that she thought we needed to keep a closer eye on Naomi. "I wasn't spying on you," she said, walking closer. "And I didn't say anything for 2 reasons. One, you were so into whatever it was you were reading. You looked adorable. You kept rubbing your eyes and doing that thing with your lip where you—" Yeah, I said, smiling now, but wanting more than anything for her to stop. Lowering her voice, she said, "And 2, I didn't want Mrs. Brighton to hear me." I glanced at the front counter. The stool behind it was empty. Why not? "She wouldn't leave me alone. She kept barging in with one excuse after another, trying to peek at what I was doing. If you ask me, she's the spy. 12. The bandstand was located at the northern end of Sudbury Park. In all the years I'd lived there, I'd only seen it officially in use during the town's annual 4th of July celebration. Once the parade was finished marching the 4.5-block route from the parking lot in front of the high school to the intersection of Main Street and Ripley Avenue, the band waited until just before dusk to reassemble, and then played a rousing concert while fireworks lit up the sky above the park. Half the town gathered on blankets and lawn chairs. Red, white, and blue bunting hung from the bandstand's wooden railings. Members of the Rotary Club handed out miniature American flags. Fathers with beer on their breath laughed too loud. Little kids with ice cream-smeared faces chased each other around with sparklers grasped in their tiny fingers. And tired mothers called out for them to be careful and stop running before someone tripped and really hurt themselves, while the older teenagers snuck away in the dark to the nearby woods to light cherry bombs and make out. When I was 12, I got into my first real fight, if you could even call it that, in front of the bandstand. It was a Saturday afternoon, and my friends and I were on our way home from the movie theater. None of us saw Floyd Roebuck sitting there smoking, or we would have cut across the park to avoid him. By the time Craig McGinty noticed the plume of cigarette smoke wafting out of the shadows, it was too late. Although we were all in the same grade, Floyd was 2 years older and an unrepentant bully. He'd once made a 6th grader eat a hunk of dog crap because the kid had stepped on his brand new sneakers in the hallway at school. A head taller than the next biggest kid in our class, Floyd walked around with a lopsided buzz cut. It was rumored that his mom cut his hair, but no one had the guts to ask him. A face full of acne and a lazy left eye. His only friend was a 9th grader who went by the nickname of Stank. The two of them lived on the same street. On a daily basis during the school year, we all did our best to remain out of their orbit. And it mostly worked, until that fateful, "See, Melody, I do believe," Saturday afternoon. As soon as he spotted the cigarette smoke, Craig poked me in the ribs and nodded toward the bandstand, a stricken look on his usually cheerful face. I looked over and saw Floyd right away. He was slouched down with his scuffed-up boots propped up on one of the railings, glaring at us, the glowing tip of his cigarette looking like the little red battery light on the smoke detector my father had installed in our upstairs hallway. Tommy Pierce and Glenn Altman, lagging a step behind us, were arguing about who was the better third baseman, Brooks Robinson or Mike Schmidt. It was a long-standing debate, and so far neither one of them had been willing to budge. I turned around to shush them, and that's when Floyd finally spoke up. "Hey, kid, let me see that Orioles hat." He lowered his boots from the railing and slowly sat up, the cigarette still dangling from his mouth. Ash drifted to the bandstand's wood floor like dirty flakes of snow. Tommy and Glenn startled into silence. We all kept walking. I felt Craig's fingers tug on the side of my t-shirt. I knew exactly what that gesture meant. Don't stop. Keep going. "You deaf or something?" Floyd growled. "I said hand over the fucking hat." I stopped and turned to face him. We were all wearing ball caps, but mine was the only one with the Baltimore Orioles bird on the front, so I was the target today. "My uncle gave it to me for my birthday," I said, voice cracking. "So fucking what?" He tossed the still-burning cigarette over his shoulder into the grass. "I'm not gonna steal it. I just want to take a look at it." I thought about running. My right leg twitched and I almost took off, but I knew that he would catch me. Even with him wearing those heavy boots with the laces untied, I didn't have a chance. I'd seen him playing kickball during recess. He was big and stupid-looking, but he was also fast, probably because his legs were so damn long. Sweating now, I shuffled forward until I was close enough to take off my hat and hand it to him. As he reached for it, I noticed his dirty fingernails and a swastika drawn in black ink across the top of his right hand. He immediately placed the Orioles cap on his head, gripped it by the bill, offering another glimpse of those disgusting fingernails, and wiggled it around for a moment. Then he took it off and used both hands to stretch it out. I wanted to holler at him to stop or grab it and take off running, But instead, I just stood there like the coward I was. Speaking of cowards, Tommy, standing far behind me, chose that moment to make his escape. "Well, I'm gonna be late for dinner. See you guys tomorrow." By the time I turned around to look, he was already hurrying away toward town, but in the opposite direction of his house. Glenn, who hadn't muttered a single word, was right behind him. A part of me never forgave either of them. Only Craig remained standing his ground, all 5'2" of him. The next 60 seconds played out pretty much exactly as I'd feared. Pissed off because my friends had abandoned me, I turned back to face Floyd Roebuck. My favorite Orioles cap was once again perched atop his head. The fucker had bent the bill in the middle like Thurman Munson from the Yankees, an act considered sacrilege to this longtime Orioles fan, and stretched out the elastic. A familiar sneer had wormed its way onto his ugly face. "You know what?" he said with a tone of mock surprise. "I've changed my mind. I think I am gonna keep it." Before I could say anything, Craig stepped up beside me. "It's not yours to keep. Give it back." Floyd's eyes widened. "What did you just say to me?" "You heard me, shitbird. The hat was a birthday gift. Give it back." In an eye blink, Floyd was up and out of the bandstand and standing right in front of us. I could smell stale onions on his breath. With one hand, he took hold of Craig's t-shirt collar. I heard it rip. With the other, he reached around and seized the back of Craig's underwear, jerking him off the ground. Legs dangling, Craig howled in agony as his size 24 Fruit of the Loom sliced into his balls and knifed between his butt cheeks. And that's when the script diverted entirely from my frightened expectations. The inevitable beatdown of me and my lone loyal friend, resulting in matching black eyes, bloody noses, and split lips. And the world flipped upside down. Instead of crying and begging for mercy as so many others before him had done, Craig threw back his head and growled like a feral animal snared in a trap, and then reached up with the fingers of his right hand and clawed Floyd Roebuck in both of his eyes. The big bully shrieked in surprise and let go of Craig's underwear. Craig dropped to the grass in a twisted heap. Above him, Floyd began spinning wildly, his balled-up fists pressed against his ravaged eyes. He screeched even louder, an ungodly sound, and a spray of thick yellow snot erupted from his nose. Now on one knee, a red-faced Craig wound up and unleashed an uppercut directly into Floyd Roebuck's testicles. There was a meaty smacking sound, like the Italian stallion Rocky Balboa battering a side of slaughterhouse beef, followed by a whoosh of expelled onion breath, and then all of the color drained out of Floyd's face. He bent over with his hands on his knees, squeezing his legs tightly together, a thin moan escaping from his lips. Inspired by my friend's amazing act of courage and eager to get in on the action myself, I circled behind the wounded Floyd, got a good 5-yard running start, and kicked him squarely in the ass. He flew forward, his forehead striking the ground with a loud thunk, and immediately curled up on his side with his knees pressed against his chest. Craig and I stood over him, our hands balled into fists, listening to him moan. At that moment, I wished more than anything that I had a camera so I could capture proof of what we'd done. No one was going to believe us, especially that traitorous duo Timmy and Glenn. Leaning down, I snatched my hat from the ground. The Orioles logo was smeared with grass stains, the bright orange bill disfigured. Using both hands, I tried to bend it back into shape, but it was no use. "It's fucking ruined, you dickwad." I kicked a dirt clod at the back of his head, but missed. "When catch you both dead," he was wheezing now, one hand cradling his injured balls, the other clawing blindly at the grass. His eyes squeezed shut, a single tear cascaded down his cheek. "Oh yeah, you big crybaby. Why don't you go home and fuck your mom?" Craig hooted in his face, and I knew it was time for us to seriously get out of there. With my arm draped around my friend's shoulder, we hustled across the field and took the shortcut to our houses. As we entered the overgrown path in the woods, I took one last look behind us. Floyd Roebuck was still on the ground, but he was sitting up now, staring down at his crotch. We went a little faster after seeing that. Before he went inside, I thanked Craig for not running away and leaving me all alone. He grinned at me with those buck teeth of his and said, "No problem. You would have done the same for me." And he was right. I would have. Fortunately for us, Floyd's family moved away not long after our battle by the bandstand. That's not to say we didn't live in fear for our lives until the afternoon we saw the moving van drive out of town. We most definitely did. And there were several close calls, too. Once, after a Friday matinee of the Bad News Bears, Craig and I took the shortcut through the alley behind Lowe's department store and almost walked right into Floyd and his cronies perched on a tower of old pallets. They were smoking weed and throwing rocks over the roof onto Main Street. Luckily, we saw them before they spotted us, and with the help of a 50-yard head start, we were able to get away. Another time, after baseball practice, we were forced to walk home because Craig's bike had a flat tire. My bike was fine, but there was no way I was leaving him behind. As we strolled around the corner onto the street where Craig lived, we glimpsed Floyd ducking behind a telephone pole up ahead in the distance. Fighting panic, we immediately stopped in the middle of the road, pondering our options. Abandon our bikes and turn around and run like the devil was chasing us? Or make a break for the nearest house, ring the doorbell, and pray that someone answered? In the end, it hadn't mattered. Mere seconds later, as if sent directly from the heavens above, Craig's father pulled up beside us in his pickup truck, Johnny Cash warbling from the cheap speakers. We'd piled our bikes into the back and hopped in the front seat. When we cruised past the telephone pole, Floyd was nowhere in sight. And then a week or so later, he was gone for good, without any further incident. I can't remember where his family ended up moving to, but I think his father got a job somewhere down south. Florida, maybe, or Alabama. It's weird how time and memory work. Before today, I honestly hadn't thought about Floyd Roebuck in years. 13. By the time Naomi showed me what she'd found in the microfiche files and we finished returning the stack of books to their appropriate shelves, being extra careful not to leave behind any clues for busybody Brighton to find, we were running late for our 1 o'clock rendezvous with Melody and Troy. Anxious to hear what they'd discovered at the newspaper office, we hurried across the street, me holding my breath as a red pickup truck rounded the corner behind us, the teenage girl in the driver's seat gunning the engine, and made our way into the park, dodging an endless parade of neon-clad bicyclists and weaving our way through a succession of slowpoke dog walkers. Abandoning the pathway, we hustled past the playground, overrun at this hour with packs of squealing toddlers, and cut across the outfield of the softball field. Once we cleared a stand of trees growing dangerously close to the left field foul line, the white chalk almost invisible now after last night's doubleheader, I spotted Melody and Troy standing in the shade of the bandstand. And they weren't alone. "That's Craig McGinty," Naomi said. "What's he doing here?" Speak of the devil indeed. I have no idea. Well, try to be nice to him. I'm always nice. Craig bounded down the bandstand stairs to greet us. Billy fucking Anderson! I wanted to turn around and run. Instead, I muttered, "In the flesh. How you doing, Craig?" He started to come in for a hug, saw my outstretched hand, and lowered his arms in embarrassment. After we shook, he said hello to Naomi and then glanced over at Melody and Troy. "I was starting to think your friends were pulling my leg." Troy grinned. "I told him you're never on time for anything." "Craig was a big help to us," Melody said. "You work at the newspaper?" "Technically, I'm just an intern. I'm still full-time at Hillsdale Community." He gestured to Naomi. "We're actually in the same public speaking class." Just a handful of years ago, Craig McGinty had been one of my closest friends in the world. He'd stood up for me against Floyd Roebuck, and I'd let him cry on my shoulder when Carrie Booner broke up with him on prom night. I'd even asked him to serve as a pallbearer at my parents' funeral. Now, I knew practically nothing about him. Of course, I had everything to do with that, but still, his life had just moved on without me, despite how important we'd once been to each other. "That's great," I said, feeling like a first-class loser. "I still can't believe you're here," he said. "Wait until the other guys find out. Tommy will be bummed he missed you. He'll be home from USC next week." "How's he doing?" I asked. And I was shocked to discover that I was genuinely curious. Dr. Meraki had told me that this would happen. that a part of my brain would eventually unlock itself, and I'd begin to care again. You know Tommy, wherever he goes, it's a party. I guess some things never change. Craig didn't say anything right away, and I knew that he was thinking about my parents. Finally, he glanced at his wristwatch. Man, I hate to cut this short, but I should probably get going. I only have 30 minutes for lunch and my boss is a real dick. Thanks again for your help, Melody said. You really saved the day. My pleasure, he said with a shy smile that I remembered from any number of middle school dances. Melody had obviously once again worked her magic. The poor guy was smitten. And good luck with your project. I'm sure you'll get an A. If we do, it'll be because of you, she said, and he actually blushed. If I hear back from anyone else, I'll call you at Billy's aunt's house. Our hero, Troy said, and I could tell that he meant it. Surprisingly, I felt a tiny sting of jealousy. Turning to me, Craig reached out his hand, then quickly raised it, and patted me on the shoulder. Not knowing what else to do, I patted him back. I know you're headed back to York tomorrow, but I'd love to hang out next time you're in town. I've missed you, man. I looked at Naomi. I should be around a lot more this summer. Her smile banished the storm clouds and lit up the afternoon sky. Awesome, he said. I'll tell Tommy and the other guys. They'll be seriously stoked. 14. Well, that was awkward, Troy said as the four of us stood and watched Craig walk away. Tell me about it, I said. What was that whole patting on the shoulder business? Melody asked. Boys are so weird. Naomi gave my arm a squeeze. I thought it was cute. Troy tilted his head back and made a gagging sound. Maybe give me a little warning next time you're going to show up with one of my old friends? Yeah, sorry about that, Melody said. He pretty much insisted on tagging along. He really wanted to see you. You said he was a big help. How much did you tell him? Not much, Troy said. Just that we were looking for background info on some of the folks we wanted to include in the documentary. He got on the phone, Melody said. Talked to a couple reporters from other newspapers. And a woman at a local television station, Troy added. He even spoke to someone at the sheriff's office. Your boy really came through for us, Billy. Yeah, my boy, who I haven't seen or talked to in years. I sighed, feeling shitty all over again. So, what did you find out? 15. I'm not sure what it all amounts to, Troy said, spreading out several sheets of notepaper covered in his neat handwriting. Maybe nothing. We were sitting at a picnic table far enough away from the path to offer us some privacy. Several joggers wearing Walkman headphones strode past. A couple of teenagers on skateboards. A gray-haired man carrying a bag of peanuts on his way to feed the squirrels. We couldn't find out much of anything about the Harley-Davidson guy, he said. There was no coverage in the paper about the accident, and nothing on the news. I didn't find anything on him either, Naomi said. She'd already filled in the group about what she'd discovered in the microfiche files. It hadn't taken very long. Unlike the York College Library, which subscribed to a multitude of newspapers, ranging from small regional publications to the big guns like the Philadelphia Inquirer and the New York Times, my hometown library offered only the Sudbury Sun. And even then, it only went back 6 years. My guess is he isn't from anywhere around here, Melody said. After the accident, someone from his family or maybe some friends made a pilgrimage to the site, set up the memorial in his honor, and haven't been back since. I nodded. That makes sense. Naomi frowned. That makes me sad. We had better luck with the other names on the list. Troy stared down at his notes and began to read out loud. Chase Harper, 36 years old. Home is Exeter, Pennsylvania. We already know about his wife, Jennifer, and their son. The old dude at the gas station said the Harper family was religious, but that doesn't really cover it. For a while, when he was younger, Chase Harper had designs on becoming a priest. He attended a seminary in Baltimore but left after a year. At the time of his death, he was a deacon at his church and also the treasurer. Jennifer Harper still teaches Sunday school classes there. Police report notes nothing odd about the accident. His wife mentioned Chase had been extra tired in the weeks before because he hadn't been sleeping well. It was late and he'd been on the road for hours. The thinking is he fell asleep at the wheel. Moving on to Michael Meredith, 17 years old, Leesburg, hometown hero to all, except, as we saw, his older sister Penny. Between our old pal Pondo, Psycho Big Sis, and a slew of newspaper articles about the accident, we already know quite a bit about Michael. Today we learned a little bit more. He was no altar boy, but he really was a good kid. One of Michael's closest friends, name of Skip Phillips, was crippled in a hunting accident when he was 14. Ever since then, Michael had filled in as a kind of de facto older brother, helping Skip with his homework, driving him to school, even taking him back and forth to his PT appointments. Michael also talked the coach into letting Skip keep stats for the baseball team. Skip even got to ride the bus to away games. A local TV reporter said there were a lot of stories like that about Meredith. One of the parents went so far as to call him Leesburg's guardian angel. However, he traced his fingers across the bottom of the sheet of paper until he found his place again. There was something kind of strange about Michael's accident. Your friend Craig spoke with someone at the sheriff's department. I didn't get the name, like a dumbass, but whoever it was made a call to a cop friend who works in Leesburg. That friend told him that no skid marks were found at the scene, and they figure Meredith was traveling in excess of 80 miles an hour when his car struck the bridge abutment. The car basically disintegrated, and Michael's body was thrown over the bridge and into the creek below. The funeral was closed casket, as you can imagine. Naomi groaned and inched closer to me on the picnic table bench. I didn't blame her. It was difficult to listen to such gruesome details, especially after what had happened to my parents. Evidently, there was some talk around school that maybe it hadn't really been an accident. A couple of his friends told their parents that Michael hadn't been himself in the days leading up to the crash. He'd seemed distant, distracted. And how about that? He was always tired. A sudden flash of color among the bushes lining the path caught my attention. A girl in a yellow shirt. There and gone in a blink. I was almost positive it had been Jenny Caldwell spying on us. I started to say something, but before I could, Troy picked up the story again. The girl he'd been dating told her mother that Michael had been moody. He'd failed a vocabulary quiz, almost got into a fight at practice. He'd also been spending an unusual amount of time at the school library. Whenever one of his friends tried to join him, he'd shoo them away. No one knows why. Your buddy Craig left a message with the librarian, Mrs. Lowenstein, to see if she might have any more information. Melody reached across the table and shuffled together the remaining sheets of paper. Why don't you and Naomi read the rest for yourselves? It'll be quicker than listening to Troy's lecture. Troy gave her a hurt look. Well, excuse me. She pointed toward the sky above the softball field. Dark thunderclouds had gathered along the horizon. A stiff breeze ruffled the treetops. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the soothing tinkle of wind chimes. No offense, Troy, but I think we're running out of time. I took the notes from her hand, placed them in front of us so that Naomi could see, and began reading. 16. 10 minutes later, when I finally looked up, everyone was staring at me. I noticed right away that the temperature had dropped. Thunder rumbled in the distance. So, what do you think? Troy asked. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure what I thought. It was a lot of information to take in all at once. While listening to Troy recite from his notes, I'd had to remind myself on more than one occasion that these were real people we were talking about, not just characters in a book or on a TV show. They'd once been filled with hopes and dreams and plans for the future. They'd celebrated birthdays and holidays and fallen in and out of love and danced and played and sang in the rain. In a split second of time, all of that and so much more had been stolen away from them, not to mention from the loved ones they'd left behind. Reading what he'd written in that ridiculously precise handwriting of his had been more of the same. Only this time the somber story had been narrated by my own internal voice. And then I'd arrived at the section about the little boy in the Pittsburgh Pirates hat with the missing front teeth, and it really hit home. Somehow they'd discovered the boy's identity. His name was Oliver Grimes. The people who knew and loved him best called him Ollie. He was 6 years old when the car in which he'd been a passenger had crossed the center line and hit a logging truck head-on. His sister had been driving. She'd survived with a broken leg and 27 stitches in her head. Ollie had been crushed and unrecognizable. Nothing too specific stands out to me, I said, clearing my throat. But there's definitely something. I thought so too, Troy said. Naomi scrunched up her face like she used to do when she was working on her calculus homework at my parents' dining room table. But what? Melody chimed in. Gender, age, occupation, religious, political, and economic backgrounds. They're all so varied. Where's the link, Billy? I thought about it for a moment longer. The folks on the list, whether they're children or adults or somewhere in between, they all appear to be decent people. I got up and began pacing. People usually go out of their way to speak kindly of the dead. I get that. But that genuinely doesn't seem to be the case here. By all accounts, these seem to be exceptionally loving and kind-hearted individuals. Just really good people. That doesn't give us much to go on, Melody said. No, it doesn't, Troy replied. But it is unusual, considering the current state of the world we live in. Odds are at least one of them should have been a first-class shit, or at the very least a few levels below that. The 2 missing girls, I said. The ones who are on all those posters. I wonder if they were really good people, too. Troy pointed at me. That's an interesting thought. What else? Melody asked. I could tell she was eager to beat the rain and get back to the van. Several of the victims appeared to be acting strangely before the accidents occurred. Right, Troy said. Chase Harper, Michael Meredith, Oliver Grimes, Gabriel Ramos, Jessica Harmeyer. They all... Jessica who? Melody asked. The teacher from Parkton, I said. She stared at me with a blank look on her face. The memorial on the fence by the cemetery? The one that was damaged by the storm? You guys are the ones who came up with her name. Oh yeah, that's right, she said. Sorry, it's all starting to blur together at this point. The first drops of rain began to splatter the picnic table. Troy rolled up his notes and shoved them into his pants pocket. Then he looked at us and grinned. Last one to the van kisses Ronnie Reagan's wrinkled white ass. And he took off running. 17. You sure? Troy asked, still trying to catch his breath. Even with a head start, he'd finished dead last in the race to the van. As usual, he blamed his short legs. I'd hate to see them get stolen. By the time we'd reached the parking lot, the rain was falling in steady, undulating sheets. Thanks to the whipping wind, it felt like we were being pelted from every direction. Soaked and shivering, with the heat turned on high inside the van, we cruised past the library. It wasn't quite 2 p.m, but it already looked like dusk outside. I've been gone for a while, I said, but I think bike heists are still pretty rare in Sudbury. We'll just swing back later when the rain stops and pick them up. I've been thinking, Melody said, turning up the windshield wipers. Maybe we should head back to campus this afternoon. Now that we have Craig helping us, we're not really needed here. We can do the rest of the legwork from home. Naomi squeezed my leg in the back seat. I knew what she was thinking. I wasn't ready to say goodbye either. You worried about Rosie? I asked. A little, she said, nodding. It's not like her to not answer the phone. You left her messages? She glanced at me in the mirror. Well, that's the thing. Our answering machine's broken. I didn't have a chance to pick up a new one before we left. I thought about it. We've had thunderstorms pretty much every day this week. Maybe the electricity's out again. Maybe. I guess I could look up the rental office's number and call and ask. Let's try that, I said. Aunt Helen will be seriously bummed if we duck out early. Troy turned sideways in his seat so he could see everyone. I've been thinking too. His afro sparkled from the rain, rivulets of water running down his face. He took off his glasses and wiped the moisture from his eyes. What if, once we're finished with the documentary, we go back and assemble new footage for a second film? A second film about what? Melody asked. But I already knew the answer. The symbol, its origins, what it represents, why it was left at the various memorials, how we unraveled the mystery behind it all. Melody raised her eyebrows. And how do we do that when we don't have answers to most of those questions? Not yet, but we will. I admired his confidence, and I had to admit the idea of a second documentary was a little intriguing. Think about it, he went on. We already have most of the footage we need. What's left is background research, and we've already started on that. He looked at me. I'd even be willing to stick around for part of the summer to work on it. And just like that, a follow-up documentary focusing on the symbols seemed like the greatest idea in the world. Who would want to watch something like that? Naomi asked. Lots of people, I bet. As long as our story has a resolution. His eyes twinkled behind his glasses. Hell, even if it doesn't. Look at In Search Of on TV. People eat this stuff up. 18. By the time we pulled up in front of my aunt's house, the downpour had slowed to a drizzle and Troy had finally stopped talking. I'd only heard him that excited once before, when he was telling me about a paper he'd written for his physics class. I'd understood maybe 1/10 of what he'd told me that day. As soon as Melody turned off the van, Naomi flung open the side door and hopped out. If the front door's locked, I'm screwed. I'm about to pee my pants. And she was off and running, splashing through puddles as she made her way up the driveway. Troy laughed and took off right behind her. I called downstairs bathroom! Good luck with that, I thought, closing the van door. I only made it a couple of steps before Melody grabbed my arm and stopped me. Wait, I have to tell you something before we go inside. It's been bothering me all day. She glanced nervously at the front door before turning her back on the house. What's wrong? I feel horrible saying this, Billy. She did look pretty miserable. But I can't help it. It's okay, just tell me. I'm not sure I trust Naomi and your aunt. What? It felt like someone had doused me with ice-cold water. Why? What happened? This morning, when I was on the phone with my sister, your aunt was listening in on the other line. Now it was my turn to glance at the house. Why do you think that? Shortly after I got on the phone, there was a weird click and then the tiniest bit of background static. I could hear it pretty much the entire time we were talking. Then, right before we hung up, I heard the click again, and the noise disappeared. A couple seconds later, your aunt's bedroom door opened. Then she went into the bathroom and closed the door. The shower was running the whole time I was on the phone, but I know she wasn't in it. You heard all that from the kitchen? No, I was on the phone in the living room. I didn't know what to think. What she just told me was a long way from concrete proof that my aunt had done anything wrong. On the other hand, Melody was one of the most steadfast and rational people I knew. She wasn't one to make serious accusations without careful thought. What about Naomi? You said, earlier in the morning, while you and Troy were upstairs, I walked in on your aunt and Naomi in the kitchen. They stopped talking as soon as they saw me. I'd obviously interrupted something important. But then I saw the looks on their faces, and Billy, my blood ran cold. It was like they were wearing masks and they'd slipped loose for a second, and I could see how they really felt about me. Then it was gone, and they were smiling again. She let out a deep breath. But by then it was too late. I'd already seen. I wanted to tell her she was imagining things, that we were all tired and stressed, and her mind was playing tricks on her. But I couldn't. All I could think about was Aunt Helen pushing my notebook underneath the newspaper. Will you be okay going inside? I'll be fine, she said, turning around to face the house. I just had to tell you before I went crazy. I wanted to say something earlier about 100 times, but this is the first instance you and I have been alone for more than a few seconds. As we started up the driveway, I searched the windows to see if anyone was watching. But all I could see were shadows. 19. No answer from Farnsworth. I hung up the kitchen phone and walked into the living room where everyone was huddled around a stack of old photo albums. I left a message. Hopefully he'll call back. You didn't tell me you were baby Elvis when you were a kid, Troy said, looking up at me with a shit-eating grin. Why'd you get rid of the pompadour? Because I knew I couldn't compete with the afro. He laughed and flipped to the next page. Upon our arrival, we'd immediately gone upstairs and changed into dry clothes. Troy, still shivering from the rain, took a long hot shower. By the time we'd all returned to the first floor, Aunt Helen had a pot of tea going on the stove and a platter of cheese and crackers on the coffee table. She'd warned us not to ruin our appetites. Jason Peters was coming for dinner at 7:30, and this time there would be no last-minute cancellation. She actually seemed excited for us to meet him. Oh my God, Melody said, pointing at a black and white photo of me at my 10th birthday party. Look at that adorable cowboy outfit. He's even wearing little spurs. If Melody was faking her good mood, no longer trusting Naomi and my aunt, and yet sitting between the two of them on the sofa sipping hot tea and giggling, she was doing a damn good job of it. Oh, this is downright tragic, Troy said, holding up a photo for me to see. Weren't you a little old to be playing Tarzan? I looked at my aunt. Thanks a lot. She smiled and said, You're very welcome. Eager to take a cat nap, I plopped down in Uncle Frank's favorite reading chair by the fireplace. Using the lever on the side, I put my legs up and got comfortable. Before I could close my eyes, my gaze wandered across the room to the basketball team photo on the wall. I still couldn't figure it out. It was just a bunch of guys in crew cuts and funny shorts standing on the bleachers. What was it about that damn photograph that was bothering me so? Before I could finish my thought, the telephone rang. Aunt Helen started to excuse herself, but I held out my hand to stop her. I got it. Stay here and make fun of me. Our pleasure, Troy said as I walked out of the room. The telephone kept ringing. Yeah, hold your horses. I was hoping it was Robert Farnsworth. I had about 1 million questions for the guy. As it turned out, it was. 20. I'm glad you called, he said after we'd exchanged pleasantries. I'm afraid I owe you and your friends an apology. I wasn't entirely truthful with you at the lake. He sounded like a completely different person than the charming salt-and-pepper-haired gentleman we'd met at Moe's famous barbecue. No more was he the confident, smooth-talking storyteller. In his place was a stranger who sounded exhausted and sad and maybe even a little drunk. How so? I asked, even though I had a feeling I knew what he was going to say next. I was caught by surprise when you asked me about the symbol on Griffin Schutz's cross. I've taken several other groups to that section of the trail, and no one's ever mentioned it before. We already know there's a story behind it. A distinctive click came through the earpiece of the receiver, along with the barely detectable hum of background static that reminded me of when my friends and I used to run around outside with walkie-talkies, pretending we were astronauts on the moon or soldiers in the jungle. And we've discovered the symbol at a number of other memorials. He cleared his throat. I assume you've taken photographs and shot video of the symbol? Quite a bit. He didn't say anything right away. There was just that low-frequency hum in the background. Mr. Farnsworth, You need to destroy it, he said with an urgency in his voice that hadn't been there before. All of it. The film, the prints, the video footage. What? Why? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Why would... You have no reason to believe me after I lied to you before, but I'm telling you the truth now. Get rid of everything. Cancel your project. Go back to school and tell your professor you'll do something else. Why? What does it mean? I nearly shouted. The symbol, where did it come from? It was as if he hadn't heard me. If you insist on going forward with your documentary, then erase all evidence of that symbol. Don't even let it appear in the background. Can't you just tell me what's going on? Practically begging now. Is it a cult? Are they Satanists? A long, drawn-out breath, at the end of which I almost expected to hear a dial tone. Billy, call it whatever you want, he said. Witchcraft, sorcery, black magic. Whatever it is, it's as old as time itself. Do you realize that the mountains in this part of the world have been here for billions of years? Billions. Those mountains, they're like a primordial god in and of themselves. What does that have to do with the symbol? Everything. He sighed. You and your friends have stumbled onto something very bad. The people behind it are dangerous, and they believe in what they're doing. You need to stay far away from them. Destroy all documentation and get the hell out of there as soon as you can. What are they doing? Why are they leaving the symbol at... They're using the memorials as gateways. His voice booming as he surged past the point of no return. They're using the energy, the grief too. He trailed off without finishing. To do what? I pleaded. When he didn't answer me, I continued. We went back to the lake yesterday. Why in the hell would you go back there? We had a nightmare, I said, about Rachel Fillmore and her baby. What do you mean, we? You've all been having dreams. I nodded even though I knew he couldn't see me. When we went back, there was a photograph on the cross, taken at one of our campsites. My friend's eyes had been scratched out. Oh no. His voice dropped to a whisper. Oh Christ, no. Shit. Shit. Mr. Farnsworth? It's too late. It's too late for all of you now. You've been marked. Marked? Marked by what? I'm sorry, Billy. Please don't call me anymore. It sounded like he was beginning to cry. I can't help you. You can't just leave us like this. We're marked how? No response. Mr. Farnsworth! Nothing. You said the memorials are being used as gateways? I looked around the kitchen and lowered my voice. My mouth had gone dry. A headache was building in my temple. Gateways for what? I thought I was too late. I thought he was gone, but I was wrong. Demons, he whispered. Okay, now do you get it? You and your friends are all going to die. And with that, he hung up the phone. 21. I walked into the living room in a daze. All I knew of demons came from movies like The Exorcist and The Evil Dead. They were make-believe. I heard him wrong. He said it so softly I must have misunderstood. The photo albums were still piled high on the coffee table. A mug of hot tea rested on a nearby coaster, but there was no sign of my aunt and the others. That's because someone came into the house and took them away while you were talking, my brain taunted. But this time I didn't feel the need to sneak away and count to 10 in order to regain control of it. Dr. Meraki would have been proud of my progress. Hello? I called out. Where are... Out back, Troy answered in a muffled voice. I made my way to the sliding screen door and stepped outside onto the patio. The rain had stopped a while ago, but the sky remained thick with shifting gray clouds. With the sudden chill in the air, it looked and felt like autumn. The heat wave had officially broken. Troy and Naomi couldn't stop themselves from eavesdropping, Melody said with a smile that I knew was ungenuine. So I dragged them out here and forced them to behave. Troy rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue at her. Where'd Aunt Helen get off to? She disappeared upstairs, looking for her purse to go grocery shopping. Melody flashed me a look. Haven't seen her since. It made perfect sense. Troy and Naomi were obviously not the only ones who couldn't resist eavesdropping. Thinking about the click I'd heard over the phone line, I glanced up at my aunt's bedroom window. The curtain was closed. So you going to tell us or what? Troy asked, getting up from his chair. I couldn't understand what you were saying, but by the tone of your voice it sounded like the conversation got a little spicy. You could say that. Before I could go on, Aunt Helen slid open the door and walked outside, her purse hanging from her shoulder. Another top-secret communique? No, ma'am, I said, borrowing Melody's fake grin. Just enjoying the cool weather. She looked doubtfully at the dark sky above the crabapple trees, and then turned her attention to Naomi. You headed home soon, I hope? Still sulking, Naomi didn't answer, just nodded her head. Well, good luck, and remember what we talked about. They only know what they see. Tell them how you feel, how they make you feel. They just might surprise you. I seriously doubt that. You seriously need to go in there with a better attitude, young lady. If you say so. I absolutely say so. She ran her fingers over the strap of her purse, making sure it was still there. My mom used to do the same thing. "Okay, I'm on my way to the store. I won't be long." Closing the screen door, she glanced back at us, smiling. "Remember, dinner's at 7:30 and we're expecting a guest." "Looking forward to it," I said, giving her a wave. I listened to her footsteps fade away. And then I joined the others at the table and told them everything. Well, almost everything that Robert Farnsworth had said. 22. All of a sudden, it felt like there were secrets everywhere. I still hadn't told Troy, or anyone else for that matter, about the gun I'd seen in Melody's possession. Even with everything that had happened, it hadn't felt necessary. Melody and I were also in cahoots when it came to her recent suspicions about Aunt Helen and Naomi. As brilliant as he was, poor Troy was in the dark about all of it. I would have felt terrible about the whole thing if I weren't so convinced it was the right thing to do. When I'd told the group about my conversation with Robert Farnsworth, Troy had spiraled into a full-fledged panic attack and nearly fainted. Melody helped him to a chair, making sure he didn't faceplant onto the patio, and poured him a glass of water. His hand shaking, he tried to take a drink but managed to spill most of it on his t-shirt. "What the fuck does that mean? We've been marked! That doesn't make any—" And then he was leaning over with his head between his knees, hyperventilating. I ran inside and grabbed a paper bag from underneath the sink. Melody got it positioned around his mouth and held it there. "Breathe, Troy. Breathe into the bag. Nice and easy." It took a while, but he finally recovered enough to finish his water and resume asking questions, albeit in a much calmer tone of voice. Melody and Naomi hadn't reacted much better. The mere mention of demons, even after I'd gone out of my way to cast considerable doubt on whether I'd heard correctly, had thrown them over the edge. "This is nothing to mess around with," Melody said, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, despite the cooled-down temperature. "I mean it, Billy. The occult is serious business where I come from." She made the sign of the cross and then lifted her crucifix and kissed it. Troy closed his eyes and wrung his hands together. "Jesus, I can't believe this is happening." All of which made me glad I'd decided not to breathe a word about Farnsworth's directive to destroy the film and video evidence we'd taken of the symbol. I'd tried to convince myself that I'd done it so they wouldn't freak out even more than they already had. But deep down I knew the ugly truth. I'd withheld Farnsworth's warning out of a sense of pure greed and entitlement. After all, I was the one who'd shot the film and video. Therefore, it was mine to do with as I pleased. Mine, I thought, picturing that gluttonous Daffy Duck from the Saturday morning cartoon. Mine. And then there was Aunt Helen, the only real family I had left in this world. The woman who had almost single-handedly saved my life over the Christmas break. Who had stayed at my side and nursed me back to some semblance of health and then found Dr. Meraki to help me do the rest. I owed her so much more than doubt and suspicion. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about the oh-so-quiet click both Melody and I had heard on the telephone line and the stealthy manner in which she'd hidden my notebook. And now, while Melody kept Naomi and Troy occupied downstairs, here I was sneaking around my aunt's bedroom while she was out spending her hard-earned money in preparation for tonight's dinner. Snooping around had been Melody's idea, but I hadn't objected. In fact, I'd agreed without even a moment's hesitation. Just one more secret to keep. But then again, I wasn't the only one, so I figured, fuck it, do what you gotta do. I was all but positive that Aunt Helen had listened in on my phone call with Farnsworth, which meant she'd heard all about the symbol and portals and demons. She knew we were in real danger, and yet she'd opened the back door to announce that she was headed out grocery shopping with nary a hint of concern on her face. Why? Jesus, what was she hiding? I was more determined than ever to find out. Although I had no idea what I was looking for, I'd already given the home library and the small back room she called her office a cursory search. Nothing out of the ordinary there. So far, her bedroom had been more of the same. The only real surprises came when I stumbled upon a plain white envelope stuffed with $20 bills at the bottom of her sock drawer and several silky, barely there pieces of bright red lingerie in her underwear drawer. I'd just about given up when I noticed the shoe boxes at the bottom of her closet. On the one hand, it looked like a lot of work. The woman sure had a lot of shoes. On the other, if it was a good enough hiding place for me, maybe the same could be said for my favorite aunt. There were 3 horizontal rows of boxes, nearly a dozen across, stacked neatly on top of each other. Why the hell does anyone need 30 pairs of shoes? Knowing that time was running short, I knelt down and made quick work of it. Boots, sneakers, clogs, slippers, heels, flats, sandals. A few pairs of footwear that defied description and for which I had no name. All I knew was that they looked uncomfortable. And Melody says that guys are weird. Until there were only 4 boxes left at the end of the bottom row. Box 1, a pair of steel-toed work boots, brand new, size 7. Box 2, white high heels, fancy, not a speck of dirt or wear, most likely never worn. Box 3, a surprise, an antique silver pistol, all cleaned up and polished, probably my Uncle Frank's. I opened the lid on the final box. At first, because of the shadows, I thought it was empty. I picked it up, and a curved dagger with a turquoise handle slid into view with a thunk. The same dagger Naomi had been holding in our collective nightmare. I reached into the box to touch it, to make sure it was real. The telephone rang on the dresser behind me, and I nearly fainted from the shock. 23. By the time I carefully got everything back where it belonged and rejoined the others downstairs, Melody was saying goodbye to whoever it was on the phone. From the looks on Troy's and Naomi's faces, I couldn't tell if the call had brought good news or bad. "Hold on," she said when I walked into the living room. "Don't hang up yet. Billy just got here." She covered the receiver with her hand. "It's Craig, and you're not going to believe what he dug up." Speaking into the phone again, Melody said, "Do me a favor and tell Billy everything you just told me. Don't leave anything out." 24. We were barely out of the neighborhood when Melody started in on Naomi again. "Just be honest. Why didn't you tell us?" "I am being honest." Naomi was on the verge of tears. "I didn't know. Today's the first I've ever heard of it." We were on our way to drop her off at home and then head across town to St. Ignatius to interview Father Paul. After that, if there was enough time before dinner, it was a straight shot north to Church Street. If Melody didn't get pulled over first for reckless driving. The police find a satanic ritual site in the woods by the memorial, and you, of all people, didn't know about it? Come on, that's bullshit and you know it. Why would I lie to you? I don't know, you tell me. Troy turned around and gave me a look. He was obviously as uncomfortable as I was with Melody's harsh line of questioning. Always the peacemaker, he spoke up. "It was almost 2 years ago, Mel. Craig didn't hear a whisper about it either until this afternoon. The cops buried the story." Without warning, Melody pulled over to the side of the road and stopped the van. She spun around in her seat and glared at us. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "And for 2 years, neither one of you heard a peep about it? A rumor? A drunken backyard story? Nothing?" Naomi shook her head. I was beginning to lose my patience. "I've been gone, Mel. I haven't heard shit about anything. All those crazy stories going around about Dead Man's Road, and not a word gets out about a fucking altar in the woods." I shrugged. I guess some small towns keep their secrets. "How did Craig find out?" Troy asked. He wouldn't say. Melody turned around in her seat, facing forward again. I pushed him for a name, but he claimed he couldn't tell me. "Rule number 1, Troy replied. Never reveal your source." That's what Craig said. She steered the van back onto the road. Some bullshit about journalistic integrity. But it was more than that, and Melody knew it. Craig had sounded scared on the phone, like he'd regretted ever talking to us. 25. "I'm telling the truth, Billy. I don't know why she doesn't believe me." We were standing by the van in front of Naomi's house. She was supposed to be home by 5, and it was 8 minutes past. Any second now, I expected her mother and father to storm outside and start yelling at us. Hugging her tight, I breathed in the strawberry scent of her shampoo. Her fingers caressed the back of my neck and played with the curls in my hair. I felt a subtle stirring in my jeans, and once again it felt like I was living in a dream world. A grown-up Naomi Flynn in my arms, A ceremonial dagger hidden inside my aunt's closet. Secret altars in the middle of the woods. I didn't know what to think anymore. At the beginning of this trip, I had felt like a stranger roaming around my hometown. Now it was starting to feel the other way around. Sudbury had changed after all. "She's just upset," I said, "and worried about her roommate. You know she's not like this." "That's what makes it even worse. She's been so nice to me up until now." I gently placed my hands on her face. "That's because it's not about you. It's about her. Once she calms down and comes to her senses, I'm sure she'll apologize." I leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. "I don't know, Billy. She's really pissed." I glanced over her shoulder at the house and reached into my pocket. "Before you go, I want to show you something." I pulled out the cassette tape I'd taken from the shoebox at the bottom of my closet and handed it to her. The label along the top read, "Billy and Naomi's Mixtape." Her eyes widened. "Oh my God, Billy, I can't believe—" She turned it over in her hand, examining both sides of the cassette as if she wasn't sure it was real. After dating for nearly 6 months back in high school, we'd finally said "I love you" to each other for the first time while riding the Ferris wheel at the 4th of July carnival. Early the next morning, too excited to sleep, she'd left the mixtape and a homemade card in my parents' mailbox. Using her father's cassette recorder, she'd taped more than a dozen of her favorite love songs off various albums. Andy Gibb, Carly Simon, Billy Joel, and a host of others. The recording quality was pretty abysmal, but that hadn't mattered at all. The rest of that summer, we must have listened to that tape from start to finish hundreds of times. It was a miracle it hadn't fallen apart. That was almost 5 years ago now. "You kept it all this time!" The smile on her face was radiant. "Can I take it inside and listen? Please?" "If you promise to give it back when you're finished." I didn't have the heart to admit that shortly before leaving for college, I'd tossed the tape into the trash. I'd already gotten rid of the photographs from my bedroom walls and stored my cameras in boxes. All those things were reminders of that other life I'd once lived, and I wanted nothing more to do with them. But then something unexpected happened. That night, I dreamed of Naomi. The two of us waiting side by side in the Susquehanna, fishing poles in our hands, a transistor radio perched on a nearby boulder. She was wearing the orange floppy hat she'd gotten for free at an Orioles game and cut-off jean shorts and a bright red bikini top. The sun was shining and we were happy. She set the hook on a big one and started reeling it in, and that's when I woke up. The next morning, I pulled the cassette out of the trash can, scraped a wad of chewing gum off the plastic casing, and stashed the tape in a shoebox at the bottom of my closet. I no longer wanted it gone, but I also didn't want to see it every time I came home. It was a decent compromise, all things considered. And then, as more time passed, I simply forgot all about it. Until the other morning, while standing in my old bedroom, a warm breeze blowing through the open window, listening to Melody and Troy and Aunt Helen laughing in the backyard. I'd felt truly alive in that moment, excited to hit the open road with my friends, unafraid and eager to make my mark on the world. And as I headed for the hallway to go downstairs and join the others, I suddenly remembered the mixtape at the bottom of my closet, and a whispering voice inside my head urged me to stop and take it with me. Almost as if in my excitement for what was yet to come, I wanted something good from my past to hold on to. A kind of charm, if nothing else. It wasn't until now, with Naomi's beaming face in front of me, that I recognized the voice that had spoken to me that day. It was Dr. Meraki. "I'm going to make a copy," Naomi said, practically squealing with joy. "That way we both have one to listen to." "That sounds like a plan," I said, glimpsing a flicker of movement in one of the upstairs windows. "Now go inside and try to behave, so your parents will let you see me later tonight." She glared at the house. "They better." And then she hugged me one last time, so hard it made my heart ache. I watched her jog across the lawn, ponytail bouncing, and it occurred to me that she no longer looked quite so grown up. When she opened the door and glanced back at me, I heard the squawk of her mother's voice coming from somewhere inside. She didn't sound happy. Naomi rolled her eyes and took a deep breath. I blew her a kiss for luck. She caught it, then was gone. 26. I'm sorry, Billy. She's a sweet girl, but I know she's holding back on us. Melody waited for the car in front of us to turn and then accelerated through the intersection. The question is why? It had only been a few minutes since we'd dropped off Naomi, and I was already tired of talking about it. Fortunately, Melody's mood had improved as soon as it was just the three of us again. Her anger was winding down. I'll talk to her, see if there's anything she's not telling us. That's all I can do. Guys, I'm still stuck on this whole demon thing, Troy said, his fingers drumming a nervous staccato on the armrest. I feel like a ritual site in the woods all but fucking confirms that it's true. I really think we should head home tonight, Melody said. Better safe than sorry. We have dinner, I reminded her. Aunt Helen's making such a big deal out of it. Plus, I want to ask this Jason guy some questions. She frowned. Fine, then we can leave right after. I'd be up for that, Troy replied. We rounded the sweeping bend. At only 5 miles per hour above the speed limit, Melody no longer driving like she was competing in the Grand Prix, and turned into the St. Ignatius parking lot. I gotta tell you, Troy said with a sigh, I am not in the mood to do this interview. I wish we could cancel. Too late. I spotted the portly priest standing next to another man outside the rectory. Besides, after what Father Paul told me earlier today, I have a plan.
27. Video footage. 5:37 p.m., Wednesday, May 11th, 1983. The two men sit side by side in faded yellow plastic chairs. Behind them, what looks like about 100 more of the same ugly chairs, folded up and leaning against the wall in neat stacks. Off to the side, an unplugged bingo board on wheels, the unlit rows of letters and numbers lost in the shadows. The larger of the two men is a priest, his clerical collar impossibly white in the glare of the portable lights. His chubby cheeks are rosy red. He needs a shave. The second man is at least 10 years older. He's dressed in baggy jeans and a light blue chambray shirt. His unruly gray hair and John Lennon eyeglasses lend him the appearance of a mad scientist. Both men are fidgeting in their seats. The mad scientist keeps poking the priest in the leg and leaning over to whisper in his ear. Each time he does this, the priest shoos him away with a grumble and a less than charitable look on his otherwise cheerful face. The lights dim a notch. Okay, that's better, Troy says from off-screen. Whenever you're ready, Billy. Both men immediately sit ramrod straight and go totally still. With their shiny skin and wide eyes, they look like wax figures in a museum. Just try to relax, Billy says with an off-screen chuckle. Pretend the camera isn't there and you're sitting around the poker table shooting the breeze. We allowed to cuss? The older man asks. The priest looks at his friend as if he's lost his mind. We're in a church, Teddy. This part ain't no church, he says, looking around. It's a bingo hall. Besides, the boys said to pretend we're playing poker. I knew it was a bad idea to invite you. Wouldn't have hurt my feelings none if you didn't. I'm missing meatloaf night at the diner. Billy speaks up again. Father Paul, before we get started, I was hoping you'd take a look at something. Melody appears in frame. She approaches the men, stops, and turns around to hold up a spiral notebook so that the camera can zoom in on the strange symbol that's been drawn there. The camera holds tight for a moment, and then, as it slowly pulls back again, the woman rotates the notebook so the two men can see the sketch. They study it in silence for a moment, some of the color noticeably draining away from the priest's cheeks. Teddy readjusts his eyeglasses. His hand appears to be trembling. We found this on a number of the memorials we came across, Billy continues. We were able to trace its origins back to some type of local cult. I was wondering if you knew anything about it, for our background research. Melody begins to turn away with the notebook, but Father Paul reaches out and gently takes it from her hand. She hesitates, shrugs at the camera, and slowly backs out of frame. "Have you shown this to your aunt?" the priest asks. "She told me she'd never seen it before." Something flickers in his eyes. "This cult, son, what do you know about them?" "Just that they're from the hill country, and supposedly they use this symbol in certain rituals." Teddy reaches over and adjusts the notebook in the priest's hands so he can take a better look at it. "You mind if I ask where you got your information from?" All of the mischief has gone out of his voice. "All over the place. The library, there was a local historian, a kid whose mother works for the police department. That's the problem, though. No one's been able to tell us the complete story. It's all in parts, like this big puzzle, and we're only missing a few pieces. But of course, they're the most important pieces." The priest turns to his friend and holds up the notebook to shield their faces from the camera's watchful eye, and whispering can be heard. A moment later, the notebook is lowered. "Okay, what exactly do you want to know, Billy?" "The symbol, what does it mean?" A deep breath. "It represents something, and if what it represents has a name, I don't know what it is. It's obviously not a subject I talk about regularly from the pulpit, you realize." He pauses, then continues. "Okay, here goes. Some people around these parts believe it's a god as old as the earth itself. Others claim it's something far worse." He shrugs. "And of course, most folks think it's just a legend. Yet another sordid chapter in the never-ending saga of Appalachian folklore." "But it's not, is it, Father?" "No, it most definitely is not." He turns to Teddy. "You want to tell it or me?" His friend waves him away. "All you, Padre. This ain't what I signed up for." The priest sighs and lowers the notebook to his lap, making a point to turn it around so that the drawing is facing down. "I actually heard a lot of the story from your Uncle Frank, but there were others too, filling in some of the gaps over time." The camera pans slowly to the left, losing sight of the older man, and goes close on the priest's face. Back in the 1800s, the Pennsylvania Railroad Company got involved in the coal industry. Their already established roots stretched as far north as the Great Lakes, and well past Chicago to the west. They would eventually deliver Pennsylvania coal to nearly a dozen states, and the vast majority of it came from the Appalachian Mountains. Almost all of the coal from this region came from underground mines. The Appalachian Hill people were hard workers, and not just the men either. Those mines were full of women and children of all ages. To the fancy suits at the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, they were a convenient source of cheap labor, even cheaper than the Chinese immigrants that had laid thousands of miles of track during the previous decade. The men in charge of the mines worked the hill people to the bone. Long hours, few safety precautions, and even fewer regulations governing the treacherous work they did. Scores of deaths resulted from cave-ins and illness, underground fires, and just plain exhaustion. Still others became lost in the never-ending maze of tunnels and were never seen again. But none of that mattered to the men in charge. In their greed, they pushed blindly ahead, and the mines went deeper and deeper into the earth. This went on for decades. He clears his throat, and the camera slowly pulls back. Teddy returns to frame. His eyes behind his glasses are dark slits, and there's a slump to his shoulders that wasn't there before. Father Paul turns to him. "When was it that the mines began to run dry? Do you remember?" "Course I do." The old man crosses his skinny arms over his chest. "It was right around the time that the Japs started planning their sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. And it happened all at once." The priest gives a nod, encouraging his friend to go on. "What else is there to tell?" he says with a shrug. "The mines went dry, and those backstabbing bastards from the railroad cut and ran away." Father Paul grimaces at the camera. "He's not wrong, though. Once the coal ran out, without even a proper thank you or a goodbye tip of their big city hats, the mining companies packed up and skedaddled. Bustling villages that had provided housing and entertainment for supervisory crew members became ghost towns overnight, and the locals were left to fend for themselves. Convinced that there was still coal to be found, and with few other options at their disposal, many of the hill people returned to the abandoned mines, determined to scrape out of rock and dirt whatever meager living they could manage. And so the blasted fools went even deeper, Teddy says, taking off his glasses and balancing them on his leg. He rubs his eyes with a fist. Picture it. Entire families digging side by side, in the dark and the cold, the earth shifting and groaning and crumbling all around them. Just like before, a bunch of them died and were injured as a result of cave-ins and accidents. Plenty of others got separated and became lost in the tunnels, and were eventually given up for dead. That should be the end of this story. He looks at Father Paul, and it's clear what he is thinking. How far are you going to take this? The priest answers by picking up where the older man left off. But then something miraculous happened. Miraculous my hairy ass, Teddy grunts, and glances off camera as though he's planning his escape. The missing began to return. After days or weeks or even months with little or no memory of what they'd eaten or drank to survive, they began to reappear from the mines. And they were different, Teddy adds in almost a whisper. The ones that came back, they'd changed. Father Paul waits for his friend to continue, and when he doesn't, the priest carries on. In some cases it was subtle. A boy who had previously been unable to swim could now glide through the river's swift current like a fish. A man who wore glasses to see the stars at night no longer needed them. A woman suffering from arthritis in her hands could now take in work as a seamstress. But in other cases, the changes were more drastic. Eyes and hair had changed color. Birthmarks and scars had vanished or appeared where none had existed before. Feet had grown or shrunk. A few came back taller and stronger as if something in the darkness had empowered them. Others spoke a language no one else could understand. One young man told stories of a subterranean waterfall and forest. Another claimed there were fur-covered animals living beneath the earth, species that defied description. A woman who had celebrated her 39th birthday the week before she disappeared returned from the mines after 19 days as the 10-year-old girl she'd once been. She was naked when she walked out of the mine, her body as scrubbed clean as if she'd just stepped out of a bathtub. The young girl had no memory of what had transpired in the dark, and even less of the bewildered husband and twin 16-year-old boys waiting for her at home. A muffled voice from off-screen followed by the sound of someone shushing them. I heard most of that last part from a couple of my brothers of the cloth. Usually, I admit, after a snifter or two of fine brandy. But there are other stories, too. What kind of stories? Billy asks. Horrible ones, Teddy says in a voice that is ice cold. A 13-year-old virgin stumbles out of the mine 7 months pregnant, covered in strange bite marks. 5 weeks later, she gives birth to a baby boy. The child's blind and has a full set of teeth, sharp ones. On his back, between his shoulder blades, there's a birthmark in the shape of a crow. A little later, in the depths of night, the girl swaddles the child in a blanket and steals away to the mine, where they still remain today. Another time, a man comes back after going missing for almost a month. He's pale, emaciated, able to communicate in only grunts and gestures. When he's given food and drink, his body immediately rejects it. Soon after, he disappears from the home in which he's been given care. Weeks later, under the light of a full moon, a local farmer discovers the man in one of his fields. He's killed one of the farmer's cows. He's naked on his knees, devouring the dead animal's raw flesh and drinking its blood. The farmer shoots him in the chest with a buckshot at close range. And yet the man, once a respected schoolteacher, turns and flees into the nearby woods, as if he's been stung by nothing more formidable than a bumblebee. A month passes, and children begin disappearing from the village. I don't understand. Why didn't they just close up the mine? If so many people were... Father Paul leans toward the camera. A few of the townspeople tried, but most of the others chose just the opposite. Teddy smiles. It resembles the grin of a ghoul. Before long, they began making pilgrimages into the mine. Thousands of feet beneath the ground, surrounded by dripping darkness, they prayed and fasted and chanted. Sacrifices were offered, dark covenants made, and that figure you drew in your notebook witnessed it all. Wait a minute, they thought that thing was responsible for what was happening? Father Paul nods. The figure had been carved into the rock walls, all throughout the deepest sections of the mine. No one knew how it had gotten there. So they worshipped it? And even now, these people, one generation after the next. A silent pause, and then Billy speaks up again. Why are they leaving it at the memorial sites? I have no idea. As far as I know, the memorials are something new. Is the mine still open? The priest shakes his head. A few years after all this happened, crews from the Pennsylvania Railroad Company returned to the mountain and closed up the mines for good. They used something like 1,500 pounds of explosives to collapse various sections of tunnel and seal the numerous entrances. Some folks claim there was an armed standoff at one of the mines. Locals, armed with rifles, attempted to stop the crews from setting off the dynamite. The law intervened and the crisis was averted. Do you know where the mine's located? I do not. With a stern expression, he stares directly into the camera. And don't you even think about going to look for it. It's sealed up tight and all grown over. Besides, I don't think the folks who live around there would take kindly to visitors. I was just curious is all. Just curious, huh? He coughs into his hand. It goes on for a bit. I think it's time for a break, Billy. Of course, and thanks, Father. I owe you big time. One of your aunt's breakfast feasts will suffice. He stares into the camera. Speaking of your aunt, it would probably be wise if you didn't mention we had this conversation. The picture goes dark.
28. So, wow. That was something, Melody said. That's one word for it. Troy lifted the portable lights into the back of the van. That whole fucking story was dreadful. Talk about a nightmare. I snapped the camera case shut and slid it off to the side next to my knapsack. If you're still thinking about doing that second documentary on the symbol, you'll need to interview Father Paul again. Maybe get one of those other priests he was talking about to join him. I don't know, Melody said. His buddy finally opened up, but he sure didn't seem too excited to talk to us today. That's because he was scared. Troy slammed the door to the van and looked at me. Do we really need to go look for the clearing, Billy? Haven't we done enough already? Craig McGinty's a good guy, I said. But I'm not ready to take his word for it that this place actually exists. For all we know, his source could be full of shit. If we can find the clearing and see this altar with our own eyes, then we'll know. Or maybe you're hoping it's not there, Melody said, a thoughtful expression on her face. So your girlfriend's off the hook. Surprised and annoyed in equal measure, I walked away and climbed into the van thinking, or maybe you're just jealous. How about that?
29. Video footage. 6:27 p.m., Wednesday, May 11th, 1983. Damn it, Troy, watch where you're going. You almost... Don't know why you're... Told you, I wanted to test the... Should have done that out by the road. Since when are you... For God's sake, you two sound like a couple of... A jumble of overlapping voices over a mostly black screen. All we can see are shifting dark blobs and swirling shadows, like floating in the middle of the ocean at night. Until a pair of flashlight beams slice into the darkness. bouncing wildly over the ground, briefly illuminating tangled clumps of brush and branches and leaves, and the rough bark of tree trunks. All I'm asking for is a little room to operate. Behind the camera, Billy's breathing is hard and fast. He sounds irritated. As one of the beams of light steadies, focusing on the ground in front of them, we glimpse jutting rocks and boulders, thick, gnarled roots, and more tree trunks. We are walking amid a sea of trees. Troy's nervous voice, off-screen but close by. I just thought of something really bad. Of course you did. Melody this time. No, I'm serious. The rustle of branches scraping against arms and legs, twigs snapping underfoot. What if us coming out here like this in the middle of freaking nowhere? A deep breath. What if it's a trap? The screen goes dark and remains that way.
30. For the third time since we'd left the van, I checked the video camera to make sure it was loaded properly. We'd been walking for almost 20 minutes. Our shoes and socks were soaked. Melody and I had flashlights, the twin beams probing the woods ahead of us like miniature spotlights. Troy stuck close enough to keep a sweaty hand on one of our shoulders at all times. There was no birdsong, no scrambling of tiny paws in tree branches, only the graceless din of our passing. The digital clock on the van's dashboard had read 6:19 p.m. when we parked in the grass by the tree line, leaving little more than an hour until our dinner at Aunt Helen's. But it may as well have been the middle of the night. Dead Man's Road and the surrounding woods were cloaked in darkness. On our way there, in the glare of the headlights, we'd watched in mute fascination as luminescent fingers of river mist crept over the steep embankment, swirled across the road in front of us, and disappeared into the trees. The whole thing had taken maybe 20 seconds. I'd lived in Sudbury almost my entire life and had never seen anything like it. As Melody continued driving, an awestruck Troy poked his head in between the seats and asked, "Did you guys just see that?" When we nodded, he started babbling with excitement. For a minute I thought, and I wasn't even scared. It was like an army of restless spirits on the prowl, and then they just vanished into another world. A few minutes later, when Melody pulled over and turned off the van's engine, it was as if we'd been transported to that other world. A world of shifting shadows and impossible silences where darkness reigned. I imagined the trees creeping ever closer to the van, unseen branches spiraling down to probe the air around us like the curious inhabitants of a faraway planet sniffing out uninvited visitors. As we readied for our hike in the woods, not a single car drove past. No creatures, large or small or in between, not even an insect, stirred. Other than the gentle burble of running water from a nearby drainage runoff, there was nary a sound to be heard. This is a dead place, I'd thought as I removed the camera from its case. A graveyard. As we entered the trees, I glanced farther down the road, realizing that just out of view, huddled in the darkness, my parents' memorial awaited its next visitor. 31. Troy wiped his hand on the back of my shirt and quickly returned it to my shoulder. When he spoke, he was so close I could smell the spearmint gum he was chewing. Okay, let's say it's not a trap, and the people who've been messing with us aren't waiting in the woods to ambush us. They're not, I said, although I had no way of knowing that for sure. I glanced behind me at Melody, and for the first time I wondered if she'd brought along the gun. Everything was moving so damn fast I'd forgotten to ask her back at the van. Most likely because I was still pissed off at her. She'd crossed the line going after Naomi the way she had, and then had the nerve to come after me. That smart-ass comment about me hoping we didn't find the clearing so Naomi would be off the hook had been the final straw. Or maybe she wasn't being a smart-ass at all. Maybe she really believed it. Could she really be jealous of Naomi? The thought surfaced in my head without warning, as unexpected and dangerous as stumbling upon an angry copperhead curled up in the weeds. Melody and I had only known each other for around 4 months, but it honestly felt like much longer. We'd spent so much time together and shared so much of our lives. painful, private memories that were normally impossible to talk about had come easy for us. Could she have, somewhere along the line, developed deeper feelings for me? If so, she'd done a hell of a job hiding them. Come on, Billy, be real. I climbed over a fallen log that had split in two. You know better. Mel was like a protective older sister, and nothing more. It wasn't jealousy that was making her act this way. It was fear and paranoia. After confiding in me that she no longer trusted Aunt Helen and Naomi, and then hearing about the disturbing details of my phone call with Farnsworth, she'd clearly begun to spiral. And learning about the ritual site had been like tossing gasoline on the... Not even listening to me, are you, Billy? I looked over at Troy. He was tapping me on the shoulder. For how long, I had no idea. What? Sorry, I thought I heard something. I lied. He looked around uneasily, and then... I asked if we were really going home tonight after dinner. If that's what the two of you want to do, I'm good with it. We do, Melody said with a firmness to her tone. Then it's decided. Troy tripped over a rock and used my arm to regain his balance. No offense, Billy, but I gotta tell you, I'll be a happy camper if I never set foot in this damn place ever again. Melody flashed her light on Troy's face. Does that mean no more second documentary about all this? Lifting a hand to shield his eyes, he said, That's exactly what it means. Smarter than you look after all. Troy made a face and mimicked her. Smarter than you look after all. Grinning despite myself, I pushed through a veil of low-hanging branches and stopped to hold them out of the way for the others. I missed Naomi and was still annoyed with Melody, but a part of me was also relieved it was just the three of us again. Like back at school, the Three Musketeers. With Naomi out of the picture, Melody's mood had continued to improve. Earlier, she'd even giggled when Troy tried jumping over a creek, landing far short of the opposite bank and sinking up to his shins in mud. After the intensity of her earlier outburst, it was good to see her smiling again, even briefly. Troy gave my arm a nudge. Do you think it'll be the same place you and your father found? No clue, I said. Does it feel like we're in the same area? Anything look familiar? Troy talked a lot when he got nervous. When he got scared, he asked a lot of questions. Even during movies, he was always striving to better understand the world around him. It was like his brain didn't know how to shut off. Maybe, I said, flashing my light up into a tree where this time I really had thought I'd heard something. And maybe not. It's hard to tell. He sighed. So in other words, it's the blind leading the blind. Despite Troy's sarcastic tone, he wasn't that far off. I had no idea if the clearing that Craig had told us about was the same one my father and I stumbled upon all those years ago. All we had to go on was that it was supposedly located in the same general section of woods. There were no trails here of any kind. No tree stands or bunkers. Not many locals ventured into this part of the forest anymore. Not even hunters. If they had, the clearing most likely would have been discovered long before 2 years ago. Then again, maybe it had, and people just didn't talk about it. For what it was worth, I believed Naomi when she told us that she'd never heard about the clearing before. Between my father and Uncle Frank and his poker buddies, I figured I'd borne witness to just about every tall tale this town had to offer. Yet, just as Naomi had claimed, I hadn't caught wind of even a whisper about some secret clearing in the woods, much less an altar used in dark ceremonies. Do you guys smell smoke? Melody asked, looking around uneasily. It took me a second to realize that I did. Faint, but definitely there. I stopped walking and leaned against a tree, preparing myself for that awful drowning sensation I'd first experienced at Chase Harper's memorial. But it never came. I smell it, I finally answered. Not me, Troy said, scratching his neck and arms, but my skin's starting to itch like a son of a bitch. I hope I didn't catch poison ivy when I fell. The air, it feels different. Melody glanced at me in the glow of the flashlight, and I realized she was on the edge of panic. It's all wrong. Don't you feel it? She asked, shaking me by the arm as though she were trying to wake me from a deep sleep. I feel something, I said. My skin wasn't itching like Troy's. It was tingling. That unnerving standing too close to the power lines feeling again. I was also nauseated. Sometime in the past couple minutes, my stomach had gone sore. I belched in the darkness. Let's keep going just a little farther. I think we're getting close. And I was right. A few minutes later, after pushing our way through a head-high thicket of brambles, wading across a shallow stream, and ascending a rocky knoll carpeted with wild ferns, we came to an opening in the woods. Behind me, in the shadows, Melody gasped. I stopped at the edge of the trees and switched off my flashlight. Without the thick canopy of overlapping branches and leaves overhead, I didn't need it. "You found it," she whispered in my ear, and a shiver of pleasure, as delicious as it was unexpected, spread throughout my body. The clearing wasn't much to look at. Maybe 40 yards of open ground separated us from the opposite tree line. It could have been even less. It was difficult to tell. The dark borders of the surrounding foliage seemed to expand and contract every time I looked away, almost as though the forests were breathing. The uneven soil was peppered with rocks and weeds and tangles of sticker brush. Several fallen trees lay across the ground, what remained of their bark spotted with poison sumac and patches of moss. A scattering of old tree stumps ringed the outer edge of the clearing, evidence that long ago someone had tried to protect this land from the embrace of the encroaching wilderness. I glanced up at the treetops bending in the breeze, the roiling storm clouds hovering suffocatingly close, as if somehow drawn to this ugly hole in the forest. Forks of lightning stabbed the purple-gray sky, the rumble of thunder near enough to make the ground shake, and it was as if the heavens above the clearing belonged to another world. "Billy? This can't be what Dad and I discovered. Billy!" Troy, his face slick with sweat, eyes bulging behind his glasses, pointed over my shoulder at something in the trees. "Look!" It was a stick figure made out of broken branches, almost identical to the one we'd found in the woods by my parents' memorial. "They're everywhere," he whispered in a voice I barely recognized. I hadn't noticed the bizarre lattice figures at first because they blended in with the trees from which they'd been hung. There had to be hundreds of them, all different sizes, surrounding the clearing, perhaps even guarding the clearing. The smell of smoke had grown stronger, and it was easy to see why. The police may have discovered this place 2 years ago, but someone else had been here much more recently. A jumbled heap of burnt timber and ash marked the center of the clearing. Right beside it, a narrow stone, flat and smooth, protruded from the earth. There it was, an altar. Not even waist-high, but clearly functional. Its ancient surface was discolored by a series of dark smudges. I slowly lifted the camera and began shooting. "My head feels funny," Troy announced behind me. "I don't like it here." "Neither do I," Melody said in a faraway voice. "My stomach." Ignoring them both, I stepped into the clearing. And as I did, I felt a buzzing sensation bloom deep inside my brain. Not the least bit unpleasant. It was warm, inviting, like a quietly soothing voice I couldn't quite understand. I paused behind one of the uprooted trees and zoomed in tight on the altar, and immediately realized what it was: the cornerstone of an old foundation. I had been here before. This was the place. Recalling that long-ago day, I immediately panned to my right, widening the frame and adjusting the focus, and there they were, right where I remembered them, a staggered row of smaller stones poking out of the underbrush. Just as I'd done as a child holding my father's hand, I imagined the stones as the broken nubs of a sleeping giant's teeth. Like something out of a storybook, the memory brought with it a smile. When I reached the end of the row, I lowered the camera, mounted the fallen tree, and climbed over it. "Billy, be careful!" The voice had come from somewhere behind me, but I couldn't tell exactly where or who it was that had issued the warning. The buzzing in my brain had grown louder, filled my head like a hive of angry bees. As I approached the cornerstone, I began shooting again, but only for a moment. Now that I was closer, I could see that the cursed symbol had been etched into the stone surface of the altar. Its deep grooves stained a dark brown, and along both sides of it, an offering had been left. Feeling like a man in a dream, I lowered the camera. The first offering was a photograph. The three of us standing in front of the bandstand at the park. You've been marked." Troy and Melody were frowning in the photo. Undoubtedly, it's something foolish I'd just said. Naomi was nowhere in sight. She must have been standing behind us, blocked entirely from view. Melody's eyes were scratched out. The buzzing, no longer pleasant, had now spread from the basement of my brain throughout my entire body. My skull ached. I felt it pulsing through my veins. It was so loud, piercing, I expected my eardrums to shatter at any moment. I gazed at the second object on the altar, and the camera slipped from my fingers to the ground. "Watch the equipment, it's expensive," a small voice called out from somewhere underneath all the noise inside my head. I reached up and covered my ears, squeezed my eyes closed, then opened them again. The buzzing remained, as did the offering. It was a tongue, small and pink, and somewhere behind me, Troy whispered, "Please help!" And then, in that same quiet voice, something else I couldn't quite understand. The ground shifted beneath my feet, my vision blurred. I took my hands away from my ears, blinked my eyes, as a naked and moaning Naomi bends over the altar in front of me, breast smashed against the smooth stone, ass jutting high in the air, grinding herself against my crotch. I watch myself reach down and grasp my hardness in my hand and slowly guide it inside her. She groans and arches her back and begins swiveling her hips around and around, faster and faster, urging me to go harder. I tease her at first, holding back, stroking slow and easy, while I reach up and trace my fingertips across the beads of sweat that have gathered along her spine. Writhing in frustration, she moans louder. "Fuck me," she begs. "Fuck me harder." I wait as long as I can, and then I reach up and grab a fistful of her hair and pull, and begin thrusting deeper and deeper. She throws her head back, growling like a wild animal, pounding her ass into me, finding a rhythm, faster and faster. I yank her hair again, even harder this time, and she screams in pain and ecstasy, bucking her hips in a violent orgasm. Gasping for breath, her sweat-slick body trembling, she gazes over her shoulder at me and grins. And that's when I realize my horrible mistake. It isn't a naked Naomi leaning over the altar. It's Melody. That distant whisper again, a little louder this time. "Billy, she needs help!" Impossibly slow, like moving underwater, I force my legs to turn around. "Help me!" And as I did, from the corner of my eye, I caught a shutter-flash glimpse of the clearing as it once existed. A modest stone and timber house stands apart from the tree line. Smoke curls from the chimney. A pair of horses are tied to a fence post. Running alongside the house, a robust garden. On the opposite side of the plowed rows of dark soil, a white cross protrudes from the ground. A man kneels before it in prayer, shoulders quaking as he sobs. Behind him, carved into a tree at the edge of the forest, is the stick figure symbol Melody discovered at the library. Autumn now, the leaves gone from the trees. Two little girls play in the grass with a homemade doll made out of straw. Neither of them is smiling. Nearby, their father chops wood with an axe, pausing to wipe his brow and chase a mangy dog away from the garden. And in the background, a hulking, dark figure with glowing red eyes watches them from the shadows of the forest, just like on the cover of Larson Rutherford's book. A hard snow is falling, the ground covered. Despite the cold, the door to the cabin stands ajar and no smoke rises from the chimney, and we soon see why. Behind the house, not far from the tree line, the man and two young girls are tied to stakes that have been pounded into the ground. Their throats have been cut. Each is wearing a bib of blood. Strangely shaped footprints in the snow trail away from the gruesome spectacle, leading deep into the woods. "God damn it, Billy, help!" Then all of it was gone, the man and the girls and the snow, and it was as if I'd passed back into this world again. "Help me, she's bleeding!" All this time, Troy hadn't been whispering. He'd been screaming at the top of his lungs. At the edge of the clearing where I'd left them, I saw Troy kneeling on the ground beside Melody. She was sprawled on her back in the dirt, her tear-streaked face a mask of pain and confusion as she pressed both of her hands against her stomach. Her legs were spread wide, and the crotch of her jeans was soaked in blood. 32. For the first time since the trip began, we broke rule number 5 of Tamara Wise's rental agreement. With Melody curled up on a couple of towels in the passenger seat, I drove over the Albert Linden Bridge and stopped at the first gas station we came to. I pulled the van as close as I could to the women's bathroom, and Troy hurried inside to ask for the key. I managed to make the 2.5-mile drive using only my left hand, because Melody refused to let go of my right. 33. I hung up the payphone and looked at Troy. What did they say? They're sending a patrol car right away. I told them we'd wait at the dirt pull-off by the bridge. You tell them about the altar and what was on it? I did. You think they believed you? I shrugged. Even if they didn't, they will soon enough. It was like you were in a trance, Troy said. I kept screaming your name, but you acted like you couldn't hear me. I couldn't. I hadn't told either of them about what I'd experienced while I was standing beside the altar. I doubted I ever would. At one point, I started to go after you, to drag you out of there, but it was like someone hit me over the head with a hammer. Even though we were miles away, Troy glanced anxiously in the direction of the woods. A couple of steps into the clearing, I got dizzy. A few more, and I was down on my knees puking. My head felt like someone had set it on fire. After that, it was all I could do to crawl back to Melody. And she was just as bad off as I was, if not worse. She'd started bleeding by then, and crying and moaning, and saying the most awful things. It was like she was in a trance. What was she saying? I asked, afraid to hear his answer. Troy gave me a look and lowered his voice. Dirty things. Is she... I held up my hand, not wanting to know anymore. It was my fault we'd gone looking for the clearing. My fault all this had happened. They'd just wanted to go home. Glancing at the restroom door, I asked, You think she'll be okay? She's already doing better. We all are. It started as soon as we got away from that goddamn place. From across the gas station parking lot, the horn sounded. There you go, Troy said. I guess she's all cleaned up and ready to go. I started walking toward the van. Let's go see what the cops have to say. He sighed. This day just keeps getting worse. 34. By the time we crossed over the bridge again, this time with Melody behind the wheel where she belonged, and swung the van into the narrow dirt pull-off, 3 green and white sheriff's department cruisers were waiting for us in the parking lot. For the next 30 minutes, we answered a barrage of questions. All 3 deputies scribbling away in their little notepads. We kept our stories as simple as possible, leaving out the unsettling reactions we'd each experienced at the clearing. This we'd agreed upon ahead of time. When one of the deputies asked what we were doing that far out in the woods in the first place, I told him we'd been shooting pickup footage at the memorial when we noticed a family of deer watching us. The deer scampered away and we chased after them. Before we knew it, we were lost. Eventually, the 2 younger deputies returned to their cars and left to go investigate the clearing. Even in the midst of all this chaos, they made an immediate impression because of the almost comical difference in their height. The 3rd deputy was a heavy-set gentleman, friendly enough, with the thickest pair of eyebrows I'd ever seen. He stayed behind with us in the dirt pull-off. After tagging the video camera as evidence and filling out a receipt, he began telling us about his younger brother Alex in Boston. Married with 3 kids and not yet 40 years old, he'd been killed in a motorcycle accident on his way to work one morning. You should have seen it, the deputy said, leaning back against the van. By the morning of the funeral, Alex's memorial stretched nearly an entire city block. It had to be at least 30 or 40 of those wreaths on little stands. The flowers lined up all along the curb, stuffed animals, candles, ribbons on the light poles, the works. The deputy's eyes hardened. And then some of the shop owners began to complain. Someone vandalized the memorial overnight, made a big mess of the street. The next day, some of Alex's friends went down there to clean up. There was an argument turned into a fight. One of the store windows got broken. That's when the news people got involved. He reached into his back pocket and slid out his wallet. City officials stepped in and worked out a compromise. A much smaller memorial was allowed at the intersection where the accident occurred. Channel 5 did a big story about it. 30 days later, a city crew came out and cleaned it all up. Then it was like it had never existed. I'm really sorry for your loss, Melody said. Troy and I mumbled our agreement. The deputy took out a snapshot from inside his wallet and showed it to us. Other than sharing the same $5 haircut and caterpillar eyebrows, the two brothers looked nothing alike. A little while later, the deputy returned to his car and got busy on the radio. With his window down, we could hear from across the parking lot the staticky squawk of his dispatcher's voice. Not knowing what else we were supposed to do, we stood around outside the van and waited, mostly in silence. Even Troy was uncharacteristically quiet, and I found myself wondering if he was trying as hard as I was to forget all about our horrible experience in the woods. No matter how many times I attempted to trick my brain, I couldn't stop it from replaying in vivid detail a naked Melody bent over the altar, drunk with lust and gasping for breath. Standing next to her in the parking lot, I could barely manage to look her in the eyes. Several times I'd caught her staring at the tunnel of trees in the direction of the clearing. The only word I knew to describe the expression on her face was haunted. As 7:30 approached, I walked over to the officer, explained that we had dinner plans, and asked if we were allowed to leave. He shook his head and said he preferred that we stick around for just a little bit longer. That was our first hint that something was wrong. Another 20 minutes passed, the three of us getting antsy now. Even with all the questions I had rattling around inside my head about Aunt Helen's disturbing behavior, I still felt terrible that we were going to be late for dinner, knowing she would be worried sick. At least, I thought she would be. After sneaking away to pee behind some bushes, I was on my way back to the others when the two deputies pulled into the lot. And the shit hit the fan. 35. Red-faced and sweating, their previously neat uniforms covered in burrs and streaked with mud, the deputies sprang from their cars and stormed across the dirt pull-off in my direction. "You think this is a goddamn joke?" the tall deputy shouted. For a split second, I thought about running. That's how pissed he looked. Instead, I held out my hands in front of me. Whoa, 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 I have no idea what you're talking about. Chasing deer. What kind of idiots do you think we are? By now, he'd closed the distance between us. I could see the veins bulging in his neck and spittle flying from the corners of his mouth. His partner, a full foot shorter than him, stopped at his side, clenching and unclenching his hands. He hadn't uttered a word since the initial questioning, but he looked like he wanted to strangle me. "Listen, I don't know what you're so pissed about, but—" "No, you listen," the tall deputy said, waggling a finger in my face. "I know your aunt and the sheriff are an item, but if you think that means I won't— my aunt's none of your damn business." His eyes went dark then, and if the older officer and Melody and Troy hadn't shown up at that exact moment, there's no telling what he might have done. "Okay, Carl, step back. Now." Deputy Carl's shoulders sagged, and he immediately backed up. The shorter deputy stared at the ground. For the first time, I noticed the sergeant's stripes on the older man's uniform sleeve. "Anyone raises their voice again, and this conversation is over." He looked at the two deputies. "Now tell them what you found." I could see the muscles in Deputy Carl's jaw tightening. "Nothing," he said in a strained voice. "Unless you count a bunch of empty beer bottles and condom wrappers." "You went to the wrong place," I said. Turning to the sergeant, he shook his head. "No, sir, we did not. It's the only clearing in those woods, you know that." "You didn't find the photograph?" Melody asked. "Or the tongue?" "Nope, nothing like that." The deputy's face broke out in a smirk. "Maybe a deer came along and ate them." Troy stepped forward. "What about the stick figures in the trees?" His grin widened. "Deer must have eaten those, too." "This is bullshit," I snapped. "You're covering it up, just like you did before." The deputy's face went cartoon red. I wouldn't have been shocked to see smoke come pouring out of his ears next. "Easy, son," the sergeant said. "I'm not your son." He looked at me like he wanted to say something else, but only nodded. "So what happens now?" Melody asked, an edge to her voice. The short deputy stepped forward. "I think we should run 'em and test 'em, Sarge. I don't smell no alcohol, but they've got to be on something. They're either lying or they're hallucinating." The older officer ignored him and flipped open his notebook. "The three of you mentioned that you smelled smoke." "We found no evidence of a fire," Deputy Carl said. "The only thing we noticed—" "Wait a minute," I nearly shouted. I shot the whole thing! I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it until now. Practically hopping with excitement, I swung around and pointed at the green and white cruiser parked across from the van. You have the tape. You can go watch it right now. I already did, the sergeant said, and I could tell by the look on his face that more bad news was coming. There's nothing on it. 36. Can they put you in jail for filing a false police report? Troy asked. No one's going to jail, I said. We didn't do anything wrong. Tell them that. On the opposite side of the lot, the sergeant leaned against his cruiser, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The two deputies stood in front of him, arguing their case. There was quite a bit of foot stomping and arm waving. At one point, the short detective demonstrated what appeared to be him jumping over a creek, or maybe a fallen log, and then he pointed out a rip in his uniform pants. Every once in a while, Deputy Carl would glance over his shoulder and glare at us. I figured it was just a matter of time before they came to a decision. It's a misdemeanor, Melody said. A girl from my high school once accused someone of stealing jewelry from her gym locker. The police came and filled out a report, and then the very next day the girl admitted that she'd lied. Her parents ended up paying a fine, that was it. I don't want to pay any fine, Troy said. Don't want my folks to either. Your folks will be okay. I gave him a pat on the shoulder. As long as the sheriff's office accepts McDonald's gift certificates. Asshole, that's not funny. You're right, I said. It's not. I'm sorry. He cracked a smile. Maybe a little bit. I smiled back. Maybe. Imbeciles, Melody said, shaking her head. I'm surrounded by imbeciles. It was an old shtick among the three of us. Troy and I misbehaving like ill-mannered adolescents until Melody was forced to step in and scold us. And even in the middle of all this madness, it brought with it a measure of comfort and normalcy. But this time it didn't last. A car swung into the dirt pull-off. A plain dark blue sedan with a huge antenna on the back. The driver pulled up to where the three men were standing, and they spoke for a moment through an open window. Then the car abruptly cut across the lot and parked in front of the van, blocking us in. Uh-oh, this isn't good. The man who climbed out of the unmarked cruiser was tall and rangy. He was dressed in jeans and a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up past his elbows. There was a badge clipped to his belt, but I didn't see a holster or a gun. Leaving the engine running and the driver's side door open, he sauntered to the front of the car. The glare of the headlights hit his face, and it was as if the Marlboro Man had stepped out of a magazine advertisement. Chiseled cheekbones, bushy mustache, eyes the dazzling blue of a mountain lake. The only thing missing was his horse. Heard you folks had a bit of trouble today. He stopped in front of me and stuck out his hand. I'm Jason Peters. You must be Billy. 37. Well, this is going to make for awkward dinner conversation. Sheriff Peters chuckled. Don't worry, we never talk shop at the supper table. It's one of your aunt's rules. He gave a wave as the last of the three cruisers turned left onto Church Street and headed back to town. The deputy behind the wheel tapped his horn in response. I appreciate you calling and letting her know we'd be late. I knew she'd be worried. Just be ready for about 101 questions when you get to the house. Do me a favor, though. What's that? First thing tomorrow morning, I'm coming back out here to take a look for myself. That was a surprise. You want me to come with you? He shook his head. It's better if I go alone. Does this mean you believe we're telling the truth? Let's just say that I don't not believe you. So you think they went to the wrong place? I told them, he held up a hand. I didn't say that. Those deputies are good men, and they know these woods. Then why? I thought about it for a moment. You're doing this because of Aunt Helen, aren't you? She asked you to. Yes and no. What does that mean? Your aunt talks about you. He gave me a look. All the time. You're pretty much her favorite subject. Oh, great, I said, rolling my eyes. I didn't even want to think about those conversations. And from everything I've heard, you don't seem like the type of person to call in a false report. I'm not. I glanced at Melody and Troy waiting in the van. We're not. So that right there's the yes part. I'm willing to extend you the benefit of the doubt because of your aunt. And the no? Helen, Your aunt, she didn't ask me to do anything," he said. "In fact, all she knows about today is that the three of you lost your way in the woods and stumbled upon some kind of ritual site. She doesn't know about what we found there? And I'd prefer if it stays that way until after I take a look for myself. That's where the favor comes in." "You want us to keep our mouths shut?" "Regarding certain specifics. Until I say otherwise, yes." "If you don't mind me asking, why?" He took a deep breath. "She worries. Too much. If I show up at the house 20 minutes late, you can see it all over her face. And not just stress, but fear. She's waiting for that next phone call with bad news. She's waiting for a knock on her door. If she thinks there's some kind of, a cult running around town, it's only going to make things worse." It was out of my mouth before I realized it. "Do you love her?" His eyes went wide, and then he threw his head back and laughed. It was the kind of laughter that came from the heart instead of the belly. It reminded me of my Uncle Frank sitting in his rocking chair on the front porch, and I couldn't help but wonder if Aunt Helen felt the same way. "Boy, you don't beat around the bush, do you?" It was an honest question. "Yes, it was." He looked at me. "I do. I love Helen very much. I haven't said it out loud yet, at least not to her, but it's coming. I'm just waiting on the right moment." "Well then," I said, smiling, "I guess now I have 2 secrets to keep." 38. As we walked across the lot to his car, I recognized the song playing on the van's radio. "Don't Stand So Close to Me" by the Police, which could only mean one of 2 things. 1, the radio gods had a wicked sense of humor, or 2, Troy was up to his old tricks. The moment I saw the look on his face, I knew I had my answer. After meeting the sheriff and going on and on about how much they adored my Aunt Helen, Mel doing a particularly impressive job considering her misgivings, Melody and Troy had immediately retreated to the van. Initially, I was irritated that they'd abandoned me so quickly. The last thing I wanted was to be alone with my aunt's boyfriend. Fortunately, to my surprise, he'd turned out to be a stand-up guy. We'd even made plans to go fishing together over the summer. "Do me another favor," the sheriff said, "and go straight to your aunt's house. No detours along the way. Consider it done." "I do have one question for you," he said, settling into the driver's seat of his unmarked sedan. "What's that?" There was a subtle change in the tone of his voice that I didn't like. For the first time since we'd met, it felt like I was talking to a cop. "What were you guys really doing out there in those woods?" He was smiling when he said it, but all of a sudden I found myself wondering what was hiding behind that grin. "Like I told your men, we were chasing deer." He pulled the door closed and looked up at me. "That's a long way to go for some deer." "It was a whole family of them." I put on my best smile. "It was pretty cool at the time." 39. "I knew that deer story wouldn't hold up," Troy said from the back seat. I panicked and said the first thing that came to mind. It was starting to rain again. I rolled up the window and pressed the button to lock the door. Those deputies came at us with so many questions I could barely keep up. "It's not your fault," he said. "We should have figured out a better excuse ahead of time." Melody switched on the van's high beams, which cut through the gloom of Church Street. Ever since hearing Father Paul's story, I'd found myself thinking of the tunnel of trees as the cavernous opening to a bottomless mine shaft. It was just about as dark and desolate. All 3 of us turned and stared as we slowly drove past my parents' memorial. No one said anything, but I'm pretty sure we all felt it. A sense of impending doom hanging thick in the air around us. "I'm just glad he doesn't expect us to go with him tomorrow," Troy said. Melody looked at me. "I'm never going back there. None of us are." "The sheriff's a lot younger than your aunt," Troy said. "Are they serious?" "I think so." I remembered my promise. "But time will tell." "So you liked him?" "I liked him a lot. Right up until the end when he asked me what we were doing in the woods. I thought about how the question had made me feel. Then I couldn't help but wonder if everything else before that had been an act. You think he was playing good cop? I hope not, but it's possible. Especially after what Craig told us about the cops covering up the clearing all this time. Troy leaned in between the seats, his voice excited. Did you hear what that deputy said when you accused him of going to the wrong place? No, what? He told his sergeant, it's the only clearing in those woods, you know that. And there it was. Holy shit. If his men knew about it, it only makes sense that the sheriff would know too. That's what I looked up in time to see the van drift across the center line, steadily gaining speed. Mel! And then all at once we were swerving. Mel! The woods on the opposite side of the road rushing toward us, filling up the windshield. Melody, watch out! She yanked the steering wheel hard to the right, and for a split second the van tottered on two wheels. We're going to roll, my terrified brain cried out, and even with the world seemingly moving in slow motion, there wasn't nearly enough time to count to 10. A heartbeat later, with a teeth-rattling thud as the airborne tires slammed back to earth, we were riding upright again, a wide-eyed Melody pumping the brake pedal and squeezing the wheel and guiding the van to the gentlest of stops. No one said anything at first. The only sound, the rhythmic whoosh-whoosh of the wiper blades. And then we were all talking at once. What the? I thought we were. My heart is. Mel, are you okay? Troy stammered. No, she said. It was like watching myself in a dream. I turned the wheel on purpose. I gave it gas. I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. I thought of my father and his 1979 Subaru hatchback. The man who changed the oil and wiper blades every 15,000 miles. The man who logged his gas mileage in a notebook he kept in the glove compartment and had not even a single speeding ticket on his record. The man police claimed was driving at more than twice the legal speed limit when he crashed into the trees. If you hadn't screamed, Billy, she lifted the crucifix to her lips and kissed it. The blood had drained from her face. She looked like a corpse. I know your aunt expects us for dinner, but that's not going to happen, at least not for me. I'm going home. I'm getting the hell out of this crazy place. Just take a deep breath, I said, slipping on my seatbelt. Maybe you should pull into the grass and... She ignored me and started driving again, slowly, with both hands squeezing the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles were white. I'm bleeding again, and my period's not due for 2 more weeks. Billy, you know that camera better than anyone. There's no way that video was blank, which means either some serious shit is going on, or one of those cops erased it. As I listened to her ramble, I glanced at the side mirror, and what I saw there made my stomach churn. The section of the woods in which we'd nearly just crashed was the exact same spot we'd parked at earlier this afternoon when we'd gone looking for the clearing. Almost as if that horrible place in the woods had wanted us back. 40. I have to tell you about something I saw in the clearing. Troy looked at me. You mean besides hell on earth? Besides that, I nodded. Are you sure we want to know? Melody asked. And in that moment, I was almost positive she'd experienced the same X-rated vision that I had. I think it might be important. She sighed. Then I guess you better go ahead. Right before I woke up and heard Troy screaming, I saw something. I felt Melody tense in the driver's seat. For just a few seconds. It was like I was peering through a window into the past. That's the only way I can describe it. I saw the cabin. Smoke coming from the chimney. I saw the man who lived there and his 2 little girls, and something with red eyes watching them from the woods, just like the cover of that library book Melody found. We turned onto the street where my aunt lived. And then I blinked, and there was snow on the ground, and they were all dead. Their throats cut, eyes missing, bodies tied up to stakes, just like my father described. Jesus, Troy whispered. The only difference was there was no mother. I think my dad had it wrong about the neighbors finding all 4 of them in the clearing. I'm pretty sure the mother died earlier, and it was just the 3 of them. The 3 musketeers, Melody said under her breath. I know what Father Paul said about the mines, and I believe him, but I think whatever this is, whatever's happening, I think it all started in that godforsaken clearing. 41. Aunt Helen was waiting on the front porch when we pulled up to the curb. Here we go, I thought, walking up the driveway. Now it's my turn to earn an Academy Award. While I did my best to explain what had happened, sticking with the deer story and leaving out the part about the photograph and the tongue, Melody and Troy went upstairs to pack. Once they came back down, we would switch roles. They'd keep Aunt Helen occupied while I gathered my clothes and stuffed them into my knapsack. When I was finished, we'd say a quick goodbye and stop at a payphone so I could call Naomi, and then we'd get the hell out of Dodge and make a beeline back to campus. At least that was the plan we'd come up with on the drive over here. To my surprise, Aunt Helen didn't put up much of a fight. "Don't worry about it," she said as we walked into the kitchen. "I already told Jason we'd have to postpone dinner." She handed me a glass of iced tea. "Tonight just wasn't meant to be. The chicken was overcooked and it got so late and..." She put a hand on my shoulder. "Are you sure you're okay, Billy?" I nodded, just tired and a little freaked out, and ready to be home again. I thought she might bristle at the mention of home being someplace other than Sudbury, but she didn't say a word about it. "And you're sure you don't want to wait until morning?" "Melody's worried about her roommate," I said. "Okay, then you'll call first thing to let me know you got in okay?" "Yes, ma'am." When she started fidgeting with the buttons on her shirt, I guessed what was coming next. "So, what did you think of Jason?" "I liked him. He seems like a good guy." "He is," she said, really doing a number on those buttons. "You don't think he's too young?" I shook my head. "Who cares as long as he makes you happy?" I rinsed my empty glass and left it in the sink. When I turned around, she was sitting at the kitchen table, deep in thought. "Did you know about the clearing?" I watched her face for a reaction. "The altar in the woods?" There was no change in her expression, and no hesitation at all. "No, I didn't." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Just the thought of it gives me the willies." "All those years, and Uncle Frank never mentioned anything about it?" "Surprisingly, no." A hint of a wistful smile on her lips. "And thank God for small favors." If she's a liar, she's a damn good one. And then I remembered the soft click I'd heard on the telephone line when I was talking to Robert Farnsworth, and the dagger from our nightmare hidden in a shoebox at the bottom of her closet. 42. Unzipping the small pouch on the front of my knapsack, I slipped my toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, and disposable razor inside. I started to close it, but stopped when I noticed the prescription bottle resting on the ledge by the sink. Can't forget that, I thought, picking up the vial of pills and making a mental note to double-check my calendar for next week's Dr. Meraki appointment. We had a lot to talk about. I stared at the plastic bottle in my hand. The lid wasn't screwed on. Puzzled, I turned it until I felt it lock and then stuffed it inside my knapsack and zipped it closed. I thought about the horrible stories I'd seen on the news about little kids dying from accidental overdoses of prescribed medicine. Usually one of the parents was responsible. While there was little danger of an unsupervised child appearing in my aunt's upstairs bathroom, it still wasn't like me to leave my meds unsecured. If nothing else, it was a matter of routine. You slid out the pill, replaced the lid, and turned it until you felt and heard that tiny click. Finding the bottle open just now really bothered me. Then I thought of last night's nightmare, and it suddenly made a lot more sense. This morning had been a chaotic blur. The four of us had been a mess. Looking back, a part of me was surprised I'd even remembered to take my pill. At least, that's what I told myself. And as I'd already proved, I could be a damn good liar too when the situation called for it. After scanning the rest of the bathroom to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything, I turned off the light and stepped into the hallway. I hadn't had time to stop at the store to buy nightlights. The hall was as dark as the night sky outside my bedroom window. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, listening to the murmur of voices coming from the living room. As far as I could tell, the conversation seemed pleasant enough. I was worried about Melody. Her attitude toward my aunt had taken a hard 180 since she'd caught her listening in on her phone call. She didn't trust her anymore. I didn't either, not fully, and that made me sad to think about. As I started down the hallway, I patted the pockets of my jeans. Money clip in right front pocket, check. Backup van keys in left front pocket, Check. Back pocket's empty. Check. There was something in my back pocket. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. I stopped in the light at the head of the stairs and slid out the object with my fingers. It was a tiny stick figure made out of twigs. 43. Aunt Helen was outside on the porch again, waving goodbye this time. A few minutes earlier, while hugging in the foyer and once again promising to call and let her know when we got back to campus, all I could think about was the miniature stick figure I'd found in the pocket of my jeans. How in the hell had it gotten there? Had Aunt Helen slipped it in when we were talking in the kitchen? Or one of the cops at the parking lot by the bridge? And what did it mean? Was it a warning? A curse? Part of some ritual? All I knew was that I wasn't taking any chances. Standing in the upstairs bathroom, I'd squeezed the damn thing in my fist over and over again until it splintered into about a dozen tiny pieces, and then I'd flushed it all down the toilet where it belonged. After that, I'd washed my hands for several moments, soaping and re-soaping, scrubbing away its malevolent touch. Aunt Helen waved again and blew me a kiss, and all of a sudden I was thinking about my parents and fighting back tears. God, I was such a fucking mess. Growing up, whenever I left the house for a special event, the homecoming dance or a big football game or a weekend trip to the beach, my mom and dad would stand side by side on the front stoop, smiling and waving. My father would be in his slippers, my mother in her apron, and they wouldn't go back inside until my car disappeared around the corner. As I drove away, I'd watch them fade in the rearview mirror, my heart swelling in my chest, certain that they would live forever. Later, when I returned home, I'd tiptoe upstairs in the dark, careful not to wake them, listening to the gentle snores coming from their bedroom. 16 and filled with hope, I'd climb into my bed and fall asleep under the covers, believing that the world was exactly as it should be, dreaming the dreams of the innocent. Nectar of the gods. Sitting in the back seat of the van, shirt covered in crumbs, Troy smacked his lips and pulled another chocolate chip cookie out of the bag that Aunt Helen had handed him before we'd left the house. Or in the case of your aunt, the goddesses. Melody adjusted the rearview mirror and turned the key. The engine remained silent. No groan, no growl, no stutter. She sighed and tried again. A low clicking sound this time. We looked at each other. A little anxious, but no real fear. Not yet. We'd been here before, and the mystery machine had always come through. She turned the key a third time. Nothing. Not even a click. Fuck, this can't be happening, she muttered under her breath. Pop the trunk, I said, climbing out of the van. I knew that Melody was tottering on the edge of panic. She had been ever since earlier this morning, and it wouldn't take much more to send her there. I grabbed a flashlight and walked to the rear of the van where the engine was located, fingered the release latch, and propped open the trunk. Scattered across the engine block, hanging from loose wires, peeking out from inside the radiator, and wedged into every available nook were dozens of lattice stick figures made out of twigs. The largest was 6 or 7 inches tall, the smallest maybe half that size. Is everything okay? Aunt Helen called out, stepping down from the porch. I lifted a trembling hand. Give me a second. I didn't know much about automobile engines, but I sure as hell knew what sabotage looked like. The tangle of multicolored wires that lay coiled like a bird's nest among the army of bizarre stickmen hadn't merely been disconnected. They'd deliberately been cut. 44. Before I could stop her, Melody charged out of the van and met Aunt Helen halfway across the lawn. It was all I could do to keep up with her, my hand grasping her shoulder to prevent my friend from doing anything stupid. Do you know who did this? She shouted. Did you do this? A shocked Aunt Helen physically recoiled. Billy, what is she talking about? The van, I said. Someone tampered with the engine. She looked past us to the curb. They did what? No more playing dumb, Melody hissed. We know. And she actually lunged at the older woman, nearly pulling free from my grasp. My aunt gaped with wild and frightened eyes. No what, for God's sake? Once again, I thought that if she was acting, she deserved a Golden Globe, maybe even an Oscar. You listened in on our phone calls. You spied on us. You know goddamn well who did this. I felt movement at my side. It was Troy. He looked scared and confused. "I did no such—" "Oh, come on, tell her, Billy," Melody said. "You heard it too." This was awful. No matter what, I loved my aunt and needed her. I wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. I wanted to run away. Instead, I just nodded. And as I did, something in Aunt Helen's eyes dimmed. The intensity of her focus wavered and was replaced by a dull, faraway gaze. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. "You're right," she said, looking at me. "I did. I was worried. Worried you kids were getting in over your heads. I didn't mention it before because I didn't want to scare you. I know how much this trip means, but 2 young women are missing. One was hitchhiking, and now there's a third in Colonial Heights. She disappeared yesterday." I felt the rage leave Melody's body all at once and loosened my grip on her arm. I recalled the missing person flyer on the wall of the store we'd stopped at. Other posters stapled to trees in the park, taped to store windows and telephone poles all across town. I even remembered the women's names: Brianna Kelliger, Annie Lohman. And while it wasn't a good enough excuse for doing what she'd done, at least I knew this time Aunt Helen was telling us the truth. Or in any case, part of it. 45. By the time Sheriff Peters and his deputies arrived 15 minutes later, the 3 of us were in no mood for any bullshit. Especially Melody. She was raring for a fight. "So from the time you arrived here," the sheriff said, scribbling in his notepad, "showered, packed, and got back into the van to leave, it was no more than an hour?" "It was 45 minutes, Melody said. "We already told you that." "Okay, well, there's no question it's unusual," the sheriff replied. Deputy Carl stood beside him with a dull expression on his face. In the street, a second officer circled the van with a flashlight. "A vehicle is much more likely to be stolen in Sudbury than vandalized." "That's reassuring," Melody said, not bothering to hide the edge in her voice. "Those stick figures we were telling you about earlier." Troy glared at Deputy Carl and gestured to the van. "I guess they must have followed us back here from Church Street." With her hands on her hips, Melody strutted closer to the deputy. She looked like an angry rooster. "Maybe this time you'll do your damn job and figure out what's going on, instead of questioning our integrity." Deputy Carl didn't say anything, just gritted his teeth and looked away. The sheriff, no doubt used to dealing with irate members of the public, calmly slipped his thumb beneath his belt and hitched up his pants. When he spoke again, he was looking directly at me. "My best guess is that this is related to that school project of yours. It's my understanding, after talking to Helen, that you experienced some pushback here and there while on the road." "You could say that." Speaking of Aunt Helen, I glanced over my shoulder, wondering where she'd disappeared to. She'd been watching for the lawn just moments earlier. Now she was nowhere in sight. "Anything like that happen closer to home? Here in Sudbury or just over the bridge?" "Why do you think we called the police earlier today?" Melody snapped. "Ma'am, I was thinking more along the lines of harassment or threats." The expression on his face remained neutral, and not for the first time I thought, this is a man who is good at his job. "Someone followed us into the park this afternoon and took our picture. Then they left that picture on an altar in the woods right next to a fucking tongue that had been ripped out of someone's mouth. If that's not a threat, Sheriff, I don't know what is." She was practically yelling, so I gestured for her to lower her voice. I'd already noticed lights coming on in nearby houses. "I understand that, Ms. Wise, I do." The sheriff glanced at the street, where his deputy was down on one knee, shining a light at the rear bumper of the van. "Let me put it another way. Have you witnessed anyone here in Sudbury, whether on the road or in town or anywhere else, following or photographing or spying on you?" Melody and Troy looked at me to answer for the group, and I immediately understood why. Do we tell him about the man in the woods on the video? I had to be careful here. If the past couple of days had shown us anything, it was that it was nearly impossible to know who we could trust. But in the end, it didn't matter. Before I could make up my mind, the deputy with the flashlight showed up and cut short our conversation. "Need you to take a look at something, boss." The sheriff whispered a reply and looked back at us. "We'll have to finish this later." And then he and Deputy Carl were following the other officer toward the van. 46. I'd expected an upset Troy to harp on the fact that neither one of us had bothered to tell him about Aunt Helen's eavesdropping, but so far he hadn't uttered a word. I think he was still in shock about the van being sabotaged and Melody's outburst. I know I was. It also helped that Troy was fixated on the stick figures that had been left on the van's engine. "Just looking at them makes my skin crawl," he said with a shudder. "It feels like those little fuckers are watching us." I decided against telling him about the tiny stick figure I'd found in my pocket. That would be better saved for later, when Melody wasn't around. While Sheriff Peters and his deputies used flashlights and portable light stands, not dissimilar to the lighting we'd used in the tunnel of trees, to examine the van and surrounding area, the three of us crowded in front of the bay window and watched them work. They'd arrived sans lights and sirens, at Aunt Helen's request, I'm sure. But even without them, a cluster of curious neighbors had gathered across the street. My aunt had walked over and spoken with them briefly, before returning to the driveway where she was now deep in conversation with the sheriff. All of which gave me an idea. "I'll be right back," I said, giving Melody a look. "Holler if it looks like they're heading inside." "Will do." As I climbed the stairs, I thought about what Sheriff Peters had asked when he first arrived. Let me put it another way. Have you witnessed anyone here in Sudbury, whether on the road or in town or anywhere else, following or photographing or spying on you? Melody and Troy had stared at me, waiting for my answer. And in that moment, I'd known that they were thinking about the man in the woods on the video. But now my mind went someplace else. Earlier this morning, the three of us, along with Naomi, sitting at a picnic table in the park. Troy had been reading his notes when I'd noticed a flicker of movement in the bushes by the path, and then I'd thought I caught a glimpse of Jenny Caldwell watching us from behind some branches. For the next several minutes, I'd trained my eyes on the bushes but didn't see anything. For reasons unknown, I'd never mentioned that incident to anyone. A part of me actually wanted to tell Sheriff Peters about Jenny and the man in the video. Maybe he could help us and stop what was happening. Then again, at least some of the cops around here had already shown that they couldn't be trusted. Telling him might only make matters worse. Besides, Jenny was Naomi's best friend. The last thing I wanted to do was get her into more trouble than she was already in. Speaking of Naomi, she was a mess. She'd known that we were due back for dinner by 7:30, and when 10 o'clock rolled around and she still hadn't heard from me, she'd gotten worried and called my aunt's house. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, we were gathered outside on the porch, saying our goodbyes, and no one heard the phone ring. Right after that, we'd discovered that the van had been tampered with. Then Melody had gone off on Aunt Helen, then Aunt Helen had called Sheriff Peters, and in the midst of all that craziness, I'd only had time to call and speak with her for a handful of minutes. There were tears and confusion and anger, and the insistence that I call her back as soon as humanly possible with a thorough explanation, which I hadn't been able to do just yet. At the end of the hallway, I poked my head into my aunt's bedroom and looked around. The lamp on the nightstand was on. Next to it, a paperback book and an alarm clock displaying 11:07 p.m. in glowing green digits. A gray sweatshirt lay crumpled on the bed. A pair of sneakers on the floor by the television. The closet was closed. I'd once lived here for almost a year, but I didn't know if this was common practice or not for my aunt. All I did know was that earlier this morning the closet had been wide open, which had made my job a whole lot easier. The clock on the nightstand clicked over to 11:08. It was now or never. Cursing the creaky hardwood floors, I skirted around the dresser and the bed and stopped in front of the closet. Holding my breath, I pulled open the sliding metal doors, and the high-pitched shriek was like fingernails on a chalkboard. Either the bearings or the tracks needed several squirts of WD-40, maybe the whole damn can. I quickly dropped to a knee and reached for the last box in the bottom row, carefully slid it out, baby blue. The image of a swan on the lid, Staunton printed on its side. I opened it. The box was empty. The dagger was gone. 47. When the tow truck stopped at the curb and began backing up to the van, its red and white emergency lights reflecting off the nearby houses like Christmas decorations in May, Melody was up and out the door in a flash. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," she said, hurrying down the driveway and waving her hands. "What the hell is this?" Sheriff Peters turned to face her. "It's okay, I called them." "It's certainly not okay. At least not without my approval. That's my sister's van." "And it needs to be repaired so the three of you can get back on the road," he replied. "Hopefully by tomorrow afternoon." "Hopefully?" she repeated. "That's right. Whoever did this damaged more than just a few wires. The spark plugs are gone. That's not a big deal. If we look, we'll probably find them in a sewer drain down the street. But the coolant tank was also punctured, and you're going to need a new water pump." "Oh my God," she said. "How much is all that going to cost?" The sheriff looked at Aunt Helen, who was standing in the grass by the road. "Not a thing if it's up to her." "What? I don't understand," Melody said, glancing back and forth between the two of them. "It's the least I can do after how I acted." Aunt Helen took a hesitant step closer. "I'm embarrassed, and I'm so sorry." I swallowed the lump in my throat. I may not have had a clue what was happening here in Sudbury, but this was the Aunt Helen I knew and loved. "Please let me pay for the repairs. Stay here tonight, and I'll gladly accept your apology," Melody said, "if you'll accept mine. There's no excuse for my behavior. As for the van, I have no choice but to take advantage of your generosity. But I'm going to pay you back, every cent once I start working in the fall." I felt the remaining tension drain away from my shoulders. "Okay, that's fine," Aunt Helen said. "It's not necessary, but I can't stay here. I won't stay here." Aunt Helen's eyes widened, and my heart sank. Melody put up a hand. "It's not you. I don't mean to be rude or ungrateful." She looked around at the tow truck, the staring neighbors, the dark houses lining both sides of the street. "I just don't feel safe here anymore. Not after what happened to the van. Excuse my French, but something really fucked up is going on around here." Day 7, midnight, Thursday, May 12th. 1. "Are you sure he's going the right way?" "Shut up," I whispered. My knapsack rested on the floor in between my feet. Inside, I had a change of clothes, my notebook, and a couple of flashlights I'd taken from the van. The video camera the sheriff had returned while we were at my aunt's house, minus the mysteriously blank cassette cartridge they were holding onto as evidence, nested in its silver case on the seat beside me. "You know who else doesn't have handles on the inside of their car doors?" A dramatic blink of those big eyes of his. "Serial killers." "Stop it. Enough. You want a cookie?" "No, and you shouldn't be eating in here." For the second time in my life, I was locked in the back seat of a police car, and this time I had company. Earlier, when Sheriff Peters had volunteered to drop us off at the hotel, I'd insisted that Melody ride shotgun. I now regretted that polite gesture. Troy, whose very presence in the sheriff's unmarked cruiser represented the culmination of at least 3 of his deepest fears, was a nervous wreck. He was convinced that the sheriff was either going to take us somewhere deep in the woods and summarily execute us, or hand us over to a gang of backwoods rednecks who were going to force us to cage fight for our continued survival. Did I mention that Troy Carpenter was a revelation? "He's speeding," Troy whispered, peering over the sheriff's shoulder. "I should make a citizen's arrest." "Jesus Christ, stop it." I reached over and grabbed his left nipple and twisted. He squealed in pain and slid to the opposite end of the seat, rubbing his chest with the palm of his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said in a low, mocking voice. "Did that hurt?" He answered with gritted teeth and a jaunty wave of his middle finger. "Everything okay back there?" Sheriff Peters asked. "Everything's fine," I said. "Just re-educating the prisoner." I expected a laugh or a chuckle or at least a smile from one of them, but none of those things happened. I guess, in retrospect, that shouldn't have surprised me. Melody hadn't said much of anything since we'd gotten into the car. Even though the disappointment had been evident on Aunt Helen's face, she'd called ahead and reserved a room for us at the Holiday Inn with 2 queen beds and a cot. That act of kindness had earned her another reserved thank you from Melody, along with a moderately enthusiastic hug. After that, Melody had barely uttered another word. Neither had Sheriff Peters, for that matter. As the night dragged on, the affable Marlborough man I'd met in the dirt pull-off by the bridge had transformed into the strong and silent type. Probably tired, I thought. More likely, sick and tired of babysitting his girlfriend's weird nephew and his friends. Although I'd never admit it out loud, there had been a moment, right at the start of our drive, and to my credit it had only lasted about 30 seconds, when I'd thought that Troy might be right, and we might not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. The sheriff had turned onto Franklin Avenue and cruised past Potter's cornfield and Jensen's junkyard. I stared out the window and couldn't believe that Naomi and I had traveled the same route earlier this morning on bicycles. It felt like that had been days ago. As we passed over the old stone bridge, I noticed that we were picking up speed. Quite a bit of it. My favorite stretch of woods whipped by us in the darkness, looking nothing like the friendly playground of trees and vines and mounds of dirt I remembered from my childhood. For just a second, I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing red eyes staring out at us from within the shadows. And then we drifted across the center line, the cruiser's headlights veering to the left, illuminating a section of crumbling stone wall that looked like it belonged on the cover of a Maine road map. Flashing back just a handful of hours earlier to our close call on Church Street with Melody at the wheel, I'd nearly yelled out a warning, but before I could, the sheriff corrected the wheel, pumped the brake, and returned us to our proper lane. Then he'd yawned and turned up the radio as if none of it had ever happened. In the back seat, Troy had grabbed my arm hard enough to leave a bruise and mouthed, "He's going to kill us." When we arrived at the Holiday Inn at 10 minutes past midnight, I was surprised to see we weren't the only late check-ins. A man and a woman with 3 whiny kids, the loudest of whom was complaining that he had to go poo, were slowly making their way across the parking lot. Dad, scarecrow thin, with a deer-in-the-headlights look on his face, was struggling to carry 4 suitcases, 2 in each hand. Mom was dressed in a long, flowing pool dress and bright yellow flip-flops. She and the kids, 2 boys and a girl, were empty-handed, unless you counted half-eaten candy bars. When the mom looked over and saw Sheriff Peters, the badge on his belt easy enough to spot in the glare of the streetlights, freeing me and Troy from the back seat, a scowl came over her face. She quickly corralled her children away from us, snatching up the smallest of the 3 and nearly suffocating the poor kid against her ample bosom. As she glowered over her shoulder, I realized that it wasn't us she was looking at. It was Troy. I was about to say something when her hapless husband shuffled by us, an apologetic look on his exhausted face. "Need any help checking in?" the sheriff asked, yawning. "I think we're good." I looked at the others and they both nodded. "We really appreciate the ride." "Not a problem," he said, lowering himself into the driver's seat. Before he closed the door, I asked, "Do you still plan to go out to the clearing in the morning?" "First thing. Then you'll let us know what you find?" "I'll be in touch." He reached for the door handle, one way or the other, and pulled it closed. As he drove away, I started walking toward the hotel's automatic doors. I couldn't wait to change clothes and collapse into bed. "What does one way or the other mean?" Troy asked. I was wondering the same. I heard the slap, slap, slap of rapid footfalls on the pavement behind me, and spun around just in time to see Melody chasing the sheriff's unmarked sedan across the parking lot. "Stop! Wait!" She caught up with it at the crosswalk and started banging on the roof. Observing this spectacle, my wearied brain had but one reaction. "We're going to jail tonight." A slack-jawed Troy gave voice to my concerns. "That's it, she's gone insane." But as it turned out, Melody was a lot more on the ball than the rest of us. At the last moment, just as Sheriff Peters had been pulling away, she'd remembered that all of our camera equipment, video footage, and photographs had been transferred from the back of the van to the trunk of the sheriff's car. 2. "How come I have to sleep on the cot?" Troy asked. "Is it because I'm black?" "Troy!" Melody hurled a hairbrush across the room. He didn't even have time to duck. It missed his head by inches. "I was just kidding," he said, giggling. "Well, it's not funny." "Then why are you smiling?" She sighed and shook her head, like an embattled old schoolteacher. "Because, as usual, I let you 2 clowns drag me down into the gutter." "Hey," I tossed a green M&M at her. "How did I get pulled into this?" She picked up the M&M from the blanket. examined it, and popped it in her mouth. And then all three of us were laughing, and for the longest time we couldn't stop. "Oh, God," she finally said, wiping tears from her eyes. "I really am going crazy." In a way, I think we all were. We were exhausted and starving and stranded, but at least we were together and safe. After the day we'd had, that was enough. The door to our room was locked and deadbolted. The curtains were closed. The television was playing a West Coast baseball game with the volume turned down. The bed closest to the window, the one I was lying across, was covered with bags of chips, candy bars, and soda cans purchased from a half-empty snack machine in the hotel lobby. All of our camera equipment and tapes were neatly arranged on the desk in the corner. Melody was propped up against a stack of pillows, a blanket pulled over her chest. She'd already turned off the bedside lamp. Troy, wearing his favorite Bigfoot pajamas, sat on the end of the cot, munching a bag of pretzels. As usual, his chest was swathed in crumbs. I'd kicked my shoes off and changed into a pair of gray sweatpants and a clean t-shirt. But all of a sudden, I wasn't the least bit sleepy. "This is so much better than camping," Troy said, gazing around the room. "It's like a slumber party." "Just don't ask me to do your hair," Melody said. "Is that what girls do at slumber parties?" "Depends on the girls and the party." I was never allowed to spend the night at my friends' houses. "Why not?" I asked, and immediately regretted it. "My parents were afraid we'd sneak out and get into trouble. That happened a lot where I grew up." He looked at the television screen. "One time, a kid in my class went to a birthday sleepover. It was mostly older boys. Someone dared him to try some pills they'd found in the dad's coat pocket. The kid died." Melody crossed herself and muttered a prayer in Spanish. Not the first time I'd heard her do that. "My whole class went to the funeral," he said, "and the dad was arrested." "We should have a sleepover during exam week," I said, trying to lighten the mood. "Everyone can stay at my place. We'll study and order takeout and keep each other awake all night." "I'd be up for that," Troy said. "Me too. It sounds like fun." Melody leaned over and grabbed a bottle of Yoo-hoo from the nightstand and surprised me by raising it in our direction. "To the Three Musketeers." Troy grinned and lifted his grape soda. "The Three Musketeers." Sitting up in bed, I hoisted my Pepsi and swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat. "To us, the Broken Hearts Club." Melody beamed, and I was reminded once again of how beautiful she was. We all took a drink, and for the first time in days it felt like everything was going to be okay. A Burger King commercial replaced Dodger Stadium on the television. A bright-eyed teenage girl in pink tights and ballet slippers pirouetted across the screen. She had a ribbon in her hair, braces on her teeth, and freckles on her cheeks. The all-American girl next door. Balancing a Whopper in one hand and a bag of fries in the other, she twirled in the eye of the spotlight as an adoring audience rose to their feet. The whole production was over-the-top ridiculous, but somehow it worked. My stomach started growling. I picked up a Hershey's bar with almonds, tore open the wrapper, and took a bite. When the baseball game resumed, I looked over at Melody. Her eyes were closed. "Billy," Troy said in a quiet voice, "what are we going to do?" "About what?" I asked. "The documentary. Those photos of us." He took off his glasses and placed them on the dresser. Without them, he looked like a different person, even younger, more vulnerable. "About everything, I guess. I think we should save that discussion for the morning, after we've all had a good night's rest. I'm afraid to go to sleep. I don't want to have another nightmare." I hadn't even thought of that. I glanced at Melody again. She appeared to be peacefully sleeping. But for how long? "It's okay, we're safe here," I said. "We'll go home tomorrow," and someone knocked on the door. Melody bolted upright in bed, eyes wide with alarm. Troy leaped to his feet, overturning the cot. I dropped my candy bar to the carpet and heard my father's voice scold me. "Toss that in the trash, Bill. Hotel rooms are like hospitals, crawling with nasty germs." I never knew when the memories would come. As I started toward the door, I heard Troy's shocked voice. "Whoa! Where the hell did that come from?" I glanced over my shoulder. Melody was standing in between the beds with the gun in her hand. It was pointed at the floor. Troy squinted at me from behind her. Turning around again, I leaned close to the hotel door and pressed my eye to the peephole. The tiny sphere of glass was old and dirty, but I immediately recognized the person standing outside. I undid the lock and swung open the door. 3. What are you doing here? I peered up and down the hallway. Is Naomi with you? Jenny Caldwell shook her head. Someone, trying to catch her breath, left this. She held up a piece of paper. On my bedroom window. I took the typewritten note from her and read it. Holiday Inn, room 116. Bring them and any of their footage or pictures to the clearing. Naomi will be waiting. No cops. 4. How do I know we can trust you? I asked as we hurried across the parking lot. Do you have a choice? We could call the sheriff, let him handle it. And risk them doing something bad to Naomi? Jenny shook her head in disgust. Same old Billy, always thinking about himself. Behind us, the hotel door glided open. I glanced back and saw Melody and Troy walk outside. Melody had changed into the same outfit she'd worn earlier today. Troy was struggling to pull a sweatshirt over his afro. With Mel's help, he narrowly avoided walking into a parked car. Back in the room, I'd told them they didn't have to come, but they'd insisted. The note says, bring them, Melody had argued. Them means all three of us. I stopped and looked at Jenny. I saw you in the park today. Her eyes widened. I didn't... Oh, wow, that's embarrassing. Why were you watching us? I wasn't, she said, struggling to maintain eye contact. I mean, I was, but it wasn't planned or anything. I took a walk to blow off some steam after my argument with Naomi, and I saw you all sitting there at the picnic table, so I stopped and tried to see what you were doing. But it was only for a minute or two, and then I got out of there. I need you to answer one question, I said, and I need you to tell me the truth. We had about 10 seconds before Melody and Troy caught up to us. Did you take our picture in the park today? What? No way, she said, a confused look on her face. I don't even own a camera. 5. I believed her about the photograph. Based on where I'd spotted her in the bushes, the angle was all wrong. Plus, she was too close. The photo had been taken from longer range with a telescopic lens, most likely from somewhere on the path at the opposite end of the baseball field. When you didn't call back, she got really worried and snuck out of the house. Jenny looked both ways and sped away from the hotel parking lot. It was shortly after 1 a.m. and the streets were empty. We were planning to stop at a payphone on our way out of town, I said, but we never got that far. She made a grunting sound, which loosely translated to, sure, whatever you say, jackass. He's telling the truth, Melody said. He was going to call from the gas station. I was sitting in the passenger seat of Jenny's brother's Toyota Supra. The smell of weed and dirty socks was overpowering. The paper bag the Holiday Inn desk clerk had given us to carry our snack machine goodies rested on the floorboard at my feet. Inside, all of the photographs we'd developed, along with several videocassette cartridges and more than a dozen canisters of film. Melody and Troy sat behind us, the gun resting on the seat between them. I heard the knock on my window and thought it was her, Jenny continued, turning onto Main Street. I wasn't used to seeing her when she wasn't all dolled up in the latest fashion trend and wearing a couple of layers of makeup. Her usually teased-to-death dye job was tied back in pigtails. She was wearing dark sweatpants with a hole in one knee and a Van Halen hoodie. She looked like the Jenny Caldwell I'd actually been friends with back in middle school. But no one was there, she said. Just the note taped to the outside glass. You didn't see anyone? I asked. A car, someone running away? She shook her head. How long ago was this? She thought about it. I got dressed as soon as I finished reading it. It took me about 5 minutes to find Josh's car keys and get the note off my window. I probably should have worn gloves in case there were fingerprints. And then I guess another 10 minutes or so to get to the hotel. So maybe 25 minutes total. She braked at a yield sign even though there were no other cars in sight and merged onto Church Street. Definitely no more than half an hour. Any idea what time it was when she snuck out of the house? Right around midnight, Jenny said. I remember looking at the clock and thinking her parents were going to ground her for the rest of the summer if they found out. At midnight, we'd been on our way to the hotel with the sheriff. By the time we got checked in and settled into our room, I'd decided it was too late to call. I'll just wait and phone her in the morning, I'd thought. And while all that was happening, Naomi was doing what? Walking to my aunt's house in the dark? It had to be at least a 20-minute hike. If she snuck out, there's no way she took her parents' car, right? Not a chance. Do you know if she rode her bike or walked? She didn't say. She just said she couldn't wait around any longer. She was going stir-crazy. I didn't want to say it because saying it out loud made it real, but I had no other choice. If she'd made it to Aunt Helen's house, my aunt would have let her use the phone to call me at the hotel, no matter how late it was. That didn't happen, which means whoever has her grabbed her on the way. What I don't understand is, why didn't she just keep calling your aunt's house? Troy asked. That makes a lot more sense than sneaking out in the middle of the night. She tried, Jenny said, a few times. She was pretty sure the ringer had been turned down. After the day Aunt Helen had, waking up to my frantic screams, the last-minute cancellation of what was supposed to be a nice dinner, the tampering with the van, and Melody's subsequent outburst, not to mention a street full of cops and nosy neighbors in front of her house, I could easily see her turning down the ringer. Any way I looked at it, it felt like both of us had abandoned Naomi at a time when she'd needed us most. What if she's somehow involved? Melody said, the first words she'd spoken since we'd left the hotel. Jenny tapped the brake pedal. Say again? What if all this is a sham? The note, Naomi sneaking out and going missing. You're saying Naomi's in on it with whoever's doing this? Troy asked. Think about it, Melody continued. How else are they going to get us into the woods in the middle of the night, with the film and no cops? Fuck you, lady, Jenny said. Naomi's my best friend. She would never do that. But the two of you together might. Her voice was ice cold. I think you'd make a hell of a team. For a moment, I'd been too stunned to speak, but now the words finally came to me. If you really feel that way, Mel, then why did you come? I told you didn't have to, and maybe you should just wait in the car, and I'm not going to let you walk into a trap. She tilted her head in Jenny's direction, especially with her leading the way. Jenny slammed on the brakes. Get out right now! Gladly, as long as Billy and Troy come with me. Fine, she said, flinging open the driver's side door. I'll make you get out. I'd love to see you try, little girl. Stop it, both of you! Glancing in the back seat, I saw what Jenny couldn't. The gun was no longer resting on the seat in between my friends. Melody had moved it onto her lap. Troy looked on the verge of tears. We're wasting time! You need to tell your bitch that, Jenny hissed. She tugged the door shut and jammed her foot on the gas pedal, the rear end of the Toyota fishtailing as we left rubber on asphalt. My jaw aching from clenching it so tightly, I turned around to face Melody, prepared to stuff my hand over her mouth if necessary. And she winked at me. I couldn't believe it. The whole thing had been an act. Once again, I felt like a man making his way through a dream. Listen, I'm sorry. She sounded like a completely different person now. I didn't mean to upset anyone. All I was trying to say is that after everything that's happened, we have to be careful about who we trust. Whatever. Naomi told me what went down during your trip. Jenny still sounded pissed, her fingers tapping away at the steering wheel, but at least she was no longer yelling. She also told me what you guys found in the woods today. There's no way she's involved in any of that crazy shit. And neither am I. We know that, I said. She grunted to express her skepticism. So then who is? And why do they want your stupid videotapes so bad? It's a long story. I took a deep breath and slowly let it out. We stumbled upon something when we were on the road. Something dangerous. Whoever's responsible is trying to stop us from snooping around and asking questions. And finishing our documentary. And where does Naomi fit in? After what happened this afternoon, we had no choice but to get the police involved. These people are scared we'll show the sheriff everything we found, so they're using Naomi to help get rid of the evidence. These people, who exactly are you talking about? Are they from Sudbury, or I'm starting to think they're from everywhere? Well, whoever they are, they better not hurt her. I thought about the red pickup truck that had nearly run me down. I'll give them whatever they want to get Naomi back safely. I just know there's no way she would have gone with them unless... Unless what? Troy asked, leaning in between the seats. Either they physically forced her into the car. I could see the worry in her eyes as she spoke. Or she knew the people and went with them willingly. 6. As we entered the familiar tunnel of trees and the darkness around us thickened, the Toyota's headlights appeared to waver. Even with the high beams on, we were fighting a losing battle. They could probably hear us coming from a mile away, Melody said. And now they can see us too. Terrific. We'd decided to drive to the dirt pull-off, where earlier we'd met with the cops to see if any cars were parked there. I seriously doubted that whoever was waiting for us had left their vehicles in plain sight, but to borrow Melody's cautionary mantra from earlier, better safe than sorry. Troy was even prepared to jot down license plate numbers on a sheet of paper he'd torn from my notebook. We all spotted the glow coming from the side of the road up ahead at the same time. "What the hell is that?" Jenny asked. I thought I knew, and the dreadful anticipation of what we were about to see made my stomach roil. Jenny slowed the car to a crawl. Troy pressed his face up against the window. "Jesus, Madre de Dios," Melody whispered. I felt like I was going to be sick. Dozens of burning candles lit my parents' memorial. Lining the roadside and scattered among the rocks and weeds, the tiny flames flickered and danced as we drifted by, sinister shadows cavorting in our wake. All of the candles were black. Whoever did this clearly did it to mock me and the loss of my parents. This is personal, an act of sacrilege. "Billy," Troy said from behind me, "check out the cross." Hanging from the horizontal slat of the wooden cross was a lattice stick figure. 7. As expected, the dirt lot was empty. "Now what?" Jenny asked. "We go back and park on the side of the road," I said in a voice thick with saliva, "and we fucking get Naomi back." Jenny turned the car around and pulled onto Church Street. "You'll have to show me where." This time I kept my eyes closed as we drove past the memorial. 8. As it turned out, we didn't have to show her. In the handful of minutes since we'd driven past, someone else had already parked there. A silver Jeep Cherokee. Tucked against the edge of the woods, its headlights off. The driver waved as Jenny swung wide and did a U-turn. "Oh shit, what's she doing here?" Melody asked. Jenny turned off the car. "Did you see if Naomi was with her?" "Wait here," I said, getting out. "I want to talk to her alone." 9. As I approached the Jeep Cherokee with a flashlight in my hand, the driver's side door swung open and Aunt Helen stepped out. She was dressed in jeans, a long-sleeved t-shirt, and a baseball hat. With her hair tucked in, she could have passed for a man. "I can't say I'm surprised to see you." I shined the light inside the Jeep to make sure she was alone. "So, did you bring the dagger?" "How did you—" Her eyes flashed wide and she slowly began backing away. "Oh my God." "What?" "You're one of them." "One of who?" She pulled a wrinkled sheet of paper from her pants pocket, carefully reached out her hand so I could take it. "Them." I redirected the flashlight. The note, no doubt composed on the same typewriter as the message left on Jenny's window, read, "Bring the dagger to the clearing. No cops. We have Naomi." The implication hit me square in the face. Aunt Helen, who knew me better than anyone else in the world, thought I belonged to a dangerous satanic cult. Me. She was backing away out of fear of me. "We're here because Jenny got a note too," I said, eager for her to know the truth. "She picked us up at the hotel. They want the footage we shot of the memorials." The wide-eyed expression on her face softened a bit, but I noticed that she didn't come any closer. "If you didn't send the note, Then how did you know about the dagger? I snooped in your closet, but only because you gave me reason to. I saw you hide my notebook in the kitchen. I was trying to keep you safe. Like when you listened in on our phone calls? Yes, I was. Why have you been lying to me all this time? To protect you. A tear trickled down her cheek. Bullshit. I hated this, but I was done with all the secrets. Billy, your Uncle Frank was one of them. It felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. The air went out of my body all at once. What the hell are you talking about? He grew up in those mountains. Do you understand that? It's how his family raised him. She wiped her eyes. But he was finished with all that nonsense by the time we got engaged. He knew how much I hated it. You mean, at one time Uncle Frank actually worshipped whatever that thing is? No, not really. It was mostly his parents, his aunts and uncles and cousins. He just kind of went along with it until I came along. Then he just seemed embarrassed about the whole thing and never really wanted to talk about it. After he moved away, they tried to get him back, but he wouldn't listen. They blamed me, of course, and began threatening us. Frank always claimed that they'd cast a spell, causing us to lose our babies. And then when your parents died, I couldn't stop blaming myself. What if it was because of— Stop it, I said. It was a stupid accident. But at that moment, I was less certain of that than ever before. Damn his stubbornness. He should have given the dagger back when they first asked, but he refused. That just made them angrier. He never told me where it came from, just that it was a big deal. I hated it. I wanted to get rid of it after he died, but I couldn't. For better or worse, it was a part of the man I loved. So then why hide it? When we were first married, there were a number of break-ins at the garage apartment we were renting. We assumed it was them looking for the dagger. Eventually, the break-ins stopped and we figured they'd given up. But then, after all this time, someone got into the house last fall. They ransacked it pretty good, but I couldn't find anything missing. It dawned on me then what they were probably looking for. I reported the break-in to the police so I could file an insurance claim, and that's how I met Jason. Before we left the house tonight, while you were outside, I looked in the shoebox again and it was gone. It was because of that damn dream. And now she did step closer to me. You were lying this morning about why you'd woken up screaming. I know, because I had the same nightmare as you and your friends. I felt my mouth drop open. Seeing the dagger in the dream was the final straw. I couldn't stand the thought of having it around even 1 minute longer, so I moved it into the shed. I figured I'd throw it in the river first chance I had. When I got home from shopping, you were all gone, and I started to get worried. It wasn't just the dream. That stupid symbol you showed me was back in my life, and it's nothing but trouble. Then Jason called to say you'd be late for dinner because you'd all gotten lost in the woods by Church Street, and damn him, I knew he was lying. I remembered the stories Frank had told me about that clearing in the forest. She hung her head. Yes, I lied about that too. I'm sorry, Billy. It just felt like everything was coming to a head all at once. And when I saw those awful stick figures in the van. Behind us, a car door opened. I hate to break up the festivities, Jenny called out, but we really need to get our asses in gear. I held up my hand. 1 minute. You've had several, Billy. Come on. Your friends probably think I'm awful, Aunt Helen said. I never told them about the dagger. I shrugged when she looked surprised. I just kept hoping there'd be a reasonable explanation. Whatever walls had been holding her back finally collapsed. She rushed into my arms. Billy, forgive me. Please. I didn't know what else to do. When you showed me that awful drawing in your notebook, it felt like my world was collapsing all over again. Hey, it's all right, I said, hugging her. It's not all right. I'm so sorry you got mixed up in all of this. I was pretty sure I already knew the answer, but I had to ask. You didn't tell Jason that you were coming here? I wanted to. I thought about it, but I was scared they'd find out and do something to Naomi. She started to say something else, but stopped herself. What? Tell me. I drove by his house on my way here, just in case I started having second thoughts. His car wasn't in the driveway. She looked uncomfortable talking about this. Sometimes he spends the night at the station, but he usually tells me. You're sure no one followed you? I checked for headlights, but I didn't see any. And you have the dagger? She nodded against my shoulder. "It's in the car." "Grab it," I said, signaling for the others. "We need to hurry." 10. "So you believe her?" Melody whispered. It felt like we were walking through a fairy tale haunted forest. Ghosts of moonlight spilled from the swaying treetops. A deep blanket of soggy leaves choked out the underbrush, muffling our footfalls and slowing our progress. Tendrils of ground mist swirled all around us. "Yeah, I do. I had it all wrong. We all did. It turns out she's as much of a victim of these fucking nutjobs as we are. And then some, once you factored in her miscarriages." Upon entering the woods, Melody and I had taken the lead with Aunt Helen and Troy following close behind us. Jenny, who'd volunteered to bring up the rear, was the only one without a flashlight, a fact that didn't seem to bother her at all. In my free hand, I carried the tied-off plastic bag containing all of our documentary footage. For now, Melody's gun remained hidden in the pocket of her windbreaker. "What was that whole shtick about in the car?" I asked quietly. "I don't trust that bitch." She glanced over her shoulder at Jenny. "I thought if I ticked her off, she might let something slip." If anyone had told me a week ago that Melody Wise was capable of such an act, I would have laughed at them. But I'd definitely seen a different side to her these past couple of days. She could be a fierce adversary when she wanted to be. I glanced at my friend in admiration, and the firelit memory of her naked and sweat-slick body flooded my mind. Bent over the altar, she looks back at me, gasping for air, urging me to thrust harder and harder. I squeezed my eyes shut, pushing away the graphic images, willing away the painful erection that had formed beneath my jeans. Jesus, where the hell did all of that come from? The woods around us remained silent, refusing to answer. The only sounds I could hear were my labored breathing and the shuffle of our footfalls. But deep inside, I knew. It was the clearing calling out to me, goading me as we got closer. As the leaves gave way to rocks and dirt, we came to a steep ravine shrouded in thorn bushes. Detouring to the south, with Aunt Helen's fingernails digging into the back of my shoulder the entire time, we made our way along a natural stone pathway overlooking a sheer drop to a rushing stream below. Walking single file, we tried not to look down, our flashlight beams bobbing back and forth in the darkness, illuminating a tangled network of branches and leaves some 60 feet off the ground, providing the surreal illusion that we were floating in midair. Once the narrow trail ended, the forest floor softened and flattened out again. The trees began to crowd us, pools of shadow deepening in the narrow gaps between them. The damp air grew heavy and still. The reach of our flashlights diminished. Behind us, Jenny scolded Troy for walking too slow. He grumbled under his breath and picked up his pace. The shine of Melody's flashlight swept across a stick figure dangling from a low-hanging branch. I felt an icy shiver caress the back of my neck. They were hideous-looking configurations, primal and menacing. As I scooted past it, turning sideways to give the stick man as wide of a berth as possible, I was certain that it was watching me. Initially, I'd worried that we wouldn't be able to locate the clearing at night. We'd only been there one time during the daylight, and that entire experience, although not that long ago, possessed the hazy quality of an infrequent nightmare. But within minutes of departing the roadside, we'd begun running across the repulsive stick figures, hanging from branches or wedged tightly in between them, and I realized with growing dread that whoever was waiting at the clearing had left us a trail of breadcrumbs to follow. "How much farther do you think?" Troy asked. We'd been walking for almost 20 minutes, and I could hear the fatigue in his voice. I could also hear the fear. No one had admitted it out loud yet, but we were all terrified. There was a strange taste in my mouth that I remembered from playground fights I'd had as a kid, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop licking my lips. "What do you think?" Melody asked, shining her light at my chest. "Another 10 minutes?" "That sounds about right." I looked behind me at Aunt Helen. She hadn't said much since leaving the shoulder of the road. "You doing okay?" "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. We'll stop and catch our breath when we get closer." "And then what?" Troy asked. "Then we go get Naomi." "Cool," he said. "Glad you have it all figured out." What about you, Jenny? You doing? I stopped in mid-sentence and pointed my flashlight at the patch of woods directly behind Aunt Helen and Troy. It was empty. Jenny was gone. 11. I knew we shouldn't have trusted her. As we made our way back down the slope, our orderly single-file procession deteriorated into a 4-person side-by-side wrecking crew. Between Melody's anger-fueled running dialogue and the trampling of every bush and fallen branch in sight, we were making a hell of a racket. Just wait until I get my hands on her. Everyone hold up for a second, I said, and listen. We stopped walking. Melody and Troy swept the beam of their flashlights into the trees. The thick tangles of underbrush swallowed the light and spit out more darkness. This deep in the woods, this late at night, the sense of gloomy desolation was overwhelming. The forest all around us was eerily quiet and still. We started descending again. That bitch waited until we let our guard down, and then she snuck away to join her friends. I don't know, Troy said. I'm not exactly her biggest fan either. But what if something bad happened to her? What if they took her? Melody lowered her flashlight and looked at him. I'm pretty sure we would have heard something, Troy. From the tone of her voice, it was blatantly clear that her mind was made up. I honestly didn't know what to think. Jenny had come across, to me at least, as genuinely distraught and focused on getting her best friend back. I'd believed what she'd told me in the parking lot. Then again, maybe I just didn't want to think about the alternative. This doesn't change anything, I said. Naomi's still MIA. With or without Jenny, we have to keep going. Troy sighed. I was afraid you were going to say that. I didn't mean all of us. You can always go back to the car and wait. Aunt Helen stepped forward. I'm going with you. I looked at the others. You two barely know Naomi. I wouldn't blame you one bit if... No way, Melody said, making her way up the slope again. We're the Three Musketeers, remember? We stick together. More like the Three Stooges, Troy said, trudging after her. I'm not entirely sure, but I think I managed a smile. There were no more smiles after that, though. For any of us. 12. We walked deeper into the woods, mostly in silence. There was no denying that Jenny's disappearance had unnerved us even more than we already were. We spent just as much time peeking over our shoulders as we did watching where we were going. As a result, we got careless. Aunt Helen slipped on a log and slid down a muddy embankment into a creek, soaking her jeans. No one laughed or offered a smart-aleck remark. Were it not for his glasses, Troy would have lost an eye, maybe both, after walking directly into a low-hanging branch. I twisted my ankle on a webwork of roots. I could already feel it swelling inside my boot. Only Melody seemed impervious to the pitfalls of the terrain, her renewed anger driving her forward with an intense focus. Before long, she assumed the lead. After cutting across a rock-strewn ridge and narrowly avoiding a colossal patch of poison sumac, Melody spotted a flickering light up ahead in the distance. She signaled for us to stop. Bonfire, she announced, pointing it out to the rest of us. We're getting close. We stood at the edge of the rise and stared at the orange glow in the trees, a solemn expression on each of our faces. I'd like to think, deep inside all of us, we hadn't really believed there would be anyone waiting for us at the clearing. I admit I'd had hopeful thoughts that Naomi would be all alone when we got there. Tied up and blindfolded, but otherwise unharmed. The note on Jenny's window just another cryptic warning, like the deflated balloon left under our wiper blade and the sabotaged engine. Even now, those flashes of foolish optimism refused to go away. And maybe they started a fire so she wouldn't be all alone in the dark. Or maybe they did it so we could find her more easily. But then I turned and saw the harrowing look on Melody's face, and I knew that I was kidding myself. I took her arm. Do you need to sit down? I'm okay, she said, still staring at the glow in the trees. Do you feel it? It's different this time. Not as strong. I knew what she meant. The buzzing in my brain was back, but just barely. No louder than a pesky mosquito. That's because we're invited this time, Troy said. It wants us to come. Ignoring him, despite what his words had just done to my insides, I turned to my aunt. Are you feeling okay? My head's kind of fuzzy, but I think it's because I'm tired. She rubbed her side. Maybe a little bit of a stomach ache. Melody and I exchanged a worried glance. I wish I had a more formidable weapon, Troy said, holding up his flashlight. I stared at him in surprise. What? You don't think I can defend myself? Or you need a dictionary to look up what formidable means? He bent down and picked up a broken branch from the ground. It was maybe 2 feet long and 4 or 5 inches around. The end of the stick was splintered into jagged spikes. He hoisted it in the air like a club. Ah, this'll do the trick. It was at that moment the chanting started. 13. The rational part of my mind, what was left of it anyway, couldn't believe what I was seeing. Bathed in the glow of the flames, swathed in ground mist and surrounded by darkness, they looked as if they had sprung from the bowels of hell. There were 6 of them standing around the fire, dressed in long black hooded robes, their faces hidden beneath masks made entirely of sticks. A short distance away, at the center of the clearing, Naomi was stretched out on her back atop the altar. Her ankles and wrists had been lashed to wooden pegs in the ground. A dirty rag had been stuffed into her mouth. She was completely naked and crying. As we pushed our way through the foliage and stepped into the clearing, the chanting abruptly ceased, and the 6 robed figures slowly turned their heads to watch our arrival. Aunt Helen gasped as Troy grappled for my arm, and for a fleeting moment I feared he might turn and run. But as usual, he surprised me and held his ground. I wanted to sprint to Naomi and cut loose her binds. I wanted to pummel her captors and hurl them one by one into the blazing fire, but not before unmasking them and exposing their cowardly faces. I wanted to destroy this cursed clearing and never return. But it's very easy to imagine yourself as the hero of your own story. Meanwhile, I could do none of those things, and I knew it. Out of the corner of my mouth, I asked, "So what do we do now?" No one said anything for a moment. Then, "I thought you were the one with the plan, Sundance." I glanced at Troy in disbelief. Here we were facing off with a dangerous cult, and he was cracking wise about one of our favorite westerns. Despite being so scared that it felt like I was going to piss my pants at any moment, I couldn't help but be proud of the guy. He'd come a long way in the past few days. "I think Jenny and some others are hiding in the trees," Melody whispered. "I saw them moving." My brain immediately took me back to the disturbing vision I'd experienced the last time I was here in the clearing. The cabin, the man and his daughters, the glowing red eyes staring out of the woods. I followed Melody's uneasy gaze to the surrounding tree line, but all I could see were those awful stick men hanging everywhere, watching us. One of the hooded figures was at least a head or 2 taller than the others. I bet it's that square-jawed dick of a state trooper who pulled us over, I thought. When the tall man stepped forward and beckoned us closer, his arm and hand obscured by the sleeve of his robe, that disquieting feeling of being trapped inside a dream grew even stronger. Any second now, I expected to wake up in my apartment back in York, the alarm clock on my cluttered nightstand beeping away. Growing impatient, the man signaled again for us to approach. "Shit, let's get this over with," I said, Troy groaning in response. As Melody muttered a prayer, we made our way deeper into the clearing. The ground beneath our feet was hard and riddled with weeds and stones. My swollen ankle throbbed with every step I took. As we drew closer, I felt the heat of the bonfire caress my arms and face, heard the crackling and popping and sizzling of the flames. In the flickering shadows, the dark robes the men wore appeared to shimmer and absorb the light, almost as if the garments themselves had powers all their own. When Naomi saw us, her eyes bulged and she immediately began struggling against the ropes. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she jerked her head violently back and forth, sobbing into the filthy rag. Rivulets of blood dribbled down the sides of the altar and pooled in the dirt. The symbol had been carved into the tender flesh of her stomach. I stood there, frozen, my eyes and mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing, until finally the rage inside me awakened. Stepping forward, I hurled my flashlight as hard as I could at the tall man. It all happened very quickly after that. 14. The tall man feinted to the left, and the flashlight bounced harmlessly off his shoulder. It hit the ground, spun around a couple of times, and rolled into the fire. 2 of the hooded figures rushed me. One positioned himself in front of the altar, blocking my path. The other grabbed me by the arm. I shook loose and backed away. "Let her go!" I shouted, unable to take my eyes off Naomi's torso. The cuts were just beginning to scab over. In the firelight, her blood appeared black instead of red. "She had nothing to do with this!" "The footage first," the tall man said in a muffled voice, "and the photographs." Up close, I could see a pair of round eye holes in the primitive mask and a small horizontal slit for his mouth, no better than what you might find on a cheap Halloween costume. No wonder the man's words had been difficult to understand. "Let her go." I held out the plastic bag. "And it's all yours." He chuckled, a low, gravelly sound. "I'm afraid that's not how this is going to work. We get the footage." He turned and stared at Aunt Helen. "And the dagger. And then we release the girl." Aunt Helen reached into her jacket pocket and took out the dagger with the turquoise handle. She studied it for a moment and then tossed it to the ground at the tall man's feet. He bent down and picked it up. I knew you'd come back to me one day." Reverence in his voice, as if he were speaking to a long-lost lover. When he looked up at us again, the gun was in Melody's hand. She raised it and pointed it at the tall man's chest. "You want to be very careful with that." Not even a hint of alarm in his voice, especially considering you're outnumbered. The pair of robed figures standing beside the altar weren't nearly as calm. They immediately backed away, almost tripping over each other's feet. Behind those little round holes, I saw their now frightened eyes flitting back and forth between the tall man and the gun. This was not going according to plan. 4 of us against 6 of you, and we have this on our side. Melody waved the gun. "I'll take those odds any day of the week." The tree line rippled with movement. The tall man cocked his head to the side. "You were saying?" Turning in a slow circle, I watched in dread as a mob of similarly hooded figures emerged from the woods. Within seconds, they were all around us, materializing out of the mist. Although dressed in the same black robes as the men around the bonfire, none of them wore masks. As they came closer into the firelight, I recognized many of the faces. The square-jawed state trooper who had pulled us over. The whispering waitress from the pizza joint in Leesburg. The well-dressed woman with the Annie Lennox haircut who had glared at me from her table at Moe's famous barbecue. The long-haired man dressed all in black who I'd seen from my bedroom window as he walked behind the little girl on the bicycle. I assumed he was the one who had left the menu with the handwritten warning on the van's windshield, but I couldn't be sure. I even knew some of their names. Larry Shaw from the post office, Deputy Carl, Jenny Caldwell. Melody nudged me. "I told you that bitch was no good." They just kept coming, unhurriedly, expressionless, as if they were ensnared in the web of a collective spell. There had to be 20 of them, maybe more. Old men and women, their slack faces creased with wrinkles, children even. The red ribbon in one little girl's hair poking out from underneath her hood. As they began to encircle us, cutting off any possible escape, the 4 of us closed ranks with our backs to each other, forming a tight circle of defense. Troy's eyes widened. "No fucking way! That son of a bitch!" Robert Farnsworth shuffled by us. I barely noticed. My old friend Craig McGinty, whose directions had initially brought us to this godforsaken clearing, the same guy who'd helped me kick the living shit out of Floyd Roebuck over a stolen Baltimore Orioles cap, had stopped beside the altar. He turned and stared at us with unblinking eyes, his lips pressed together in a tight, thin line. Naomi saw him and began thrashing even harder against the ropes. "Naomi, stop!" I was worried that she might reopen the wounds on her stomach. "Stop moving!" Craig ignored us both and just stood there with that dreamy expression on his face. Aunt Helen leaned over and whispered, "Should we try to make a run for it?" "Run where?" the tall man in the mask answered. He gestured at the ring of trees. "There's nowhere else to go." She'd spoken so softly it should have been impossible for him to hear, but somehow he had. I wondered idly if he could read our thoughts. "I've only got 6 rounds, Melody said, her eyes darting all around us. "I never thought I'd need any more." Where did they all come from? Troy asked, jabbing the broken branch at several robed figures that had gotten too close. It's like they've been turned into zombies, Aunt Helen said. They don't even... That's when I saw the stakes in the ground, camouflaged by the tree line on the opposite side of the fire. They looked like old railroad ties. There were 3 of them. Troy was right. I thought, a tsunami of panic crashing over me. It was a trap all along. They were never going to let us go. No, we weren't, the tall man said, confirming my earlier suspicion of having a window to my thoughts. It was never about your footage. We could have taken it all from you whenever we wanted. The man gazed over his shoulder at the stakes in the ground, and then back at us again. It was always about you. The 3 of you. Take me instead of them, Aunt Helen said, her voice cracking with emotion. They've done nothing to harm you. Oh, you'll get what's coming, dear Helen. Behind the mask, the man's dark eyes sparkled with anticipation. Don't you worry about that. I've been waiting a long time to make you pay. So then stop waiting and do it. She stepped closer, head held high, taunting him. Take me right now. The tall man bobbed his head back and forth as if pondering the decision and said, Well, if you insist. And then he swept his arm up from his side and buried the blade of the dagger in Aunt Helen's stomach. He pulled it out and plunged it in again. She gasped, her lips forming a perfect O, and collapsed to her knees, the flashlight tumbling from her fingers. A bubble of blood burst from her mouth, spraying her chest and dribbling down her chin. Melody raised the gun and fired, once, twice, in rapid succession. Standing this close, it sounded like a truck backfiring. The first bullet missed badly, slicing through the flames, striking a rock on the ground, and ricocheting into the trees. Several of the masked figures dove for cover. The others, the unmasked followers that had emerged from the woods, barely stirred. The second shot was far more accurate. The .38 caliber bullet slammed into the man's hip, spinning him around and nearly dislodging his mask. Scrambling to cover his face, he switched the bloody dagger to his left hand while pressing his right against the wound. Still doubled over in pain, he turned to face us. I'm going to enjoy bathing in your blood, he said to Melody with an edge to his voice that hadn't been there before. I've got 4 bullets left, she said. The first one's for you. She waggled the gun at the tall man's chest and then repeated the gesture to his 3 closest brethren. And then you, and you, and you. None of them budged. Kneeling in the dirt, I carefully pulled Aunt Helen's shirt up and used both of my hands to apply pressure to her wounds. Blood, warm and sticky, oozed between my fingers. She groaned and started to sit up. Don't, I said. Just lay there and be still. Silly lady. She tried to speak, and another blood bubble burst from her mouth. She began coughing, an ugly, wet sound, showering my arms with a fine red mist. Easy, I said, no longer able to hold back my tears. Is she going to be okay? Troy asked, standing above me with the makeshift club in his hand. There were leaves in his afro and his glasses hung askew, but his eyes appeared focused and steadfast. Our scaredy cat had turned into a warrior. I don't know, man. We need to stop the... Troy, help me! With the revolver still trained on the tall man, Melody backed up to the altar and removed the rag from Naomi's mouth. Naomi's entire body spasmed as she gasped for air. Melody bent down and began trying to loosen the ropes. They're too damn tight! Troy ran to her side and hammered the pointed end of the stick against the rope. The branch broke apart in his hands. He tossed it away in frustration, grabbed hold of the rope, and tried to pull the peg to which it was attached out of the ground. It wouldn't budge. Melody steadied the gun at the tall man. Give me the knife. He stared at her through the round holes in his mask. Give me the fucking knife, now! He tilted his head back. I was sure he was going to laugh at her, but instead he began to chant, his muffled voice growing in volume. Behind him, the other masked figures joined in. It was the same incantation from our shared nightmare. Melody stepped closer, her face etched with fury, both hands on the gun now. I'm not going to ask. Watch out! Troy yelled. Craig charged past him and seized Melody from behind. He lifted her off the ground, pinning her arms, and began shaking her back and forth, trying to dislodge the gun. She squeezed off a shot, firing wildly into the dirt. Craig yelped in surprise but refused to let go. Writhing in his arms, desperate now, Melody threw her head back, ramming him in the face. His nose exploded. Howling in pain, he finally let go of her. She started to turn and raise the revolver, but before she could, the square-jawed state trooper swooped in and tackled her hard to the ground. The gun spun away into the weeds. It's the chanting, I thought, leaning over to shield Aunt Helen. It's waking them all up. Troy dove in the direction of the revolver. A robed figure, an older man with bad teeth and a huge birthmark on his cheek, leaped out of the shadows and stepped on his hand, the man's rattlesnake boots crushing Troy's fingers into the dirt. He screeched in agony as the state trooper yanked a stunned Melody off the ground. Holding her by the arms, he shoved her in front of the tall man. She fell to a knee at his feet, remained there for a moment, catching her breath, and then slowly rose. Head hanging, she teetered on unsteady legs, all of the fight gone out of her. The trooper reached over and yanked the back of her hair, jerking her head up so that the man in the mask could see the defeat on her face. Without a word, the man stepped forward, lifted the turquoise-handled dagger, and drew it across Melody's neck. At first, I thought the motion was meant to be a threat, a gesture of arrogance and domination, but then I saw the yawning red smile open up beneath her chin, and the arterial gush of blood splash the tall man's chest. "No, Melody!" Scrambling to my feet, I started toward the two men, but then quickly froze, realizing I couldn't leave my aunt's side. Standing there helplessly, I watched as the sneering trooper picked up Melody's still twitching body and dumped it face down on top of Naomi on the altar. 2 for 1, he quipped, looking back at the tall man. I expected Naomi to scream and thrash and try to buck Melody off her, but she just lay there, mouth agape, staring out into space over Melody's shoulder. I guess she'd finally seen too much. Something in her mind had snapped, and she'd gone into shock. The gouts of blood still pumping from Melody's savaged throat painted Naomi's chest a glossy red and streamed down the sides of her ribcage, forming a growing puddle on the altar's stone surface. "Save the other 3 for the ceremony," the tall man in the mask commanded, lowering the blood-stained dagger to his side. The state trooper nodded and turned away from the altar. He glanced at Troy, who was still squirming in pain, his hand pinned to the ground by the old man's boot, his terror-stricken eyes fixed on the now-still body of his murdered friend. And then the trooper looked over at me and Aunt Helen. Smiling, he started toward us. Several of the unmasked followers, including a staggering Robert Farnsworth, followed closely behind him. "We have to go," I told my aunt, sliding my arm beneath her back. "Now!" She groaned in pain as I lifted her. Her face, already pale, went ashy gray. I put her down again as softly as I could. Kneeling next to her, I looked up at the trooper in his flowing black robe. He appeared at least 7 feet tall. The hood over his head did little to conceal the cruel grin on his face. I searched for something I could use as a weapon, but all I could find was a rock the size of a golf ball. I hefted it in my hand and waited for the inevitable, as something in the bonfire moved. At first I thought one of the burning timbers had collapsed, sending a shower of glowing embers spiraling into the night sky. But then the fire flared even brighter and swelled, a broad, rippling, liquid motion, and I saw a towering figure of flames detach itself from the inferno and walk free. It was like something out of a fever dream, or perhaps an ancient biblical prophecy, but whatever it was, I found myself witnessing it without fear. Moving with the powerful, fluid grace of an ocean wave, the corporeal form swept across the clearing, leaving smears of blackened earth in its wake. The blazing entity, for that's what it was, I am certain of that, possessed no clear static form. But as it was silhouetted against the dark tree line, I swore I could make out faint and shifting features resembling arms and legs, and a pair of glowering scarlet eyes. The buzzing inside my head erupted into a cacophonous roar, the sound of 1,000,000 descending locusts intent on destruction. And then from within the hurricane discord there came snippets of broken words and sentences, deep and coarse and angry, as if spoken through a mouth filled with dirt, an ancient eldritch language that swelled my head until it felt as though it might burst and poisoned my brain with forbidden images. Melody naked, writhing and glistening with sweat atop the stone altar. My bloodied father trapped in the wreckage of his car, lifeless eyes staring sightlessly through a shattered windshield. My mother, a misshapen sack of broken bones and mangled flesh, sprawled on the shoulder of the road in the flickering headlights. A fire-blasted landscape stretching all the way to the horizon beneath a yellow and purple-black sky filled with scaly-winged abominations, long pointed horns protruding from the creatures' bulging foreheads. It occurred to me at that moment, as I stood there listening to that thing speak while staring into its burning red eyes, that I might be losing my mind. If so, I wasn't the only one. No more than 10 feet away from us, the state trooper stood motionless, the anger on his staring face replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. The others around him imitated his pose, arms hanging limply at their sides, heads tilted upward, mouths gaping in collective astonishment. No one spoke or made a sound. The air around us crackled with energy but remained perfectly still. Not a twig or leaf stirred. It was as if the clearing itself were holding its breath, anticipating what would happen next. It didn't have long to wait. The thing that had manifested from the bonfire approached a pair of the unmasked followers, a man and a woman, as they cowered in the brush by the tree line. No particular reason why, from what I could see. They just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. They could have been husband and wife, or distant neighbors from the hills. They could have been strangers before tonight. It mattered nothing to the blazing abomination standing before them. Reaching out with fingers of fire, it gently brushed against the folds of their black robes. It did so tentatively at first, as if testing its power, but then liking what it found there, it surged forward with a resounding whoosh. The couple burst into flames as if they'd been doused in kerosene. The man dropped to the ground and began flopping like a fish left abandoned on a riverbank. Both of his shoes flew off his burning feet. After a moment, lying face down in the dirt, he convulsed one final time and went still, tendrils of dark smoke rising from his body. The woman ran blindly into the shadows, arms flailing. Clawing at the hood of her robe, she spun wildly in ever-widening circles. Her hair was a burning bush, the skin on her face melting away in blackened strips. Still spinning, a flaming human tornado, she disappeared into the trees, her high-pitched screams echoing behind her. Spurred by the couple's agony and suffering, the hellish entity raced with blinding speed across the clearing, setting ablaze everything and everyone in its path. Clumps of weeds and brush smoldered, fallen logs burned, the ground turned black. Robert Farnsworth, a half-empty bottle of whiskey now clutched in his hand, was only a handful of steps away from the tree line when the flames engulfed him. Instead of fighting his fiery destiny, he calmly sat down in the dirt and crossed his burning legs, the skin on his face melting away into darkened clumps, dripping onto his lap. Beyond that, he never made a sound. Flaming black robes scattered everywhere, the creature's hunger insatiable and indiscriminate. Charred corpses littered the clearing. The air turned hot and putrid with the stench of burning flesh. Sometimes, even now, I could smell it in my dreams. Ah! A screaming man charged at us from across the clearing, his face a blistered mask of soot and blood, the tatters of his flaming robe fluttering in the air behind him. Stepping in front of Aunt Helen, I lifted the rock, prepared to defend myself, but that wasn't necessary. As the man rushed closer, his arms held out in front of him like a blinded Frankenstein's monster, he began to slow and stagger. Another few feet and he was close enough to recognize. That asshole Deputy Carl. His scorched lips peeled back in a painful sneer, what was left of his teeth black and glistening like tar. And then with a loud grunt he collapsed in a heap at my feet. I stepped around him as terrified onlookers fled in all directions, tripping over each other in the smoke, a life-and-death game of tag you're it. Others ran deep into the woods, hiding in the dark or stumbling blindly through the overgrown brush and trees until they eventually became lost. Someone grabbed my shoulder. Ducking instinctively, I spun around, the hand holding the rock raised in front of me. "We have to get out of here!" Troy yelled. He was bleeding from a cut on his cheek and clutching his injured hand against his side. Either the old man in the rattlesnake boots had run away with the others, or he'd been reduced to a heap of blackened flesh and bone. I hoped for the latter. "I have to get Naomi first," I told him. "Can you help my aunt into the woods?" "I can try," he said, and dropped to a knee beside her. "Oh, God!" "I'm sorry." I leaned down and squeezed Aunt Helen's hand. "This is going to hurt, but we have no other choice." "What is that thing?" Her voice so weak I had to read her lips. It was the man in the mask who answered her, but not out loud. I could hear his angry voice inside my head. One of the outsiders Grandpa Logan spoke of. It knows nothing of order or obedience, only destruction. And now that it's here, there's no way to send it. Confused, I scrambled to my feet and searched the swirling smoke. The last time I'd seen the man, he'd been standing by the altar with a dagger in his... There! Beyond the still raging bonfire, nearly to the tree line, the bloody dagger still clutched in his hand. A second masked figure stood next to him, tugging at his robe, trying to coax the man into the woods. His voice came again, as clear as if he were standing right next to me. All this work, all this time, and for what? Collins, that fucking idiot. The girl's blood on the altar summoned it. 2 for 1, you fucking idiot! Rushing toward the altar, I tried to remember where Troy had been sprawled on the ground. Wherever it was, the gun was nearby, unless someone else had gotten to it first. Across the clearing, I heard a girl pleading, "No, please, no!" I glanced over my shoulder in time to see Jenny Caldwell, her hands held high over her head as if she were being arrested, erupt into flames like a human candle. She tore off her robe and flung it to the ground, but it was too late. The hungry flames crawled up her naked body. As she staggered toward the woods, sparks shot out of her ears. The 3 of them were the key. We wasted our goddamn chance. I turned and ran faster, leaping over charred bodies that reminded me of old photographs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A woman sprinted past me, her open robe fluttering in the air behind her like a burning cape. A young boy, no older than 13, tripped and lost his glasses in the smoke, then got up and ran face first into a tree, sprawling to the ground unconscious. A man dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, his robe nowhere in sight, strolled by as if he didn't have a care in the world. There was blood all over his face and his sneakers were on fire, the flames rapidly making their way up his legs. He smiled at me when I ran past him and tipped an imaginary hat. I skidded to a stop in front of the altar and saw right away that Naomi was still in shock. Her head lolled to the side, drool dribbling from her slack mouth, eyes staring straight ahead. "I'm going to take you home," I told her in between coughing fits. The smoke in the clearing was thickening. The air had gone rotten. Either Melody's body, slippery from the blood, had slid off Naomi all on its own, or someone else had knocked it off amidst the chaos. She lay curled on her side in the weeds behind the altar, those stunning brown eyes gazing sightlessly at the night sky. Melody Wise, my beautiful friend whose name sounded like a song title. I wanted to pick her up and take her away from all this. I wanted to cover her face, anything to hide that awful gash in her throat, but there was no time. "Mel, oh my God, Mel, I'm so sorry." "Least we got the dagger back from that dirty whore." He was talking about Aunt Helen again, the man's voice clearer in my mind than when I'd heard him speak out loud, and somehow familiar. "I'll be right back," I said to Naomi, brushing the hair out of her face. "I promise." "The hell out of here and start all over again. Fucking idiots, all of them. Ruined everything." I rushed to get the dagger to cut her loose. 15. The man in the mask saw me coming, but it didn't matter. When I'd told Melody earlier that I was never a star football player, I was telling the truth. My arm wasn't strong enough to play quarterback. My hands not quite soft enough for wide receiver. But as the sports reporter from the Sudbury Sun noted in my junior year all-county write-up, the 2 strengths I did possess earmarked me as a natural defender. Number 1, I was fast. Number 2, for a guy my size, I hit like a bulldozer. By the time the man turned his head and spotted me, eyes widening in those little round holes in his mask, I was already airborne. He tried to raise the dagger but was too slow. My shoulder struck him like a missile in the chest, sending us both sprawling hard to the ground. Lying beneath me, the man grunted and I got a whiff of rancid breath. A second later, I caught a knee in the thigh and grunted right back at him. Pressing a hand against my chest, he levered his much longer legs and rolled on top of me. In my peripheral vision, as I twisted back and forth trying to shake loose, I saw his masked buddy scamper off into the woods. Hopefully he wasn't going for reinforcements. Not that the son of a bitch needed anyone else's help. The man wasn't just tall, he was big and strong. The black robe had disguised it well. If only I'd realized it sooner, I may have gone with a stealthier approach. As if to prove my point, the man arched his back and elbowed me in the face, twice. Once with each elbow, a starburst of pain exploded in my jaw. Warm blood filled my mouth, a sudden wetness spread between our bodies, and I wondered if I'd pissed myself. Then I remembered the tall man's wounded hip, and hoped what I was feeling was his blood. I tried to yank my hand out from underneath him so I could shove my fingers into the bullet hole, but it was no use. He had me pinned. I craned my neck, searching for a glimpse of the dagger. Did it drop to the ground when I hit him? Was it still in his hand? If so, any second now I was sure to feel the bite of its blade along my throat. Desperate, I closed my eyes and headbutted him, once, twice, the sharp sticks on his mask gouging my cheeks and forehead. But with all of his weight pressing down on me, there wasn't enough wiggle room to generate any power behind my blows. Instead, all I managed to do was slice my face into bloody ribbons and piss him off even more. "You stupid boy," he growled inches from my face. "I'm so glad we killed your parents." "Fuck you," I spat on his mask. "You fucking coward." And watched as thick globs of my own blood and mucus dripped off the latticework of sticks and landed on my face. He laughed. "No, thank you." I knew that muffled voice from somewhere. I was sure of it. "As a matter of fact, you do," he said, reading my thoughts again. Before I could return the favor, he pressed his forearm against my neck and leaned on it with the bulk of his weight, cutting off my airway. A starry blackness swarmed my eyes. My chest began to burn, and that familiar drowning sensation returned. Only this time it was for real. Groaning with the effort, the man shifted his upper body, applying even more pressure on my throat. And as he did, my right arm slithered free. Moving by blind instinct, because that's all I had left, I slid my hand down his torso, stretching my fingers for the wound on his hip. But he was too damn tall, and I couldn't reach it. I made a fist and hammered at his kidney as hard as I could. He didn't even flinch. I hit him again, this time in the ribs, and that took all the strength I had left. My arm fell limp to my side. There was nothing else I could do. Farnsworth had told the truth, it seemed. We were all going to die. As the world around me began to dim, I thought about my parents, and Uncle Frank, and furry little Tucker, who'd always run away to the swamp. Did disobedient poodles go to heaven when they died? Did anyone, for that matter? It was my mother's sweet voice that answered me. "Not yet, silly Billy, not yet. But when it's time, we'll be waiting." Tears streaming down my face, every ounce of my ravaged body and soul spent, I suddenly realized that the crushing weight on my throat was gone. The arm was still there, lodged snugly under my chin, but the pressure had relented. I could breathe again. The man's head rested against my shoulder as if he'd gone to sleep, the rough edges of his mask jabbing the exposed skin beneath my shredded t-shirt. His breath on my neck felt warm and shallow. With smoky air flooding my lungs, I pushed as hard as I could against the man's chest, but I was still too weak. Black stars spiraled in my vision. Something sharp poked me in the ribs. I began coughing and couldn't stop. When I tried to lift my head again, I vomited in my mouth. Turning to the side, I spit out the sour chunks I hadn't swallowed, alarmed by how much blood was mixed with them. Somewhere on the opposite side of the clearing, a woman screamed, a terrified, guttural cry that seemed to go on forever. And then a high, chortling laughter from within the smoke, an evil sound, inhuman. I would hear it in the dark of my bedroom for years to come. Reaching up, I slowly lifted the man's arm off my throat and pushed it aside. It flopped harmlessly to the ground, the sleeve of the man's robe snagging on a broken branch, exposing his muscular forearm. What I saw there made my swollen jaw drop open. My fingers digging into the cloth of his black robe, I gripped both of the man's shoulders, took a deep breath, and shoved with a sense of renewed inspiration. And it worked. As I felt his upper body slowly begin to rise, I wiggled my hips and slid out from underneath him. With my chest no longer supporting his weight, the man flopped face first into the dirt, arms outstretched at his sides as if he were preparing to take flight. My pants and shirt drenched in blood, I carefully pushed to my feet and surveyed the clearing. It looked like a war zone. Scorched earth and burning trees as far as I could see. Charred and smoldering bodies strewn everywhere. The roiling smoke so thick I couldn't even make out the altar, where I prayed Naomi was still waiting for me. Nor could I tell if Troy had managed to escape with Aunt Helen. "Troy!" I called out, but there was no answer. I didn't even bother yelling for Naomi. I already knew she was in no condition to respond. Behind me, on the ground, the man in the mask moaned. His massive legs twitched. Otherwise, he lay still. I stood at a safe distance and watched him for a while, and then I slowly approached. After nudging him in the side a couple of times with the toe of my boot and eliciting another deep groan of pain, I leaned down and rolled him over. It wasn't easy. Inches below his heart, the turquoise handle of the dagger protruded from the man's rib cage. The front of his torn robe was soaked in blood. Remembering the sudden wetness that had spread between our bodies, it wasn't difficult to envision what had happened. The fatal blow must have occurred when I'd first taken him to the ground, the weight of our struggling bodies pressing the blade deeper into his chest, until he finally bled out. Reaching down, already knowing who I was going to see, I slipped my fingers underneath his mask and lifted it over his head. Professor Marcus Tyree stared back at me. "You son of a bitch," I thought, knowing he would hear me. "It was you in the basketball photo, standing next to Uncle Frank. Your hair was short, and you didn't have the beard. That's why I didn't recognize you. All that time, you two were classmates, teammates, friends." "I loved him," Tyree whispered, "like a brother. I tried to stop him." He wheezed, and dark, viscous blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, staining his whiskers. But he wouldn't listen. He was a traitor to his people, and our creator. "You don't even know how fucking crazy you are, do you?" I said aloud. "And all because of that whore of his. He threw it away." "We trusted you," I said. "You knew what we would find on this trip, and still you let us go." "I didn't have a choice." With his left eye filled with blood, he struggled to focus on me. "You were the chosen ones." Staring at the tattoo of Bob Marley on his forearm, I stepped closer and pressed my boot against the bullet wound on his hip. "You killed Melody, you gutless son of a bitch." From deeper within the smoke-filled clearing, that high, chortling laughter came again, only this time it was followed by that same gravelly voice I'd heard earlier inside my head. "Fantak mugluwatan squantifuloa wanstra." Tyree heard it too. He grinned up at me with red teeth, just like the guy on the bicycle from eons ago. "It'll be your turn soon enough. They'll never stop now. It'll never be over." And then he closed his eyes and said no more. After 1. Aunt Helen survived. That's the first thing I want you to know. She lost a lot of blood in that clearing, and when Troy and I carried her out, she lost even more and cussed a blue streak that would have made Uncle Frank proud. But she lived. After 6 days and 5 nights at Sudbury General, I finally brought her home. With the stitches in her stomach, 47 of them to be exact. She had a difficult time climbing stairs, so I set up a temporary bed in the family room. Sheriff Peters, Jason, visited daily. He cooked for the 3 of us and helped me wash the dishes. Sometimes he spent the night on the sofa. From upstairs, in my bedroom, I could hear them talking and laughing. She was always in a better mood when he was around, and that was good enough reason for me. I decided right then and there that I liked him. During that first night at the hospital, as the nurses were prepping my aunt for surgery, Sheriff Peters finally told her that he loved her. I was standing in the room when he said it, and I saw the tears in his eyes. Of course, she was unconscious at the time, so she didn't have much to say in return. But since that night, I've heard those 3 little words come out of his mouth about 1,000 times, and she almost always says them back. I've yet to tell my aunt that there was a time, while we were living through that nightmare in the clearing, that I was almost certain that the man behind the mask was her boyfriend. I probably never will. 2. Aunt Helen wasn't able to make the trip to Richmond for Melody's funeral service, so Troy and I went by ourselves. Initially, I'd thought the long drive would be good for us. We'd barely spoken in the 8 days that had passed since that horrible night in the woods. It wasn't for a lack of trying, though. I'd called his house in Baltimore several times but kept getting the answering machine, and he never called me back. So I'd hoped the drive would give us plenty of time, and privacy to talk about what had happened. But it didn't turn out that way. Every time we tried, it felt like we were discussing a movie we'd watched together or something we'd read about in a magazine. It didn't feel like it had happened to us. It didn't feel real. Part of the problem was that we were both different people now. We'd changed. That easy back and forth no longer existed. If one of us tried to joke or tease, it now felt phony and forced. At one point, I made a wisecrack about the penis I was going to draw on the cast on his hand. But he didn't even crack a smile, and my cheeks burned with embarrassment for the next several miles. There were a lot of uncomfortable silences during that trip, especially on the way home. Dr. Meraki explained that it was normal for people to feel this way after sharing such a traumatic experience. Oftentimes, the mental strain was so unbearable that the only way they could overcome it was by disconnecting themselves emotionally, and sometimes even physically, from the person they associated with that experience. She also assured me that in many instances, this behavior was temporary. But I wasn't holding my breath for that. Later on, during that same appointment, she talked to me about survivor's guilt. 3. Melody's sister, Tamara, refused to speak with me at the funeral. The documentary had been my idea, so she openly blamed me for Melody's death. She didn't make a scene, but she didn't have to. I stood at the back of the church with a bunch of strangers during the service. Later, at the cemetery, I waited for Troy by the car while he paid his respects at Melody's graveside. The hardest moment came when I saw the orange van following directly behind the hearse in the procession. I hadn't seen the mystery machine since the night it had been towed from my aunt's house, and it brought back a flood of memories, both good and bad. After the burial, while Melody's friends and relatives gathered at a local restaurant, we looked up Tamara's address in the phone book and stopped by her apartment on our way out of town. I jogged up the stairs and slid an envelope containing a letter I'd written underneath her door. While I knew that forgiveness was out of the question, I hoped that she might read it and at least understand how much her sister had meant to me. I thought she might even call me once her anger had subsided. Just in case, I scribbled my aunt's phone number at the bottom of the letter. But I never heard from her again. 4. You've probably noticed that I haven't mentioned Naomi yet. There's a good reason for that. I was hoping and praying that I would have better news to share by the time I sat down to write this, but unfortunately that isn't the case. After nearly a week in Sudbury General, Naomi was transferred to a rehab center in downtown Pittsburgh. An experienced team of trauma counselors and psychologists work closely with her every day. The wounds on her stomach are healing. The injuries to her mind will take much longer. She still hasn't spoken a single word since that night in the woods. I've tried to see her, but her parents aren't allowing any visitors. Especially me. 5. Once the police became involved, not to mention fire departments from 6 counties in central Pennsylvania, the media got a hold of the story, and overnight it became national news. The events of that night in the clearing possessed all the ingredients for a blockbuster. A secret cult operating just beneath the surface in small-town rural America. A sacrificial ceremony held deep in the woods. Robed and hooded worshippers, many of whom were upstanding citizens living and working in the area. A raging, out-of-control fire, and 22 dead. Not only did supermarket rags like the National Enquirer and Star scoop up the story and run with it, but so too did mainstream publications such as Newsweek and Time. Unbeknownst to me at the time, a wave of fear had been sweeping across the country. Dubbed by the media as the Satanic Panic, thousands of cases of satanic-related ritual abuse were pouring into authorities from dozens of states. The stories, almost all of which had yet to be substantiated, were of course lurid and scandalous. Allegations included animal mutilation, mind control, orgies, murder, and the ceremonial summoning of demons. There were even whispers of a global satanic cult populated by the nation's wealthy and elite, in which children were kidnapped to be used in human sacrifices and prostitution. The Satan Comes to Sudbury story, as it came to be known, fit right in with these other sensationalistic tales. By the end of that first week, camera crews from 60 Minutes, Good Morning America, and The Phil Donahue Show were spotted around town interviewing local citizens, many of whom couldn't decide whether they should be excited about the story or ashamed. The narrow street in front of Aunt Helen's house turned into a circus, a never-ending parade of press vehicles, photographers, kids on bikes and skateboards, and cars driven by out-of-town looky-loos. Eventually, after several fender benders and near misses, deputies from the sheriff's department put up bright yellow sawhorses, closing down the road and prompting complaints from the media that my aunt was receiving special treatment because of her relationship with Sheriff Peters. Every time I left the house, usually only to go grocery shopping or pick up a movie from the video store, I was hounded by reporters and photographers. They chased after me and hid behind bushes and parked cars, waiting in ambush. They shouted awful and embarrassing questions in public and refused to take no comment for an answer. I knew from watching the news that Troy was experiencing similar harassment back home in Baltimore. He still hadn't bothered to return my last phone call. After talking it over with Sheriff Peters, we decided that it might be a good idea for me to hold a press conference. Our thinking was that if the reporters were granted even limited access, they would back off and give me some breathing room. Members from over 60 media outlets attended the 45-minute conference on the steps of the courthouse. I thought it went well, but if anything, the attention only increased in the days that followed. 6. Part of the problem was that I couldn't tell the truth. Who the hell would have believed it anyway? And therefore, the story felt incomplete. Most of the participants were dead. The handful of survivors were now either incarcerated or recovering from their injuries and not saying much. Others, like Aunt Helen, simply didn't remember. And then there was me at the swirling center of it all, the hometown kid who was no stranger to tragedy. What the media didn't understand was that I had questions of my own, and I was even more desperate for answers than they were. I was able to piece together most of the backstory by talking with my aunt and Father Paul. Sheriff Peters helped fill in the blanks by sharing what he'd learned from one of the cult members currently under guard at the hospital. It was strictly against department regulations, but it only made me like him even more. Aunt Helen also loaned me a thick leather-bound journal that Uncle Frank had kept secret from his parents during his high school years. What surprised me most about the words he'd written was how alike we appeared to be. At 18 years old, Frank, too, had been lost and unhappy, racked with guilt and searching for a safe place to call home. And then he'd met my aunt. As I would soon learn, the story of what led up to that tragic night in the woods was as fascinating as it was horrifying. And despite its incredulous nature, I came to believe every word of it. 7. Richard Gallagher, my senior year English teacher at Sudbury High School, used to talk about the nuts and bolts of a good story, the cogs and gears that made it work. Get in and get out, he'd tell us. Economy of language, just enough to paint a picture in the reader's mind and let them do some of the heavy lifting. Narrative drive. Explore some side streets if you must, but remember to always keep the story moving along and the pages turning. Voice. Find the narrator's voice and remain true to it. Stay out of your own way and follow the story wherever it takes you. Most important of all, be honest with yourself and your readers. So that's what I'm going to try to do here. Present to you the nuts and bolts of this astonishing story. And stay the hell out of my own way. 8. Remember the morning when I was 14 and my father and I first stumbled upon the clearing? Remember the story he told me in the car later that afternoon? About the father and son who traveled miles on horseback to their neighbor's home in the woods because they were worried about them, only to find the family lashed to wooden stakes in the snow-covered ground with their throats sliced open. As it turns out, most everything he told me was true. and as such, it now serves as the opening chapter of our own tale. Because the Good Samaritan father who discovered the atrocity in the woods that snowy day was none other than Professor Marcus Tyree's great-grandfather, the young boy at his side, Tyree's own grandfather. 9. Much of what I'm about to tell you comes from the pages of Uncle Frank's journal. The words he'd written there were told to him by his best friend, Marcus Tyree. Many other stories were shared by Father Paul Hastings of the St. Ignatius Church, as well as his close friend and neighbor Teddy Farkins and longtime brother of the cloth Father Louis Carruthers of Lewiston. It's entirely up to you, dear reader, if you choose to believe. The concerned neighbor who'd made the horrific discovery along with his son spent the rest of his life trying to forget what he'd seen in the clearing that day. He refused to talk about it to anyone and did his very best to avoid the frequent rumors and fireside chatter that swept through the nearby settlements. His son, however, was an altogether different story. He grew to be obsessed with the incident. When others spoke of it, he listened and asked questions of his own. He had frequent dreams about the clearing and those red, staring eyes that peered out from within the surrounding trees. Once he was old enough to go off on his own, he often visited the clearing, sitting alone for hours, staring at the strange stick figure symbol that had been carved into the tree, reimagining what had happened to the man and his daughters, and dropping to his knees and praying to the God responsible. What others didn't realize was that the boy had felt something on the day he and his father had discovered the bodies, something amazing and powerful, contact with the entity responsible, and ever since that day, a calling to return. He told no one of this experience until the evening of his 18th birthday, when he decided it was time to gather his congregation. 10. It wasn't until many years later, the young boy having matured into a grown man with a son of his own, while working deep in the mines, that Professor Tyree's grandfather finally understood the full picture of his destiny. 11. Marcus Tyree was born in 1924 as Marcus Barksdale. His parents, Abraham and Clarice, had lived their entire lives in Norrisville, Pennsylvania, as had generations of their ancestors before them. Marcus was an only child, unusual for families from the hills, but Clarice suffered from a variety of physical ailments that had made it impossible for her to get pregnant again. Marcus was 14 when both his grandfather and father vanished in the mine. Ernie Ritz, a close family friend, saw them shortly before they disappeared, and this is what he told Clarice. "I thought it was kind of strange from the start. It was late at night and they weren't dressed proper for the underground. No coats, no helmets or headlamps. Hell, excuse my language, they weren't even wearing shoes. But they was happy enough, all right. I was laying in the grass smoking my pipe and looking up at the stars, and they shuffled right on past me, heads close together like they was telling secrets, giggling like a couple of schoolgirls. I sat up and watched them walk into the mine, into total darkness, and I could have swore I heard them singing." For weeks after, Marcus and his mother, his grandmother mercifully dead nearly 10 years by then, believed that the men would return, as many others before them had. But that didn't happen. Abraham Barksdale was a beloved figure in Norrisville, not only a religious leader who had taken over the reins of the church from his father, but also a model family man and a kind and generous neighbor. Because of his devout faith and teachings, Abraham's loss was celebrated by the town instead of mourned, for his congregation was more certain than ever that he now walked at the side of the Creator, a spirited prophecy they had heard him preach on many a Sunday morning. For Abraham's followers, the symbols long ago discovered on the mine's rock walls, identical to the one used by the church for generations, proved that Abraham and his elderly father had made their safe journey home. The mine had merely acted as a doorway for their ascension. After Abraham's disappearance, Marcus withdrew into himself and began devoting all of his time to learning his father's teachings. He was no longer interested in hunting or fishing with his friends, or playing ball and talking to girls. The church became his singular obsession, and before long, the congregation recognized him as a child prodigy, and he soon took over the mantle of leadership his father so proudly once carried. 12. Marcus and my Uncle Frank were next-door neighbors, which in the hills meant they lived within seeing distance of each other, and best friends. How's that for fate? Nevertheless, they couldn't have been more different. Marcus was quiet and studious. Frank was neither of those things. Marcus was big for his age, at least a head taller than most of his classmates. Frank was a squirt of a kid, even shorter than many of the girls. Their proximity to each other and their being the same age provided the initial foundation to their unlikely friendship. After that, it was their mutual love of trout fishing that bound them together. That, and the talks they shared. Right from the very beginning, without the self-conscious walls of adolescence that existed between most boys their age, the two of them could talk about anything and everything. The constellations in the sky, the animals in the forest, the way the river haunted their dreams and nightmares. How sometimes Marcus's father frightened him with the stories he told of what he had seen in the mines. How Frank's father drank too much and punched holes in the thin walls of their house. And girls, of course. They talked a lot about girls. By the time they became teenagers, they were no longer just friends. That summer, they cut each other's palms with the blade of a pocket knife, pressed them together while shaking hands, and officially became blood brothers. They continued to make an odd couple. Marcus was the smartest kid in every subject in school. Frank was the class clown and spent more time in detention than any other student in their grade. Marcus had grown to be a gentle giant. Frank remained small and scrappy and never backed down from a fight. Marcus didn't care that his best friend's father was the town drunk and always between jobs. He never looked down on him or made fun of him and never once spread gossip to eager ears. And my Uncle Frank didn't care that his best friend's father was a religious zealot, a true blue Appalachian old schooler, perpetually angry at the rest of the world, and sometimes downright scary. They were brothers, and nothing could tear them apart. Or so they believed. 13. After Abraham Barksdale disappeared in the mine, everything changed. All at once, Marcus no longer had time to go fishing or goof around with Uncle Frank. He was too busy studying his father's journals or going on pilgrimages deep into the mines or gone for days at a time on mysterious trips across the river. And when he started preaching on Sundays, Marcus became a completely different person than the one Frank had grown up with. He now spoke tirelessly of power and influence and vengeance against those that had oppressed his people. He spoke of gods and demons and an all-knowing creator that would save them all one day soon. And he relentlessly tried to convince my Uncle Frank to serve at his side. But Frank wasn't at all interested in ancient spells and curses and revenge. Maybe Marcus had changed, but he hadn't. And the last thing Frank wanted to do was spend the rest of his life in Norrisville. In the spring of his final year of high school, he met Helen Flanagan at a softball game in Leesburg and never looked back. 14. At first, Marcus was despondent. In no time at all, he'd lost his grandfather, father, and best friend. He became distracted. He couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. It affected his studies and the sermons he preached on Sunday mornings. But as the weeks passed and he began to spend more time in the mines, his depression slowly turned to anger, and then all-consuming rage. Frank was not only a shitty friend, he was a traitor. And one way or another, he was going to pay him back. 15. No one knows why Marcus changed his last name to Tyree when he went off to college. There were rumors that the church was under investigation by numerous law enforcement agencies, and he did it to avoid attention in the outside world. Others claimed he changed it because he was instructed to do so by none other than the Creator. All that's known for sure is that in May 1945, at the age of 21, after only 3.5 years of classes, Marcus graduated with honors from Penn State University, while going home every weekend to preach to his congregation. 16. In the meantime, Frank was happy and in love. He'd moved to Sudbury to be with Helen and accepted a job at the railroad yard. Within 2 years, he was named an assistant foreman. Helen waited tables at a local restaurant and attended classes at the community college. After she got her degree, she took on a job with an insurance company in the area. Frank continued to hear from Marcus from time to time, even though it had been several years since Frank had considered him a friend. Pleading phone calls and letters, all duly ignored, followed soon after by threatening phone calls and letters, unhinged in their zealotry. And the cycle continued, always the same. I miss you, brother, and need you by my side. Come live a life of destiny. You're a traitor, and it's that harlot's fault. You have no idea what's coming soon, and you will not be spared. Give me back the dagger, and I'll leave you alone. The dagger. The strange, ornate knife that Abraham had given to Marcus on his 14th birthday, and the cause of so much trouble to come. A family heirloom, hundreds of years old, it was said to have been used in only the most sacred of ceremonies. Shortly before Abraham's disappearance in the mine, Marcus had brought the dagger to Frank's house to show him. Frank had been captivated by the shiny turquoise handle and the intricate design on the blade. And then he'd promptly forgotten all about it. 3 years later, as Marcus was preparing to leave for college, he once again presented the dagger to Frank, this time with an offer in hand. Join Marcus within the church and be named second in command of the congregation, as well as guardian of the dagger. When Marcus went home that day, he purposely left the dagger on the dresser in Frank's bedroom, believing that the blessing he'd placed upon it would work its magic and help guide his best friend back to his side. But when he returned the next morning for an answer, Frank and the dagger were gone. 17. After graduating from Penn State, Marcus wasted little time in finding a teaching job. He began his career at a local community college and then taught night classes for 3 semesters at Swarthmore before finally settling in at York. By the end of the first grading term, he had already garnered a reputation for being an entertaining lecturer and having an open-door policy to help struggling students. Before long, he was hand-selecting new disciples for the church from an ever-rotating student body. He was very careful who he targeted. Maybe 1 or 2 a year, if he was lucky, and only the chosen ones. Otherwise, he stuck to the official duties of his job and continued traveling home every weekend to tend to his flock. Now, with the mines no longer available, Marcus soon found himself in search of alternate sources of inspiration and power. His own father had believed that the mine in which he'd eventually disappeared was actually a portal to the Creator's true home. The harrowing symbols they'd found carved in the rock walls had served as proof of this and provided them with the vestiges of a map. Marcus believed that his father and grandfather hadn't merely wandered off and gotten lost after drinking too much wine at dinner, as some of the blasphemers had claimed. They'd gone into the mine that night to be found. Marcus was also certain that it was to this otherworldly realm that many of the other missing workers had disappeared. Most had chosen to remain there, while a handful of others had returned, each and every one of them forever changed by the experience. Furthermore, he believed that if humans could pass freely through this secret portal, then so too could the gods and demons that reigned there. According to the visions he experienced, all Marcus had to do was find another way in, and a way to summon those gods and demons. For a time, Marcus tried cemeteries, hoping that the pervasive energy of transition from one world to the next might create a similar thinness in the veil, as he so often called it. But he eventually gave up on the idea, arriving at the conclusion that graveyard residual energy simply wasn't powerful enough. Then he had a killer of an idea. Why not just reopen the mine on his own? So, in the summer of 1958, he rented heavy equipment under several aliases, organized workers in rotating shifts, mostly in the dark so as to avoid scrutiny from state and federal officials, and even hired an out-of-state bootleg crew to set explosives to blast through the layers of rubble. But progress proved interminably slow, and too many townspeople were killed or injured, and eventually they were forced to give up. Decades passed. The congregation slowly began to dwindle. By the mid-1970s, the church's followers numbered fewer than 80 people. Older members remained content to practice the same spells and incantations that their ancestors had for hundreds of years before them, while younger members grew restless and searched for a new path forward. Meanwhile, Marcus Tyree grew ever more desperate, spiraling into a growing insanity. The mines were unreachable. The sacrifices being offered were ignored. The stories he'd read in his grandfather's journal about the clearing in the woods by Church Street felt like just that. Stories. He knew, though, that when he'd visited there as a boy, he'd felt something, a kind of shimmer or thinness in the air, and he had known that other worlds were close by. He was convinced of it. So why, then, had all their attempts in the clearing proved fruitless? Eventually, after months of feverish prayer and meditation, Marcus finally discovered the answer. Too much time had passed, and the power there had weakened. He needed to find another portal. The idea of the roadside memorials came to Marcus in a dream. On the surface, it sounded bizarre, even absurd, but in the dark of night it made perfect sense. After all, what better place of thinness than the actual ground on which a person had transitioned? And what better continuous under-the-radar source for such sacred ground than the scenes of fatal car accidents? Some of those accidents, the church still considered them sacrifices, Marcus caused, putting to work those trusted and true age-old spells and curses. A slip of potion in someone's drink at the bar, a snip of their hair after they'd drunk one too many, a shoulder bump in the crowd, seemingly accidental, and a pinprick of blood on a handkerchief. Others occurred naturally, as they are wont to do these days, and were considered gifts from the Creator. As the 1980s dawned and the church experienced a moderate resurgence, Marcus began to feel the walls to the other side grow thinner and begin to crumble. Sometimes, standing there by himself at an accident site for which he'd been responsible, he was able to catch a glimpse of the other side. Endless white beaches bordering bright blue ocean, waves crashing, majestic mountains rising in the distance. Other times, a crimson sky split open by yellow and black forks of lightning. A rocky mountain peak crowned with odd-shaped skulls, scorched desert sands surrounded by a towering forest, the leafy trees blocking out the clouds. Sometimes he got so close he could even smell it, taste it. 18. On the night that Tyree smelled the smoke and saw the blackened desert, while standing beside the memorial for a 37-year-old truck driver named Kip Turner, he dreamed of the dagger for the first time in years, and remembered the clearing in the woods, and knew exactly what he had to do. 19. When my sophomore year econ instructor and Professor Tyree's racquetball buddy first suggested that I might be a good fit for Tyree's American Studies class, my name immediately rang a bell, which surprised Tyree. William Anderson was hardly a distinctive moniker. So he'd looked me up in the registration files, something he often did when curious about a prospective student for his machinations, and saw right away that I was from Sudbury. It didn't take long to learn the rest. Below average student, recently off academic probation, off-campus resident at the Riverside apartment complex, son of the late Thomas and Lori Anderson of Larchmont Road, nephew of Helen Flanagan Abbott. the harlot. 20. You were the chosen ones. If I was the golden goose that had fallen into the professor's lap, after all, he'd been responsible for the deaths of my parents, and now he had a chance at their son, then Melody Wise and Troy Carpenter must have been considered happy accidents. No pun intended. Justice Mel had pointed out at the beginning of our trip, what were the odds? 3 complete strangers from different states and disparate backgrounds, suffering from tragic personal losses, thrown together with a singular purpose. Thinking back to those 3 stakes in the ground at the clearing, I imagined the idea had come to Tyree almost immediately. Most likely around the time we'd submitted our project proposal about the roadside memorials. As deranged as it is to reflect on this now, I would have loved to have seen the look on his face when he first read the proposal. Any semblance of coincidence or chance tossed out the window on its ass by the time he'd finished. It's meant to be, he had to have thought. The 3 of them will not only open the door to the other side, they'll fucking break it down. It's more than fate. It's prophecy. 21. Sometimes late at night, before the nightmares come, I lie in bed and wonder what might have happened if their ceremony had gone as planned. I can see it. The 3 of us tied to the stakes, ground mist curling around our legs, heads hanging, throats cut, blood soaking the dirt at our feet, the ancient dagger's intricate blades stained bright red, and then a loud rumble as the Creator comes forth. What might have arisen from the depths of the earth, or emerged from deep within the woods? A stick figure resembling the drawing in my notebook, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful, or something else altogether, something unimaginable. What might the world look like right now in its aftermath? While reading Tyree's thoughts that night in the clearing, a temporary and inadvertent side effect I later learned of an age-old spell Tyree had cast to read my own mind, I'd heard him angrily refer to the creature that emerged from the fire as one of the outsiders. Intrigued, I visited the library and did some digging. The only curious mentions I ran across were related to the writings of a long-dead pulp author whose body of work I was unfamiliar with. A gloomy, odd-looking young man from Rhode Island named H.P. Lovecraft. Most of his short stories had been published in old magazines, the most famous of which was the aptly titled Weird Tales. Additional research revealed that fire creatures were fairly common in numerous mythologies. There were dragons and jinn and salamanders, the phoenix and the chimera, and a handful of others with less colorful names. One of the books I pulled from the stacks even had a 12-page section of drawings of what they called reimaginings. But none of them by a country mile resembled what I saw in the clearing that night. Some nights, when sleep won't come and the world is still and quiet, I find myself wondering if I might have simply imagined the whole thing. We were exhausted and terrified. There was mist and smoke all around us. It was difficult to see. And then there's this. I had already experienced firsthand that the clearing had a way of messing around with your mind, even when it wasn't swarming with pissed-off occultists wearing robes and hoods. So yeah, maybe it had been a hallucination. A waking nightmare brought on by shock and terror. It would only make sense, right? But in the harsh reality of daylight, I know better. 22 lives were lost in the fire. Nearly 130 acres of woodland burned to the ground. The fire had eventually hopped the road and died at the riverbank. A heavily damaged Church Street is currently closed, as is the Albert Linden Bridge. No one from the town council will say for how long. Maybe forever. 22. Fantak maglawatan squantufuloa wanstre. Sometimes, even now, I hear its voice in my dreams. Other times. Last week, I stopped at a McDonald's drive-thru to order an early lunch. When the peppy young girl finished taking my order, she gave me my total and then added, "Please drive up to the next window. Fan tak muglawatans quantifiloa wansru." My hands shaking, I hopped the curb to get out of line and drove away without picking up my food. A few days later, at the bank, a teller with braided red hair and too much mascara stamped the back of my check and asked how I would like my cash. I told her 20s and 10s would be just fine. She counted out the bills in her hand and slid them across the counter in a neat stack. I thanked her and walked away. Behind me, I heard her say in a cheerful voice, "Fan tak muglawatans quantifiloa wanstrut. You have a great day, sir." I haven't told Dr. Meraki yet. She knows about the cult in the woods, of course, and what happened that night to Melody and Naomi and Aunt Helen, and that Troy and I are no longer speaking. What she doesn't know is anything about the outsider, where it came from, what it's capable of, and that it's still out there. 23. Earlier this morning, while it was still dark outside, I got in my car and set off on the 4-hour drive from York, Pennsylvania to Richmond, Virginia. Along the way, I stopped twice at rest stops to grab something to eat and use the bathroom. The second time, I almost turned the car around and drove back home. I wish Troy was with me, getting crumbs all over the seat and complaining about the music on the radio and admonishing me to slow down and pay attention to the speed limit on the interstate. But we haven't spoken a word in 7 weeks now. I finally stopped calling and leaving messages. I doubt he was even listening to them anyway. If no further contact is what he wants, then I need to respect that. Still, it makes me sad. Troy was my best friend, and I miss him. The cemetery in which Melody is buried is located on a gently sloping hillside overlooking a large lake, its heavily wooded shoreline dotted with summer cabins. The last time I was here, nearly a month ago, the sky was dark and the wind was gusty. There were whitecaps on the surface of the murky green water and not a single person in sight. This time, the lake is calm and an almost translucent shade of blue. Spangles of sunlight reflect back at me, and as I make my way from the nearly empty parking lot to Melody's grave, I count at least a dozen boats out on the water. When I reach the top of the rise and enter the shade of an L-shaped scattering of pine trees, I spot the gravestone right away. It's brand new and hard to miss. I idly wonder what the workers did with the temporary marker, scold myself for having such inconsequential thoughts at a time like this, and place the bouquet of cut flowers I'd brought along with me at the base of the engraved stone. I drop to a knee and begin tracing the letters with my fingertips. Melody Helena Wise, 1960 to 1983. Our loving angel. And then I close my eyes and offer a silent prayer. When I'm finished, I get to my feet, reach behind me with both hands, and unclasp my father's silver crucifix from around my neck. I raise it to my lips and then gently place it on top of the granite marker. You were right all along, Mel. And as if to prove my point, a beautiful monarch butterfly flutters in the air in front of me and lands not far from the crucifix. I miss you too. After a moment, I walk to the edge of the trees and stare out at the lake. I bet she loves it here. It's beautiful, just like she was. I feel a tightness in my chest and it's difficult to breathe. My vision blurs with tears. Inside my head, I immediately begin to count. 1, 2, 3. And while I'm doing that, I think about the good things in my life. 4, 5, 6. Despite everything that's happened, there are many, including the 8-week-old puppy I recently gifted to my aunt. 7, 8. She cried when she saw the little guy scamper across the front yard and scooped him up in her arms. 9, 10. A deep, cleansing breath of reaffirmation. Already feeling better, I turn around to say goodbye, and all of the strength drains out of my body. On the back of Melody's gravestone, someone has drawn the symbol in black permanent marker. Taped to the stone right above it A black and white photograph. Troy and I dressed in suits, standing outside the church at Melody's funeral. My eyes have been scratched out. You've been marked, the traitorous Robert Farnsworth said to me in what feels like another lifetime. It's not over, I think, frantically scanning the parking lot to see who's coming for me. It's never going to be over.
Sudbury Sheriff's Department Report. File number 193447, C34. Evidence tag number 27B. Video cassette tape. Date: May 26, 1983. Reporting officers: Sheriff Jason Peters, Deputy Brian Wilberger. 9:01 a.m., Friday, May 6, 1983. A young woman, long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a yellow sundress and white high-top Chuck Taylor sneakers, leans against the front of a bright orange van. She closes her eyes and tilts her head back, soaking in the sunshine. A young man, dark-skinned and diminutive, dressed in tan khaki shorts and a matching button-down shirt, enters the frame. He stops next to the woman and checks the time on his wristwatch. A red bandana is tied loosely around his neck. He's wearing thick framed glasses, and his hair is styled in an enormous afro. His arms glisten with sweat. "Can we get a move on, Billy?" he says grumpily. "We're already behind schedule." In the reflection of the van's windshield, we see a second young man attaching a video camera to a tripod. The picture jiggles back and forth, momentarily losing focus. "Just need to lock this in," the camera operator says in a cheerful voice. We hear a loud click as it locks into place and stabilizes. There we go. After a moment, the picture sharpens again. The young man, dressed in jeans and a Rolling Stones t-shirt, hurries on screen, turns to face the camera, and wiggles his way in between his two friends. The woman laughs as she is nudged to the side. The other man scowls, but there's the hint of a smile underneath it. "Okay," the cameraman says, looping his arms around the other two. "Everyone say cheese." The cranky one rolls his eyes. "I'm not saying cheese." "The Three Musketeers on 3, the woman says. The cameraman counts. 1, 2, 3. And all of them shout at the same time, "The Three Musketeers." As they do, the cameraman lifts his hand off his friend's shoulder and flashes rabbit ears above his afro. The picture freezes on their happy faces.
Memorials, a novel, was written by Richard Chizmar and read by Michael Crouch and Jonathan Todd Ross. Editing and post-production by Nikki Banks Moorer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Memorials is available in print from Gallery Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Becoming the Boogeyman, a novel by Richard Chizmar. Read by Chris Andrew Shula.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.